second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
No new rules, niggas. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Real spill, I need that. Trill spill, I need that. No new rules, nigga. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Trill spill, I need that. Trill spill, I need that.
You know the game changed, it and switched up. I ain't fucking with them rules. You know them new niggas breed way different. I ain't fucking with them dudes. I'm doing real good, getting real money. I ain't fucking up my food. I'm with the same niggas on my day ones. I ain't fucking with day twos. If I ain't grow up with you, can't show up with you. I ain't tripping no love lost. These niggas polyester, that's synthetic. We ain't cut from the same cloth. Boy, me and my dogs from the same kennel, like we lived in the same house. Like we got the same mama and the same daddy, like we slept on the same couch. I keep it purse first, but I don't pack. I'm chase money and not clout. These niggas fake niggas trying to act real. That's some shit that I ain't bout. I'm under the old law like the Constitution. Niggas ain't gonna rewrite that. You niggas dick riding like it's transportation. Real niggas ain't like that.
No new rules, niggas. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with them? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Real spill, I need that. Trill spill, I need that. No new rules, nigga. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with them? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Trill spill, I need that.
Let me talk to these niggas. If we locked in, we locked tight. Real niggas gon' rock right. I'm top down at that stoplight. No switchblade in my Glock fight. These new niggas ain't cut right. Built wrong, we play strong. Lame niggas just stay home. All facts, we way gone. True bouncers don't count losses. We stay away from them losers. Trios Bill been all real since Papa Seals with them cruisers. Can't fool with them, they different. Can't lose with them, they sippin'. This old law, we pimpin'. Them lame niggas, they trippin'. Collect mine, protect mine. Ain't no games, I need that. This G shit, no feedback. Somewhere where that weed at, no squares off in my circle. Understand that it's wintertime, no breaks here, and I'm getting mine. I'm headed towards that finish line.
No new rules, niggas. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with them? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Real spill, I need that. Trill spill, I need that. No rules, nigga. These new niggas gon' have you losing with them. If you ain't locked in with who you fool with, then why the fuck is you fooling with them? The game is to be sold, not told. So what the fuck you gon' do with it? Trill spill, I need that. Trill spill, I need that. Yeah, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Hey, shout out to everybody. Before we even get started, I want to remind everybody, go ahead, like, share, subscribe. All parties involved are, what up, Bismillah? All parties involved are tagged that I know of. If I forgot anybody, hey, feel free to let me know. Share this video with them. You know what I'm saying? Full circles, essentials. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much ran the gauntlet at Sharon's earlier. I wanted to talk about so much other shit, the whole bro-rilla shit and and the Guthrie kidnapping and then all hell broke loose. It actually broke loose yesterday. Man of Tomorrow's tagged. Sharon and Brownsville are both tagged. It seemed like they were on the same page and then they weren't. Then they weren't. So they might want to say to them, I'm instigating. I just call it out like I see it, right? So I want to rewind just a little bit while everybody's falling in. Like I said, like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat. You can also support either channel that you're watching on, whether it be the home of the official YT Purge or Auntie's The Boiler Room. You can support through memberships because we have memberships available on both channels. But this is going to be available to the public. All right. So I'm going to rewind. I can remember probably about maybe a little over a year ago. I know this was pretty much the only real issue that I had with Sharon. I don't really go back and forth with people about their talking points because for the most part, people say what they believe that the people listening to them want to hear. Whether I agree or not, it's something that you really can't change. I'm not going to knock anybody's hustle. I respect the hustle, regardless. But one of the conversations that we had was pretty much, hey, it's your channel. So you can't really pass off what happens to PH Diva. You can't pass it off to Brownsville. You can't pass it off to the panelist, the chat, whatever. You got to kind of take accountability for what the hell is going on your own channel. You can't really pass the buck. That's what it is to actually be a leader and be the owner. That's just what it is. It's just like if you own a club or you own a restaurant or something like that. You can't just let people sell dope in your parking lot or do all types of other, messed up, crazy ass shit, in your establishment and then just say it's their fault because, hey, you the one that got to deal with it. That's kind of how it works. Now, I'm not going to take all of the credit for whatever Sharon has going on, but he earned my respect today because this is one of those days when he decided to take not just full accountability but pretty much control of what the fuck was going on when it came to some bounties. So we're going to review that. He got into a disagreement with Brownsville earlier about how he handled a bounty. He chose not to bounty a certain panelist, because I guess because of the content. The content, whatever his reasons were, I don't believe he's really even got to explain it because he's the channel holder. That's just the way I see it when it comes to stuff like that. So we'll be reviewing that. Also, we're going to be reviewing what happened on Big J's panel yesterday. The shit kind of hit the fan, and that's what spilled in the Sharon show earlier today. All right. Man of Tomorrow came up there. Full Circle's Essential came up there. And they pretty much went the fuck off on Brownsville. So you guys can tell me in the chat which one you want to review first, because I can actually do this in just about any order. Any order. But the shit kind of went out of hand. Now, that's also one of the reasons why you heard the intro track that I had. And shout out to Steven Jackson. Used to play for the San Antonio Spurs, Charlotte Bobcats, Golden State Warriors. Yeah, actually his track came out about a week ago. New niggas, man. And a lot of them really don't know what the fuck be going on. What be going on. And most important, they really don't understand who's who, or the fact that the old tricks don't work on people that have been around for a while, like the deflection tactics, the gaslighting, and shit like that. So it's a lot of stuff that we want to break down, when it comes to that. And y'all are going to see a bunch of it. Let me just make sure I get this background straight. Hold up. Hold on. All right. So, Kojak, when you say you want to hear the Brownsville, matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to bring up what happened with Brownsville on Big J's panel yesterday, because this was wild, bro. This was fucking wild, and this is kind of what led to a dust up, if you want to call it that. Now, my opinion regarding this shit was just that, hey, these guys were all having separate conversations with each other. And because nobody's really listening to anybody, I think really a moderator needed to get involved, when it came to that. But it was wild. So I'm going to break that down. As a matter of fact, let me bring that shit up right now.
Small-minded, it means something. Because every time I look up, you're going after the men. Do what you will. But that's a problem. Respect within itself. I'll land. Since I'm so long-winded.
Yeah, I just think that's weird. When men feel that they should be treated like women with chivalry, I just think that's weird. That's number one. Because I don't expect any man to be chivalrous towards me, right? The reason why is because I don't need protection. I don't need you to lift me up. I don't need you to provide anything that I can't provide for myself as a man, right? So I'm not going to have an issue with you telling Queen, hey, I think I should acknowledge you today, right? If you came on here full circle and you didn't say nothing to me and you just spoke to Queen and lifted her up, gave her a term of endearment, I would look at you and say, hey, that's solid, right? But y'all brothers, for some strange reason, even though you understand that there's a manosphere, right, which is weird in itself, and y'all know it's a red pill, which is against women, right? And y'all know there's a long history of brothers acting in a reprehensible way towards women and children.
Now, y'all let me know if you want me to speed this up, because both of these fellas are extremely long-winded, and the shit kind of hits the fan when MOT actually gets in there, which he's gonna get in there in about 5 minutes or so. And that's kind of where the dust up started. Like, shit gets out of hand. It really does. Now, this was a question that I had, because I'm not quite sure. Like, when I tuned in, because I was kind of tuning in and out, It's almost like they expected, Brownsville to apologize for something. Now, I disagree with Brownsville on a lot of shit, right? Yeah, let it simmer up a little bit. Hold up. Yeah, we're gonna speed this shit just a little bit. I'm gonna speed it up, just a little 1.25. But I disagree with him with a lot of things. But I would disagree if anybody says that he owes men or any of that shit an apology for not addressing them with a term of endearment. You address women how the fuck you want to address them. You address dudes however the fuck you want to address them. Whatever. That's your fucking business. Just don't come at me with disrespect. That's my stance on it, because I'm going to address motherfuckers how the fuck I choose to address them, and better not nobody ask me for an apology. So as a man, I would show another man the same respect. So I asked MOT that and Full Circle both that. I think that's where there was a little bit of not necessarily disagreement, but misunderstanding with that, because they both agreed that, hey, nah, he don't owe them an apology for none of that shit. So that's kind of what it is. Absolutely. Let's go. I sped this up too.
The problem you have is that I'm trying to lift women up. Reconcile that.
That's a lie, okay? Okay, peace and love. Speaking, hold on, MT. That's a lie. I don't have a problem with that. And just for the record, I'm not angry. If I saw you face to face, sir, and just so you know, for the record, you're talking to an older man, a grown man. If I saw you, your wife, and your kids, I would address you face to face, sir. The problem I have with ones like you allow it. If I was to go straight and meet you and your wife and address her, if it was even me, that's a no-no. You address me, sir, eye to eye. Individuals out there, they look, you notice that? They look to the side. They're not men, or as they call real men. I'm going to address you, sir, out of respect. Then I'm going to address your wife, then your children, if I'm allowed, or if it's just you and your wife. I'm not going to go straight to your wife. This whole building up women, you got that wrong, and that's a lie. You don't have to apologize for accountability, but that's a lie. I'm going to shake your hand. I'm going to address you by your name. Then I'm going to move to your wife. So it's not about building up women and, oh, I don't understand why you men or such as yourself will sort of have a fun, but I don't. I'm a grown man. I'm old school. It's how I've been raised. I don't know about you and your background, how you've been raised. Hoorah. But you got another thing coming. You got the wrong one, but you actually got the right one today, sir. You got it, MOT. I'll land.
Let me respond to that real quick, MOT. Okay. So what you did, my brother, Full Circle, you moved the goalposts, right? So you're talking about how we interact in person. And you're 100% correct on that. In person, the interaction is different. But guess what? When we're addressing each other online, it's totally different as well. So it's not going to be the same interaction, right? When I'm speaking on a panel, online, I'm speaking to that individual person. I don't know if she has a husband. I don't know anything about her personal life, right? So that's totally different than the way we experience the world and the way we experience people when we're face to face. Right? So what you did, that's called moving the goalposts, my brother. So I'm going to move it right back to where it was, which is online interactions, right? So I believe it is my ideology that men should be chivalrous to women online, should be respectful to women online, should give women terms of endearment online, right? And same for the men. But I don't have to address the men individually because those men are supposed to be men. Right? And since we're in this manosphere space, in this red pill space, those men are used to being acknowledged by other men. It is the women who are getting beat down. It is the women who are getting put down. It is the women who are downtrodden in this space, getting disrespected day in and day out. But like I said, instead of brothers like you, Full Circle, who's an old school brother, instead of brothers like you having smoke for those brothers who are disrespecting women daily online, you have smoke for me for lifting them up. Reconcile.
First of all, could you just land the plane, Brownsville, land the plane. Land the plane, and no, it's not. Hold on, I know, right? Look at this. Stop. You're talking about other channels. I'm strictly speaking of Sharon's. You're talking about, oh, this went over your head. You're not stupid. You're not dumb. I'm speaking of the same thing. Don't try that moving the goalpost. You totally took that and went over your head and acting like you stupid, but you're not. You're still doing the same thing. You know what? Forget the speaking of them individually. I'm going to stick on that. From real life to YouTube. You think it's a difference. It's not. I said it and I'll say it again. Address the king. You don't have to do it individually. Real life and compared to YouTube. And I'm talking about Sharon's show. Address the kings, the women. There's no children because it's an adult show. And then you come up here and say, oh, it's the women. When it's the women, I don't know if they have a man or a husband. That's not the point. And then you say, oh yeah, you agree with that part. I haven't moved the goalpost. It's still the same. On the show, on the record, off the record. Sharon, hey, cuzzo, we family. Hey, kings, hey, queens, and you can name all that you.
Now, this is the part of the review that you're probably not going to get anywhere else, because if you've been listening, you notice that MOT tried to interject like 2 or 3 times already, right? And Brownsville and Full Circles are still kind of going back and forth. Like they ain't kind of going back and forth. They still going back and forth, right? So this is where a lot of the fallout and the dust up kind of comes, you know? Because apparently Brownsville had an issue with MOT even being part of the conversation. That's why I said it seemed like these dudes are having 2 different conversations at the same time, and there's really no moderator to moderate a goddamn thing. So all hell done broke loose.
Like individually, address the kings in order, and yes, don't you ever forget it. I'm an old school cat. You think I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon like as if like I haven't had smoke before? Do your research, sir. I've done it in the past. That's in my past, and I've gotten in with the best of them. You just haven't found out. You just don't know. I'll land, MOT. You got it, because this could go all day, and I ain't got nothing but time.
Okay, well, Brownsville, I'm not sure you understand what the conversation is about, but we're talking to you about your behavior other places. We're not addressing the rest of the manosphere whole. And I'm going to tell you up front, I would never come online to offer women protection. That is their job, to put themselves in position by not having kids with Delta Novembers or need to be overprotected from their bad decisions in places where they put themselves. I have sisters, I have nieces. I don't have to go on with this overprotecting people. Look, the women are choosing better. That's why these Delta Novembers are complaining. Problem solved. That's what it is. The dudes who are complaining about women are dudes who should never have access to women. Yes, that problem has been solved. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that you can't think that people are supposed to accept disrespect and treat you as if you have some type of clean slate whenever you address somebody. All right, and I've seen you places, and you know how you act. I'm not sure what you're addressing, but please keep the conversation limited to this, because you cannot present my point of view to me and pretend that it's your point of view. That's not what your track record is. That's not what your history is within this space. And look, Sharon, look, I know y'all some profit-driven, get the bag stuff. I'm okay with it. I just stay away from it, period, because I already got my own stuff to worry about, and my stuff's straight. So I don't have to offer different levels of protection to people that I don't know online. So given the way that you actually acquitted yourself here as some holier-than-thou type guy, are we going to see changed behavior from you in the future, given the way that you attempted to actually address yourself here today?
So, first and foremost, I think it's weird, right, for an old school brother to have
No. You address a full circle. You have to address my argument that I just said. We're not pulling other people into this. I just made a statement. Did you listen to it?
I listened to it all. I didn't interject and I didn't interrupt. So I don't even know what the problem is. I'm going to.
Okay, well, you're going to address my message. Don't pull other people into this.
I'm going to address you as well, my brother, but you got to have some patience, just like I have.
No. There is no patience when you try to stretch the argument.
You know what I'm saying, man? Hey. And this is where, like, what you're saying don't be meaning shit no more, because when people feel like they not being heard or listened to, this is when motherfuckers be turning the fuck up. And the same rules apply in real life, not just on the internet. You know, especially when people feel as though they're being spoken to in a condescending manner, you know, or tone. Like, for real. So right now, and that's why, believe it or not, Unc, I believe this is really just a failure to communicate. If you want to call it that. Like, I think it's a failure to communicate. That's why I think this conversation could be had, because I know both of these brothers. I don't know them personally, but I know them from the space for years. And for the most part, if you talk about people that you can actually just have the conversation with, both of them are that being Full Circle and Man of Tomorrow, right? But when you come in with just pretty much the one-way shit. Oh well, I'm gonna address all these manosphere dudes, red pill, incel, all these dudes in the space are the same. I'm like, that's when, like the new nigga in you starts to come out, and you kind of don't read the room. You don't know who's who, and you don't understand, who you're talking to. So I get it. Some of these dudes, yeah, that's all they want to do is shit on and go off on women. It's always the woman's fault. Every single conversation is going to go back to that of a woman and her flaws. Full circle and Man of Tomorrow, that's not what they do. So I can see where they feel disrespected, or even as if Brownsville's kind of coming off as condescending, toward them, which is why they're turning the fuck up. But I can also understand Brownsville too, as I stated yesterday and earlier today. You just don't know, because you think you in a manosphere space, but you're really not. The shit kind of watered down where you at, bro. You're not really in manosphere or manosphere adjacent spaces. You're kind of dealing with the stragglers and shit. And you can have that one talking point and just have that one conversation and same conversation every day. And let's keep it real. You really ain't been challenged. You haven't been challenged with a multitude of talking points, a bunch of different perspectives and shit like that. So you got to kind of come back to that whole, well, I'm just trying to uplift women thing. Now, I get it. That's his message. Brownsville has pretty much been consistent, with that. But I can understand where everybody's coming from when it comes to just having the conversation here.
Beyond what I just said. You just did that with Full Circle. You're not doing that with me. Address what I said.
You're not going to tell me how to talk and how to speak, right?
Well, yes, I am. I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do, because you're not going to be disingenuous with me like you just been disingenuous with actual Full Circle.
Okay, so
you're going to address what I said. I just made a statement. You're going to address that. And if you can't address it, you can leave.
Here's the thing, and I will leave, right? Here's the thing.
Bye.
The problem with brothers like you, right, is you are a do as I say, not as I do type of person, right? That's what you're known for. That's what I know about you, Man of Tomorrow.
Give me a specific example.
Right?
Give me a specific example.
Because you,
sir, give me a specific example.
You want to speak to
give me a specific example.
Your grievances with me.
Give me a specific example. You have a disagreement. Clarify me with statements.
You can't
clarify it. Clarify it. Hell no. I don't let you just get your shit off, partner. You made a statement. You have to clarify it. Right? No. Discipline is not letting dumb niggas run their goddamn mouth and not address the issue at hand.
Right?
No, fuck that. Fuck you. Why the fuck would I let you do what you just did? The Full Circle. Why the fuck would I let you do that?
Lack of self-control.
I know, and I would hit you right in your fucking mouth if you were to do that shit in person.
You feel me? The shit done hit the fan. We gonna spin back that 10 seconds, real quick. Cause it's like, hey, ain't no conversation. And shout out to the one, the only, L. Nixon. Something to think about, man. Shout out to L. Nixon, man. Appreciate
it. Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. Everybody say that.
Man, appreciate L. Nixon gifting 5 Boiler Room memberships, man. Y'all make sure that you get your membership at Auntie's The Boiler Room. We appreciate that. They're also available if you're watching at the home of the official YT Purge. I think we got about 18 over at the Boiler Room now, 7 at the YT Purge. You know what I'm saying? Share. We appreciate it regardless of where you're watching. All of those options should be available to you. Shout out to the big homie, L. Nixon. But yeah, I'm going to have to spin that back one time because MOT, Man of Tomorrow, told Brownsville he would hit him right in his fucking mouth. Right in the fucking mouth. You know? Type shit. You know?
You made a statement. You have to clarify it.
right?
No. Discipline is not letting dumb niggas run their goddamn mouth and not address the issue at hand.
Right?
No, fuck that. Fuck you. Why the fuck would I let you do what you just did? The full circle. Why the fuck would I let you do that?
Lack of self-control.
I know, and I would hit you right in your fucking mouth if you were to do that shit in person.
Full circle is not gonna reprimand you, right?
Man, bro. I don't need to reprimand him, but you're talking to two grown men. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You're talking to grown men. What the fuck you think you are? I ain't got to reprimand this grown man. Hey, Brownsville. Brownsville, you got to help up. I don't need to reprimand anybody. Brownsville, you got to address my statement. You're going to address my statement. That bullshit. You hear that, MOT? You need to reprimand him.
And I'm willing to bet right now that both you...
At the end of the day, man, this is the type of dude we talking about. This is the type of dude we talking about that's full of it. Yeah, hell yeah. Bullshit. Here we go. He's talking about other people and not the statement that we made, man. This is the shit we talking about. That's the shit we talking about. That's right. Yeah. I mean, well, jump your dumb ass up off here then. If you're not gonna address my motherfucking statement, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Bye, nigga. You're talking to some real ones. You got us fucked up. And that's what I don't like about the younger generation is that they tolerate shit like this. Dude, he would have said that shit instantly fucking stole off. I'm not gonna fucking handle that shit. And MOT, you instantly fucking stole off. You need to learn a little bit something. You can learn a little something. Peace and love.
Internet gangster. Right? And what I know about internet gangsters is that
man, you can address my statement that I made.
Right?
So address my statement that I made, though. Address my statement.
Because you're a big bad dude online who like to disrespect people, use profanity, but when you see them in person, you will...
How am I disrespecting you by telling you to answer the question that I asked you?
You're supposed to be an elderly man, but yet you...
Well, elderly men ain't supposed to be. You know what you're supposed to be? You're supposed to be in your place.
Y'all brothers need to get it together.
Son, you need to be in your place. I'm going to put you in your place. Put things in priorities. Your priorities are messed up. Your priorities are messed up. And you think that your preaching I don't have issues with women.
Shout out to L. Nixon again.
I don't have issues with women, dude.
Gifted membership at the home of the official YT Purge. Shout out to L. Nixon, man. Appreciate you, fam. Y'all follow L. Nixon's lead. You know what I'm saying? Get
donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Man, shout out to L. Nixon, man. Y'all follow that lead, man. Super Chat's available. Cash App's available. Memberships are, of course, available. You can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com. If you really need to get in touch with me, I'm taking all that shit, man. EBT, you know what I'm saying? We can eat off your SNAP benefits, all of that shit, man. You got copper and shit. You got AC coils. Yeah, man, we'll do something with that shit, too. Maybe even some old fucked up stank Jordans and shit. We take those too, but nothing under a size 7. We can't do shit with that.
Exactly. See, if he was over there, try to protect these women who think they deserve protection. If he was over there, yeah, that's why. Yeah, he over here because he over there. You'd have his out of here. See, you think you can get away with that over here? No, sir. No. You can't even just an argument about him.
I thought your name was Full Circle because you read 300.
We'll definitely take your baby's diapers. Hell yeah. You know? Not used, though. Not used. No used diapers.
Look at his talking points. No, Full Circle is meaning I'm going to come right back on your ass. Yeah, get it straight. I'm going to come right back on your ass. I'm going to come right. Address MOT. Address MOT. Oh, life, I'm not stagnant. You got me fucked up. I'm going where I'm supposed to be. What's going on here?
Shut up, please, don't.
He hasn't been around MOT to know who really I am. And he that's why he think he got that little black mask on when he comes on. He think he's doing something. You can't. Everybody go! Oh! Okay, so let's go over it again. For certain. We're asking him about his behavior. He addressing the manosphere at whole. Like I don't do content like that. You never find me complaining about women, period. Like, that ain't my content, bro. And it's like, listen, man, when we ask you questions about your behavior, you don't turn around and try to address the manosphere. Like, people know that I've been here over 10 years.
Appreciate that, bro.
I don't care whether these dudes get it or not.
What up, Free to Green?
The only people complaining about politics are people who are not participating nor understand history. The only people who complain about women are dudes who actually should not be with a woman, period. So, dude, I am beyond that low-level conversation. But, you know, when you hang out with bad chasers and all that kind of stuff, bro, you can't really come up here and try to get us to not address what you said and how you act other places. I asked you a very specific question about your behavior. And then you wanted to talk about everything else but what I addressed. You just did the same thing in full circle.
Right, and MLT, when he stepped away, he think he's slick. He doesn't realize I was 2 steps ahead of him. He's doing his research. Oh, and that's why this, and that's why that. He don't have any other talking points. And then he comes in, instead of addressing you, he had to hold on to that because it kind of like got him like, oh, dang it. I got to address him. No, address MLT. You're absolutely right, MLT. Go back to MLT. I was quiet. But I got to get back to full circle because he got me on that one. He'll never forget this day. I guarantee you he won't.
The thing is,
this day.
And he started addressing your point when I asked him a very specific question about his behavior. But this is what these dudes do, right? They want the ability to get their stuff off. Oh, I'm going to get to my point. Like, nah, bro, I asked you a very specific question. You're not going to address full circle through my very specific
this
question.
Shit.
At the end of the day, I didn't come here to be prosecuted. I was already 7 figures when I got here. I don't throw it in people's faces. But I don't have problems with women. I'm already married. So,
you heard that dust up. We're going to fast forward now. All right? We're going to fast forward, and we're going to get into what the fuck went down today. Okay? We're going to get into what the hell went down today. All right. Now, the reason why I hit the panel earlier on Sharon's was that what I heard was that they said MOT is a failure, you know, in the space. So that's some more like kind of like new nigga talk, new nigga rhetoric, because they think because they making a little bit of money now, or you got some numbers now, and somebody comes through that you don't know, that means that they're a failure, which is not always the case. What up? Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor, member for 27 months. That's 2.5 years for all of you math deficient motherfuckers. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor, bro. Appreciate that.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. The city is a big. West side is a big.
Man, appreciate that, DJ. And shout out to Unc B streaming with the $5 ball. He said MOT is right. Most of these dudes got the same red pill manosphere rant that only applies to the red pill or manosphere extremist shit lame. Facts. You know? Facts. And that was the point. That's why I'm like, you can't refer to everybody who you don't know or that might not be doing content right now as a failure just because you don't know them or you're not doing content right now or they're not doing content right now. Because far as I know, MOT was extremely successful when he was doing content. Probably just as successful, just as profitable, if not more profitable than Sharon. That's why I came up there and said, hey, can you give these dudes a little grace? Because they don't be knowing, man. They know not what they do. They know not what they say. And this can kind of move the goalposts or kind of change the conversation. Because that's when shit kind of, you know what I'm saying, gets a little disrespectful. And then you start having, what you just saw when MOT said he would punch Brownsville in the fucking face. Yeah, that was from yesterday on Big J's. Today, I'm going to show you a good portion of shit that happened on Sharon's panel. Okay? Because Full Circles decided to make the appearance on Sharon's channel today. Big J came up too, but Big J wasn't able to get more than 7 syllables out before he got kicked by, I guess PH Diva and multiple other fucking people. So Full Circle ran the Full Circle Gauntlet today, and because of a bounty that was put on Full Circle by E. the Man Williams that Sharon decided to not honor because he felt as though, Full Circle should be allowed to kind of, get his point out. And he's going to explain that. I hope I can get to the right part right here pretty quickly because I couldn't download. The stream was too long. Brownsville had an issue with the way Sharon handled it on his channel and chose to address Sharon publicly about it. Whew. Man, I know I just said a mouthful. But yeah, he decided to address Sharon publicly, and Sharon didn't necessarily state an issue with it, but you take what you will from it. I'm just reviewing it, man. I just report the news. Shout out to Unc B streaming again. He said YouTube success don't define people with real jobs. And that's facts. People with real jobs, real businesses, real lives, especially people that done already been here, done that. It kind of is what it is. So sometimes you do have to read the room. Shout out to Unc B streaming with the $2 ball. Shout out to Bridget as well with the $10 super sticker. We do appreciate that. Now, even the dust ups I've had with Sharon, I would still respect Sharon enough on his own channel to respect whatever decision that he makes on his channel. If I don't like it, I'll just fucking leave, man. I'll come to my own channel and pop shit. Or maybe even elsewhere and pop shit. But I know that the number one rule, the golden rule, the number one house rule is that the house rules. So he really don't have to explain his stance. If he chooses to fucking do something, he just chooses to do it. And if you're a real supporter, you're going to support that man, with that shit, regardless. And if you do want to address the man, you address him behind the scenes about how the fuck he handled that shit. But that's the way I thought that men were supposed to move amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? You don't undermine somebody's authority in their shit regarding their shit. But it's amazing how people have a lot to say about how men should move, but this is the way that they move. Food for thought, right? Let me see if I can get to this point here. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that hits the panel here. Give me one moment. Got to get to the right spot. Extremely long stream. Extremely long stream. Wow. Y'all gotta forgive me not having that timestamp available. I try, but I'm not always prepared for these things. Damn shame, ain't it? All right, there we go.
Wait, here we go. I know when it comes to PH Diva that it's rare for her to say, you know what? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good question. Hold on, let me see. Does it have the ass button? Where would that be? You gotta let me know that shit, bro. You learn something new every day on this bitch. Ass button? We'll see.
Thank you, because I don't want it to be. So again, She was on the panel for 2 hours, didn't say a word. She left and came back, still didn't say a word until Brownsville finally threw her the ball and said, hey, go ahead, shoot the ball. And then I was going
to dunk on your ass. I dunked on you.
Who did you dunk on? You didn't dunk on me. See, it's a competition. You didn't dunk on me with anything. I mean, if you think it's a competition and you getting your high from it, you didn't dunk on me.
It's just a joke.
Go ahead. You all excited. I dunked on them and stuff. Like it's a sport and totally missing the issue when it comes to men and families. Get out of here with that, man.
Hold on. So people came to, hold on. Let me just say this. We brought full circle in, and so we're not going to drop full circle. So I feel anybody that's trying to drop him, we're not dropping because we asked him to come up so he can substantiate his argument with Brownsville. So we're not going to do that to full circle. We're going to allow him to.
Why? Hold on.
Boom. All right. So right here, I want everybody to listen. I'm going to rewind right now. Okay? Because it was a lot of long-winded shit. Full circle ran the gauntlet. But I'm going to rewind it right here so y'all can hear it. Brownsville is about to, pop right up. He don't like that shit. This is when Either Man Williams sends a $20 super chat. Let me see if I can pull that shit up. All right, live chat replay is not available right here. But, yeah. He sends a $20 super chat to get rid of Full Circle. Okay? And Sharon's like, nah.
Hold on. So people came to, hold on.
He's like, hey man, we just gonna have to put a dub on your books, but nah, man, we ain't dropping
just them. Just say this. We brought full circle in, and so we're not gonna drop full circle. So I feel anybody that's trying to drop him, we're not dropping because we asked him to come up so he can substantiate his argument with Brownsville. So we're not gonna do that to full circle. We're gonna allow him to.
Why? Hold on. No.
So this way, y'all can have y'all conversation.
No.
Hold on. I do not want to have and hear the argument that he was not able to communicate.
No, we gotta have this conversation
and all these other things. I don't.
Hey, Brownsville said no, cuzzo. We gotta have this conversation.
I do not want to have and hear the argument that he was not able to communicate.
No, we gotta have this conversation
and all these other things. I don't want to hear the BS because for too long they've been able to go ahead with BS all day, every day, and that's why it's a point that we review this because he's saying that it's not about what we all hearing. But he cannot go away from it.
Listen.
So we cannot keep allowing them to run away.
Nah, it ain't.
Yes, that's that. I'm not even going to address anything else about that. He's going to stay here. He's going to deal with it. He's going to deal with it. That's that. He's going to deal with what y'all two had to go with. He got to deal with it without him running away. He can't run.
Sharon, first of all.
And Brownsville says, right there, he said, and I'm gone. In other words, hey, cuzzo, it's him or me. It's him or me. Man, them public ultimatums, man, that's fucked up, man. Y'all can take it as what the fuck y'all want to take it as, but that's why I put it, hey, man, Full Circle versus Brownsville, PH Diva, AR, and also Brownsville versus Sharon. Smitty, you was there. You saw it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And like I say, people might think that that's the issue or that's the problem. I'm like, yo, that's a symptom of a larger problem, dog. You know? Real shit. People be like, oh, I'm sick, whatever. So what's up? What you got? You got a cough? So what's wrong? Nah, for real. Just because you coughing, the cough ain't the problem. There's something causing you to cough. Yeah, I mean, same rules apply when it comes to this shit. Like, hey, it's more to it than that. In my opinion, it's blatant fucking lack of respect for that man and him running his fucking channel the way that he wants to fucking run it. You know? That's it. He put the hammer down. He decided to make a decision, a ruling, whatever. If I'm going to sit up on this panel, I got to respect it either way. If not, then I could just leave. But announcing the departure, you know, like Fatty said, like you're at a fucking airport, you got to announce the fucking departure and shit. Like I said, they when they review this shit, they're going to leave that part out. But the way I see it, that's a public ultimatum, which is blatant disrespect.
Yeah, and thank you for that, for putting your foot down. Hold on.
Thank you for saving them. Thank you for saving
them.
Right,
because he's not getting
hold on. Saving who? Wait, hold on. Who is that? Saving who?
He's saving you.
Saving me. For real. I've even heard you. I've even heard the women and men come after you, sir. So ain't nobody saving nobody.
Let Sharon go.
Go ahead, Sharon. You got it. Yeah, saving somebody. That kills me, Auntie. Saving. Go ahead, Sharon. Saving somebody. I dunked on you. Y'all kill me with that.
Hold on.
He's so sensitive.
I don't want to hear it. Don't chase him away. Stop.
If I'm sensitive, you're super emotional, sir.
Sharon. Hold on. I do not want nobody to get chased away. I don't want to hear it. Hold on.
Now Brownsville left. But let's hear it. He said he don't want to chase nobody away. Then Brownsville left.
All this whole day, y'all been trying to tell me how to run the show. Stop. When I tell you to stop, stop. Want to hear it. Hold on. All this whole day, y'all been trying to tell me how to run the show. Stop. When I tell you to stop, stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Conversations with MJ, $10. Sharon, go.
Shout out to Sharon, you know, for holding his own nuts and refusing to be told how to run his shit while live on his shit in the process of running his shit. You know? Now, we're going to fast forward a little bit. And I can get to a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? Because there was some more dust ups. There was some more dust ups and some other bullshit. But we can actually, you know, get into some other stuff here.
Them to themselves. Do you know why? Because there is a bailiff that'll take your ass in the back with people who look like you that like to fight. So they don't do that. But here we make the conscious choice to be disrespectful. It's a conscious choice.
Okay.
And what I am
saying here.
Okay. What I am discussing right now, I'm not even
laugh on mute, goddamn.
I'm not even getting to what Full Circle is discussing.
What up, IB Wody?
I am saying that because you felt offended, you made the conscious choice to use the adjectives and pronouns you did, and then Full Circle made the choice to let his pain body be affected. Your ego was hit. That's something that's in a book called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. I strongly suggest it. It talks about the pain body and how you let that go. He was trying to let it go. He couldn't, because he got some shit cooking on it. And both black, but this is how you get into the wrong Olympics with black people.
And
wait a minute, how you ending the show? Didn't people send in super chats?
It ain't add up.
I sent you $60. Cut it out.
Look at these.
Yeah.
Flexing her damn muscles. Those $6 was for goddamn bullets.
Don't. All right, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
I don't have to. Like, if you want to extend
Can
it,
you hear me?
Jeff, hold on, Uncle Jeff, don't leave yet. I was breaking it down because before I was going to end it, Brownsville wanted to talk to me and give me a stern conversation. So,
okay.
If Diva's saying she's going to use her bullets to extend it, y'all better.
How much was it? It was like $20.
Yeah, it was $20 and
how much they sent in?
10, 12. 14.
What's up, Berg?
Okay. All right.
I got wrenches coming for y'all soon. I got a lot of tabs open, so I can't really open up more and wrench folks up. But I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all gonna be blue in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Just we want to watch this. You know, this entire dust up here, because that's what it is. Now, As far as full circles in Brownsville go, I'm not really going to play too much more of their exchange because even after the show was over, I would like to believe that those two brothers, you know what I'm saying, talked it out. You know, they talked it out after the show. I'm not going to get into the details of that. I did hear enough, and I think they probably found some common ground when it comes to that. But I do want to show the dust up or disagreement conversation with Sharon and Brownsville.
So Brownsville, so y'all lucky. But before you wanna have a conversation now, cuz, or you want me to bring everybody back and wait to the end of the show a second time?
No, we can have a conversation right now. And you know this is out of love.
Yeah.
Me and you grew up together. We are first cousins, right? And I'm unapologetically team Sharon Bracey, right? That's never gonna change. The issue that I have with you, cuz, is I want to understand your rationale when it comes to this, right? So when we went on vacation and you was like, hey, come support the show, right? I started supporting the show. Never once did I ask you for protection, right? Never once. I would speak, people would drop me, right? Mm-hmm. I would just pay my money to get back on, right? And I don't understand. So here's the thing. I want to ask you this question. This brother Full Circle, right? To my knowledge, he's never supported your show in any way. He's never sent the super chat, never sent the cash app. Don't know if he ever shared. Don't know anything he's ever done to support the show, right? Mm-hmm. Today, he came up to have a conversation based upon me being on somebody else's show and him trying to have a conversation with me based upon him being a hate watcher of your show. Right? So you give him latitude to speak, right? And he spoke a lot. He probably spoke more than anybody else on the show today. Right? He's probably spoke more than anybody else on the show today. And you did something that I just don't understand. Once it was clear to the audience that he was essentially a wolf in sheep's clothing, he was attempting to have bad faith arguments. He was very disingenuous with his intention. The audience decided, hey, now he got to pay to speak. You decided to protect this brother, right? Even though it was clear, and it is clear.
Yeah, and in my opinion, that's where I'm going to interject with my part of the review. Yeah, the audience, pretty much either man Williams, decided that, hey, yeah, he needs to pay to speak. But Sharon decided to remind the audience that the audience doesn't run the fucking show. He does. And that I can respect as a man.
To me, that he's a red pill incel manosphere brother. That's very, very clear to me. And I'm sure the bulk of the audience would agree with that. Why did you extend protection to him?
Because of the optics everybody keep trying to use against me. So people like him, people like Big J, even women in these spaces, they will go after me and say that all these things that I don't do, they tend to lie. So I need evidence that I don't do that to these people, that they do get an opportunity to speak. So this way they can stop lying. So now whenever they come up and I can say, get the F out of here, they can never tell me that I ain't give them an opportunity to talk and hold and conduct themselves properly.
But that logic is flawed, Cuzzo, because he said himself he watches your show, but he doesn't support your show. He understands the rules of your show. He knows you have bounties, right? So it's not like he's ignorant to what is going on your show, right? So you gave him latitude to speak. I just don't understand the extra level of protection that you would give to somebody like PH Diva, right? Probably not even her, because PH Diva supports the show wholeheartedly, right? You give this brother who don't support you at all more protection than you would give the people who support you. I don't understand that logic.
Because that's not true. I don't give him more protection than people that support me, just because one time I said, hey, we're going to hear them out this way they can stop with the remedial rhetoric that they keep on pushing out day in and day out. Because they spreading these rumors around the whole space as much as they can to whoever will listen to them. I went to a show the other day, a women's channel that I didn't even know. They followed me there. I go to another channel. They are following me there. And they will keep on saying the same thing over and over again. And what it does is, with them just lying without any proof that I'm not doing that, I had to give them something that where they could see that that is not true. Instead of listening to everybody else, he can have firsthand to see that he got to be able to substantiate his own words. And that if he asks or if he want to be a baby, I could baby him. I could baby a lot of these men. But you're going to have to ask. You're going to have to play nice.
But he didn't ask. He didn't ask for protection. You just
but you translating it to you and PH Diva where he does not get protection like you and PH Diva at all.
No, but what I'm saying is me and PH Diva protect ourselves.
Absolutely. I get privilege, but I don't get no protection now. Right. I don't need to be protected from them.
Well, you told me to shut up. I'm like, all right, dude, that's my business.
Right. And the thing is, right, that is how I expect you to extend protection to people who genuinely support you and want to see your show become a success. This brother and the brothers that affiliate with him, they want.
Now, in this situation, Sharon's a lot nicer than me because, number one, PhD wouldn't have been up there while I'm talking to a dude, any fucking dude, when it comes to that type of shit, but definitely not when I'm talking to my cousin. You know? Man, shout out to Full Circle, too. You know what I'm saying? I did just drop the link in the chat. Big dog, if you in the clouds, man, feel free to come up. You can explain this shit. I did just drop the link so anybody can come up now and discuss that shit. Because even, you know what I'm saying, the shit between you and Brownsville, I didn't really see no need to review it, you know, any further. But y'all can follow his lead as well. Hit the Cash App. We appreciate it.
Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you, me. Fuck you, me. Appreciation received. Cash loaded. Appreciation received. Cash loaded. Appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you,
me. Now, as far as this is concerned, right, believe it or not, today, I don't believe Sharon was faking fairness. I think, I'm not going to take credit for it, but I think Sharon pretty much saw the same thing that I saw when he was listening to both Brownsville and Full Circle's talk, because they both long-winded and they both talk a lot, but at the same time, it just seemed like they was having two separate conversations with each other. So in order to actually be solution-based, you can't really be dropping one of the two, you know, because it's easy to spin a narrative. It's easy to get shit misconstrued. It's just easy to fuck shit up. Now, I saw it a little bit deeper, but that's probably because I'm a little more familiar with both MOT and Full Circle, because believe it or not, I think if they were actually able to have the conversation, like truly have it, they realize that they probably agree on more things than they disagree on, with the exception of, you know, the way they, you know, and this would pretty much go more so to MOT, but, you know, just the views on women and, you know, how to treat them and shit like that. But for the most part, I think even if they were able to speak and talk, even if they disagreed on some things, they would be able to just agree to disagree. It didn't have to go there. But when people are starting to have different conversations with each other, there's misinterpretations, there's just all types of shit, and there's no moderator. Like on Big J's the night before, it was no moderator. You know, Miss Queen, she didn't want to interject, between 2 or 3 men, going at it. And Big J really wasn't even on his own panel to be any type of moderator or mediator, when it came to that. So, Sharon didn't feel like it was right to drop, full circle. So, in that case, whether I agree with it or not, I would just respect it because it's his house and it's his choice. And I would think just as men, you got to be able to show each other that same level of mutual respect. And even when you're in a space that's supposed to be predicated on the betterment of men and how men are supposed to move and what's ideal and all of that shit, like that's really where the fuck that shit's got to start. Fuck women. No pun intended, but y'all can take some pun in that. But at the same time, when women aren't even supposed to be a topic of conversation when it comes to the shit that we as men need to be dealing with and handling. Number one should be our health. I see you in the back and bring you right up in a second. We should be focusing on our health because hey, we can't take care of anybody if we ain't in good fucking health. Okay, we need to be focusing on our finances because hey, you a broke motherfucker, it's gonna be tough to take care of any fucking body. You gotta focus on your actual fucking circle, those you keep around you, because that you want to keep good vibes, good energy. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be a product of your fucking environment. All of those things. And then how the fuck we treat each other. Because at the end of the day, we gotta go out here and get it in an arena of fucking men. Women ain't our goddamn competition. So when you talking about a list of shit that men are supposed to be dealing with, women are supposed to legit be the last, maybe not the last thing, but damn sure not the only thing on the list, and for sure not the first or second thing on the list. Like it's about 7, 8, 9, 10 different things. And feel free to come back at Big Dog. I was gonna let you write up. I just wanted to kind of get that out. I'll bring you up in a second or whenever you come back. I just dropped the link again. So that's just my take on it. And that's where I would say that both sides, whether it's the dudes that be pandering, the chicks, the dudes that always got smoke for chicks, that's where the fuck they all fuck it up, is that women ain't even supposed to be the topic of fucking discussion. You should be focusing on men's mental health, and that's something that Full Circles was saying. As men, you need to be focusing on your physical health, because just like I mentioned with them 3 brothers in the space, that passed away a couple of years ago, ARC, David Carroll, and Kevin Samuels, I don't think any of those 3 hit the ripe old age of 60 years old. But we taking their gospel when it comes to women as word. You know what I'm saying? Or we taking their word when it comes to women as gospel. Like, what the fuck? There's a multitude of other shit that you should be handling and dealing with and focused on. And shit you can be discussing with other men. And women aren't even a concern. But I also get it too. Because, hey, that shit brings in the views. That shit brings in the cash apps. That shit brings in the super chats. So, I mean, who am I to push back on the agenda that a motherfucker's trying to push, up here? But yeah, Full Circles, feel free to come back up, Big Dog.
The opposite. So no matter what type of grace and mercy and protection you extend to these brothers, they're always going to treat you the way that they treat you because of 2 things. One, they're jealous of your ideology when it comes to, being fair, when it comes to women and uplifting women and giving them a voice, because it was clear he had some type of disdain with PA's Divas. As soon as she attempted to have a discussion with him, the disdain just came out of him automatically, right? So there's some issue that he has when it comes to respecting women. Uda was pointing that out, and that was just going over his head, right? But it was clear to everybody who's seen that interaction. So to me, right, I just need to know the direction that you're trying to take your channel, because I don't want to be a hindrance to your channel, but I can't support if you're taking your channel to a place to where you're extending grace and protection to those type of individuals.
Yeah, but you can't use this one example as to say that's what I'm doing.
Well, this is what you did today. So that's what I'm asking you going forward.
Yeah, that's all today. I wanted to make sure it get fully pushed out, because I didn't even care about the situation at first. I was like, I don't even give a damn about the, but you wanted to push out the where he went wrong and all these things, so I let it go. So if I start allowing people to kick him off, they're gonna run back and say, "See, I got kicked off."
No, but but that to me, that's childish, right? Because
who's being childish about? But what I'm saying, they childish behavior hurts my channel because they keep on doing it, because they the ones that report the channel. They the ones that try to push people away from the channel. They are the ones that try to push people to believe in some remedial rhetoric that I'm doing it for some nefarious acts. They keep on pushing the same thing over and over again. And then I never get a chance to address it, because the first thing they going to say is some BS. Right? That's why it's beautiful that PhD was here the whole time and she didn't say anything, so everybody could see that she didn't start nothing with them. So we allowed the tape to prove them of their ideology, they falsehood, and how much they are not what they say they are, instead of me just saying it.
But the haters, Cuzzo, you know this.
What's up, Full Circle? We're gonna interject because this part should be highlighted. I think this was the highlight of the show. But what's up, Full Circle? All right, Full Circle getting his mic right. Let me know when you want to stop this, and let me know when your mic is micing.
From Brownsville, from Van Dyke Projects, right? Blake Avenue, Mother Gaston, Stone, Sutter. We know the hate.
Auntie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Stone, Sutter. We know the hate.
Auntie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. You got some feedback. Sound like you might have YouTube in the background or something.
Auntie, can you hear me?
Got Smitty on the panel too. What up, Smitty?
You can hear me, right?
Chilling. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna let Full Circle interject soon as he gets his sound straight, because he just sounded like he just had YouTube in the background. But what's up, Smitty?
I'm cool, and I'm gonna just run to the fridge. I wanted to make sure you was all right, because I think you got a little heated.
You talking to me or Full Circle?
You. I don't know Full Circle.
Oh no, bro. No, I can't really take like YouTube seriously. As far as the PhD Diva chick is concerned, I mean, bro, I've already roasted that chick from here to hell, all the way up to heaven, and then dropped that motherfucker like all the way down out of the clouds back to hell. So, bro, I don't need it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna go back and forth about that type of shit. I mean, I could go back and play that part, but I ain't nobody's bitch, so I ain't gonna let no man or woman just sit up on a panel and call me no bitch.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, that was, you know what I'm saying? You said what you said at that moment, bro. Who was there was who was there. It's on Sharon's channel. Like, you don't have to replay that one.
Yeah. No, I'm not even really gonna go back and forth. I was looking for the part where Full Circle was kind of going back and forth with her, because that's one of the reasons why I said, earlier, hey, y'all, make sure you guys, if you're not subbed over at Sharon, make sure y'all sub over there. Check out the stream. There was a part I think somebody mentioned about men wanted to be, or PhD even mentioned that men wanted to be in relationships and be married and all of that shit more so than women. and they're losing their shit because of that. And I think she was using, dudes in the space as an example, and that's a small minute percentage of actual men. So I just gave pushback from that. Because
I see.
like, not to say that men don't want to be in relationships too, but I mean we can easily argue that shit. And I even said that's a different topic for a different day. And if she wanted to have the damn discussion right now, I was extremely respectful as far as my counter argument, my counter argument, not interrupting her, everything else. And then all of a sudden, I'm a bitch and all types of other shit. What the fuck?
No,
Yeah. So I
get you on the.
I'll give you your daily dose of masculinity if you need it. Well, you obviously do, but I'm not gonna go back there. What up, Full Circle?
I was gonna say briefly before I run to the fridge. I do recognize not wanting to be called your name spoken to me.
Auntie, give me a moment. I gotta fix something on my end. I'm having some technical difficulties, but let me work on that. You and the other gentleman keep talking. Let me fix something real quick.
No, you go ahead. And
I agree with Q Bonafide right here. He said trying to correct a small sector of bullshit YouTube ain't finna had no impact on the greater society. Brownsville gotta chill. I would agree with that. Look, I learned this shit years ago, right? When I first came into the space, I would sit on different panels for hours upon hours, right? And this was probably after, I think, the first two panel. One of them was Hammer's panel. If y'all remember Hammer, we sat there, had a conversation for a while. Then I sat on Bomb Cherry's panel, having a discussion like this, and we pretty much came to some kind of understanding. Men, women on the panel, all of that shit. And then I sat on the Roger Report for like every day for a fucking week. And I'm thinking that we might have got some kind of came to some kind of resolution, understanding, whatever. And then I turn back the next day, and they having the same conversation again. That's when I realized that shit a waste of time. That men woman shit is a waste of fucking time. You can make good points. You can articulate well. You can agree to disagree. You can show each other some kind of respect. Even come to some kind of mutual understanding amongst people that you disagreeing with at first. They still gonna come up and have the same damn conversation, the same viewpoint tomorrow. Maybe that's the game and the way that they play it on this motherfucker, but that shit is a waste of fucking time.
Auntie, testing.
Yeah, you got.
Can you hear me?
You got audio. You good? Full Circle. You got audio. You are good. All right, testing now. I don't know.
Before he go, real quick, what I've noticed too, and real briefly on what you just said, I've never seen like how a panel
Auntie
has like
Full Circle. You got a delay?
All right, I got it. Okay, I had to do some things on my end, but I want to get this out and Yeah, I'm good. Okay, so I want to thank you for how you came in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Just fine. A-okay, bro.
I think that's the delay part.
No, I don't think he just has a delay. It's probably
I got a delay. I got a delay.
You know what? I think he's good because he responded to that delay comment pretty fast.
That time it was on point.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not even.
Okay, I'm having problems. I didn't have problems like this earlier, and just for yourself and the panel listening, just bear with me.
No, you feel free to just interject whenever you want to, dude.
Let me get this out. This is crazy on my end.
You got
it. all I was trying to do, the problem, let me get this out. The problem that I had and what I witnessed Okay. I had never transpired. I had never had an interaction with anyone on that panel, with PH Diva or anyone like that. So what I witnessed there, like yourself and PH Diva, I thought to myself when I came in, when I dropped off, I said, this ain't right. And what I witnessed with Sharon, when it came to myself and not allowing that bounty to go down, that's why I gave Sharon props. So for those ones listening, because I have to do it the way I got to do it, because like I said, I didn't have problems like this earlier. Sharon decided to be his own person. I gave him props and I gave him kudos to that, because I witnessed that. Regardless of me being in the clouds, I even told him I don't watch the show every day. The issue that I had is that I was put out to be the crook. And I want to take down channels. I want to do this. I want to do that. I had witnessed things, and with who was it? Uncle Jeff had came in, and he gave balance to the situation too, with that little interaction between me and PH Diva. It made it seem like I have an issue with women, black women. And you know how that story goes. My mama's black. You got family members that's black, children that are black. And I'm like, why is PH Diva doing that? Yet I'm being looked upon as being the one that hates women. And it seems like the opposite, to where it's like when I see the interaction with PH Diva being on the panel, she gets to shoot down and talk to me in any type of way. And when AR came in, I'm like, you trying to come in to get a gold star or whatever type of gold medal, and I witnessed them come after you. So he wanted to jump in, but with you being there, Auntie, and seeing it, and you not saying, I didn't say that you were saving the day, but I do thank you for that, to see on both ends. Like you said, I see both sides, and I can give you that, to where you were being balanced and looking at it from both ends. Uncle Jeff had to jump in. Ethan Man was putting a bounty on me, and I'm like, I've given you on this same conversation credit for having a family, for being married. Brownsville jumped in and said, hey, you notice he keeps bringing up Shadow Titan. You keep bringing up Ether Man. I said, I brought up Brownsville, yourself, and I brought in Sharon for having families, for being married. I said, I just want to find the solutions. But this back and forth where the men can't get along with the women and the women with the men, that thing with the gender war thing, that's trash, because we can't get along. And it's nothing wrong. It went into, you can witness to that, Auntie, to where, okay, if you're alone or if you solo, you're unhappy. No, I even was jumping there with PhD even and said, you know what? Hey, she did it by choice. Ethan Man tried to get at me, never interacted with this man. He was like, well, it seems like this. If you got a woman, do you not have a woman? You know how individuals try to break you down and they want to know certain things. And I'm like, okay, I'll give you a little piece. But going back to Sharon, where Brownsville was like, has this man ever supported? Has he done this, that, and the other? Same with how Sharon moved. You're not going to tell me or make me do anything. Just like supporting your show, Auntie, what I just showed right now. I was getting a point out there to say, you can't make me do anything. You don't know what I'm capable of doing. I hadn't donated to anyone, just like jumping on panels, for years. I was a big stickler, a big supporter of various channels, and just donating, supporting, Cash App. I did that like crazy throughout the years. And that's during the time of O'Shea's. We're in a new time and day right now. I said, you know what, as of now, things might change. And that was including Sharon's show. And because of that, because of keeping me, this man being his own person, and you just put that and played that to look at, we got some friction within the family, because I think that's been ran long enough. It wasn't my intentions to do that, to have that friction. But just like your show, Auntie, out of respect, Sharon's show, this is this man's show. You can't make this man do nothing. And I have an issue with that when someone comes on the panel, even if they're co-hosts, and they're telling them to do something, just like I've witnessed that, to where it's like someone speaks, drop that so-and-so. Drop him right now. Oh, so it's your show? You tell him what to do? And it wasn't intentionally, like I said, to bring that out. But that's what I did, to where it's like, I didn't do that on purpose. But I did give him mad props for being like, finally, this man he's thinking for himself. He doesn't need no one to add to that. So it was thanking Sharon to say thank you for that. I didn't need no one else. And I didn't need PH Diva, and I had made mistakes with her. You can go in the video and listen to her. It's like, I made a mistake when Uncle Jeff jumped in with the atheist, what I mentioned about being atheist. I made a mistake. I said, you still holding on to that PhD? I said, I'll let it go. So it made me, had me look at it as if like, I'm the one that don't, I hate women. No, you hate men. You hate black men. And that's a problem. You got it, Auntie.
Nah, that's why I'm not gonna go back and forth with her. Because even if that's a microcosm for real life, like that's a woman that I would never deal with in real life. Like I wouldn't even bother talking to. And I'm not even talking about just on an intimate level. Like if that were my cousin or even my goddamn sister, I wouldn't even talk to her. I wouldn't bother. Just keep it 100 with you. I wouldn't even bother. You know? So I'm not going back and forth with that shit. If I want to come over here and just roast her ass and get a bunch of laughing emojis in the chat, yeah, I'll do that. You know, I'll do that. But I ain't going back and forth with that whole, well, men do this and women do this and all of that other shit. Fuck out of here. You know, like that's stupid. That's stupid.
Right. And this part I want to get into.
That would look stupid.
And remember, there's a delay. So when I jump in, and thank you for giving me grace for jumping in, because it's just, I'm having those problems on my end. When Sharon was like, well, how did you know? How could you have known that PH Diva, and I didn't know, he said PH Diva was in and she out, she came in, she came out. I said, I was letting Sharon know in a way she's just predictable because she's right there. I'm not even talking about Brownsville. She's right there. And she's known within this space on Sharon's as an attack dog. And for whatever reason, so she did it and you caught it too. She does her little slick sneak disses. And it's like, yo, they were taking her side to say, well, she didn't do anything to you. I don't know if it was AR or Ether Man. All she did is ask the questions. Well, why don't you do this? And you got your own. And I wasn't going to do it. I flipped it right back. I said, well, why don't you, do you have a channel? And she, being honest, no. Well, why don't you do that on yours? In other words, just like with you and the other men and the women, including women. So I'm not going to exclude the women. You can't tell people to do what they don't want to do. That was in somewhat including Brownsville too, when they had their little powwow, family powwow. You ain't gonna tell nobody to do what they don't want to do. You're not gonna call me a B and think you're gonna get away with it. You're not gonna do any of that. And yes, in a way, that was me standing on my square. Now I had made mistakes on the channel, even when it came down to Brownsville and the video being reviewed of passing the gauntlet. So I kept saying, hey, I didn't pass the gauntlet, but I was looking at it as I guess a gauntlet passing it, but I did pass it over, and here they came. They were, oh, you a liar. You lied right there. You passed the gauntlet. But it was like, once again, one upping somebody. We're going to look for a mistake. We're going to look for you to make a mistake so we can really get you. And I saw that even with you don't have to review it, Auntie, the PhD thing where it's like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to make you that example. You got AR button himself up in there. And it's like, I don't care whose side you're on, AR, but with you not knowing me and I'm not knowing you, you ain't gonna come at me crazy either. Oh, you sensitive, oh, you this and you that. So I'm like, we got another one. So as you said, taking them on, not everyone, but taking individuals on, that's exactly what I was doing. I didn't expect it to be that way. But once again, with the whole long-windedness, I can admit to that, where it's like, you'll never see me again. Now, it's not to say that I won't support to give you a little something, but you'll never see me again. And I even mentioned it. I said, I was being I knew that, very long-winded, because you won't see me again. It's rare. I haven't been on panels for 2 or 2.5 years. I'm telling you this, and no lie, I'm like, I haven't supported. I've been around chats in the clouds, and that was it. But today is a special day because someone, as Sharon mentioned, gave him the clip. Brownsville decided to discuss it and talk about it. I didn't have to come on. In fact, I wasn't even invited. I came on because the link got dropped and I popped on. But I said, before you start talking crazy on my name, I'm going to come in and defend myself. And that's what I did, or at least I tried to do.
And you know what, full circle, here's what I'll do right here, right? Because I think I got that part kind of queued up right here. You know? So this is your exchange with PH Diva.
Still back to square one. We never even gotten anywhere with it. So that's the problem to PH Diva of an example. And I don't have to break down a specific video where it's like, look, why can't it all be on the same page to where it's like, hey, you got PH Diva, you got other black women that come on the panel where it's like, hey, I can rock with that. I can work with that person. Everyone, each individual goes their separate ways, and then we're back on square one. Then you're reviewing another video and another video. I thought it was SBG, Solution Based Group. That's the last time I thought. But then at the same time, the men that have something to really say, where it's like, I want to work on this. They're either getting downplayed or they're getting dogged in their conversation or their point of view. And it's like, yo, I don't see where it's going anywhere. And it's not funny. And we all, out of the people that are on the panel, 8, 9, and 10, aren't even coming up with they come up with a solution, but everyone is not on the same page. And I've seen that for the longest. That's a problem.
Okay. And so you have a platform, right?
What's that?
Do you have a platform?
I do.
Okay. And so are you able to get everybody on the same page?
Actually, okay, PhD, but actually that's not even what I do. That's not what I do. And hold on. Let me throw this out there to you. Just for the record for Brownsville, when I say do your homework, do your research, and Taz, shout out to him and Nyla, the GOAT. I've been on panels before. I've done all of this. I've done all of that to the point to where it wasn't about bringing drama and all this roar. It was about like, hey, we gonna come up with a solution.
I'm gonna get into this in a moment. Man, shout out to Bismillah, man. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Cash App in the building, man.
Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you mean? Appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete.
Appreciate that, man. Hey, shout out to E. Nicole, man, with that Cash App graphic for you, boy. I'm gonna get back into this. I mean, you wanna, cause this is when shit's about to go off the rail. So if you wanna interject on that one, full circle, or
I want to say something real quick.
Or Smitty, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So to the brother full circle, right? I hope I'm coming through clear enough. All right. I do believe there's a certain amount of degree. I do believe there's a certain degree of you need to, I guess, be the change that you want to see. So when they were asking you, like, do you do that on your channel, so on and so forth, I don't believe that that's a bad question. If anything, I believe that's very valid. At least that segment, that piece right there. If you're not doing it, I don't think you should be opening your mouth to nobody saying what they should be doing about that. You should probably just get back over there with everybody else who complains. Now, that's not me coming for you. I know because you're probably not familiar with me, or maybe you are, I'm not sure. But I just wanted to say that piece that I did find to be valid throughout you and Diva's back and forth exchange. I digress. My mic is muted.
You want to jump in full circle? No, you got a delay. We'll wait for you for a second. Hey, we back into the clip.
And we're going to figure this out. And still nothing, still nowhere. But my question to you, PhD, do you have a platform? Do you have a platform?
No.
Okay. So that wasn't a shot to you. Back to me.
Hey, Auntie, can I speak? Like I said, it's a delay. So if you can allow me to jump in, I can only get the feed, the playback. So it's delayed. Let me jump in and say this. With the brother that just spoke, I never had a problem with PhD Diva asking the question, and that's why I flipped it. I said it before. I wasn't going to ask that question and flip it back. It was a valid question. And that's why when I asked PhD, but what about yourself? Because you're right here on Sharon's show on a regular basis. And it wasn't a question, do you have a life? She travels. I said, I travel too. It wasn't a tit for tat. My thing was going back to, I could have asked that question to Brownsville. Brownsville, you got a channel? I believe you do. What more are you doing? And I believe I even mentioned that on Big J's. In fact, I did. I said, if you got your message and ideology, why don't you spread that? Why don't you spread that out? Once again, if for the brother that just made that comment, and I don't take that in a negative way, I was not there to change Sharon's channel in any way, shape, or form. This still will always go back to where I said Brownsville. When you mentioned the women, people took it in a different way. And that was misconstrued and that was wrong. I have a problem with the queens being mentioned, queens, or queens in general, or the names being mentioned. I think that's all right. I said, but don't forget about the men. That was really for Brownsville. Notice that I kept Sharon out of it because going back to how Auntie did the playback, this is his show. If you all are listening, I never came at Sharon and said, Sharon, why don't you do this? Why don't you change your cartoons? I gave props to Sharon. I said, I like the little cartoon effect. I like how you do your little thing. I like all of that, but it wasn't for Sharon. So for PhD to say, why don't you do that on yours? I flipped it back. Well, do you have a channel? And as if like, and then she had to come in with that. Well, if I did, I bet you I have more subscribers. That wasn't even necessary. Once again, I agree with you. It wasn't a bad question, but to come in with each time with it's like a hate. We've never even met, but it was like, it's something wrong here to where you can ask me the questions. And if I come back, it is a tit for tat. It's this black man, black woman. And I hate to say it, I'm gonna say it. In some ways, it's like it's mannish, and it's not like I'm trying to get with the person or I'm trying to holler at the person. It's unattractive. I can go there and say it ain't even sexy. Once again, I don't know this person, never seen this person, but for you to go there and I'm answering your question, and if I flip it back, and then when AR jumps in and says, "Oh, she dunked on you." You didn't dunk on me. It's a competition. It's this always versus. I'm not with the gender war. I'm against it. Then it's this masculine toxicity. It's always like, dang, not all of us is bad. Just like one time I had heard Brownsville say, do you think that all men, something he said on the channel, do you think that it's a majority of men? I forgot what video it was. And I was like, that's not true. That's not true. There are men that have done a lot of bad things and said a lot of bad things, like Corey Holcomb lately, and other ones, celebrities, ones on YouTube. But to put us all in the same bucket or boat, and then when we're on a panel, you can see it, you can witness it. Auntie is playing somewhat of it for you, and you can go back to the video and witness. It's animosity, it's anger, but yet it's flipped on me. I'm mad, I'm angry at the women. I hate him. He's a woman hater. You're not going to put that tag on me because that's not true. And I don't have to go into, my family's black, my mom was black, relatives was black, the ones that I love very, very much. I broke it down and said, I don't even have children. But if I had, I'd have them look at individuals on this panel as an example when it comes to families. Ether Man, Shadow the Titan, you got Sharon, you got Brownsville. I was trying to add as much as I could, and without Brownsville saying, well, that's not how you were saying yesterday. We didn't even get that far, but I was still giving individuals kudos and still looking for a solution.
Yeah. Hey, look, I get that. I remember when I think it was probably the first time I hit Bomb Cherry's panel. I had to run the gauntlet, kind of like you ran today. And you was one of the people that put me through the gauntlet, full circle. Because when you come off, when you new to the space or whatever, and they kind of doing the gender war thing, it can come off as that. But then you talk to people a little bit more, and you see that they're a little bit more balanced. So I didn't want to discuss your interaction with Brownsville, after the show. But I mean, from what I witnessed before I dipped, it looked like y'all were coming to some kind of common ground. And I think that's like just better than what you saw, like what you saw on live stream. Like that's better. I think if you guys were able to have the discussion without all of the extra, bells, whistles, and kerosene and gasoline and rubbing alcohol on the fire and shit, then you know what I'm saying, y'all can, just come to an understanding as men and at least respect each other. Because what happened on Big J's, it did cross a line to disrespect. So I can understand kind of where everybody was coming from. I can understand why y'all turned all the way the fuck up, but I can also understand why he felt disrespected, by that shit. And I disagree with Brownsville on a lot of shit, but I can just understand both sides. So that's why I felt the need for a moderator. And like I said, I'm not going to take credit for Sharon's stance or anything like that, but either he listened to me or he saw something similar to what I saw. which was just that it seemed like y'all was having two conversations, and that's why he chose not to drop you. I didn't hear full circles say at any point in there, like, damn, why you got to drop me and all of that other shit. That was a decision Sharon made on his own, not to honor a bounty on Full Circle. And you know what I'm saying? Hey, Sharon earned my respect as far as that was concerned. Just running.
And Auntie, I want to jump in and say this. I didn't mean to interrupt. Like I said, I'm having problems on my end. That's the part that I saw what I did, turned up, made mistakes, how it came off, the disrespect to the respect to the disrespect, both sides. It was what I showed, not like I was trying to prove a point. What I showed today was that, hey, Brownsville, you're not right all the time. You make mistakes. Yeah, he admitted it, but at times when he speaks, and I know we jumped on the long-winded, I'm not one to talk. Okay, I can say that and admit that. He makes mistakes, but at the same time, no one will say, hey. And today, that was shown to where with Sharon, family and cuzzo, to where it's like, you can't tell me what to do. Same with the ones on the panel. When he gives his speech, regardless if you agree with it or not, there's times when it's like, that's not true, Brownsville, regardless of the solutions that they're trying to have or to have a resolution. Brownsville will go and go and go, but no one will jump in and say, hey, I saw that was a problem. And I was wishing on the outer end in the clouds that someone would speak up and say, I guess I have a problem with that, where it's like when someone is not right and they can't, besides back it up, if they're not right, someone come in and say something. Don't just ride to another show or the next day and just be like, oh, la-da-da-da-da, no big deal. And then the person comes in again and keeps going and keep going. And if you notice in my conversation, it was like, well, where did these men get their ideology and their teachings from to teach the next person? I threw in the fathers because I said the fathers are never mentioned. Example, Auntie, on Mother's Day, Father's Day and Mother's Day, do a comparison, do the stats. I don't know the numbers. The mothers are the most ones that get that support. And okay, I get that. I have nothing against that in comparison to the fathers. Is that a problem? To me, it is. And if you have your father in your life or not, or if he passed away or anything happened to him, going back to the single mothers, you would think that the fathers that did have something to contribute, they should get some love too. Why do we always have to be kicked to the side? And it will still always, for me, go back to what I was mentioning to Brownsville, not debunking the women or the queens, but going back to the part where it's like, don't forget the men, don't forget the fathers, which goes back to that conversation. I mentioned God, men that people either believe in, they stand behind, God, men, women, then the children. I was like, well, why can't it be when you do your introduction and you come in and take your shoes off to have, okay, Sharon, we got, hey, cuzzo, then we got the kings. You don't even have to mention them by names, but you got the kings. Then you got the women and name them all by names. I don't have a issue with that. And if it's the children, yeah, not the children, because I mentioned that it's an adult show, but put them in their proper place. But that got taken out. And that's when PhD, jumps in and was like, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And I'm like, this ain't me changing Sharon's. This is just Beck's one-on-one with Brownsville to say in your introduction, could you do that? Or why don't you do that? Because maybe those watching could see that to be like, hey, we do have a part in this. We're not here to fight with you women. And even though that was put out and displayed, it was like, I'm not even here to fight with you, PhD, but I do catch the sneak disses, but I'm not going to let you get away with it. And she comes in with the whole, idiot, this, the other. And I didn't run with that. But then that's when Uncle Jeff came in and said, oh, hold on, let me let you know something, not to go off on her, but let you know something kindly. And she listened to it like, okay, yeah, listen to it. And when it comes down to it, Auntie, it's respect amongst us, the men and the women, black men and black women. It's lost. And I guess if we come off in a crazy way, that's when it's like, and it's not even toward that individual, even with the men. We fight amongst one another. We can't even respect one another. And then even in a intellectual conversation, we can't be where it's like, hey, let's just be on the same page. Let's just work together. That's just a problem, man. And I see it. And I was like, I mentioned years after 2026, it's going to be the same thing and it's not going anywhere. And that's sad.
Hey, I can't. I can't disagree, but hey, it was the same thing after 2025. It was the same thing after 2024. Same thing after 2023. It was the same thing. But that's one of the reasons why I felt the need to interject. Because I mean, I'm not trying to fix the community one panel at a time, but I saw something just between not even just two dudes, three dudes, maybe even four if you want to count Big J too. That nobody was really given the chance to speak. So that's the only reason why I decided to kind of just come up and say something. Um, that that's really it. Because usually, bro, I just sit in the clouds with my popcorn, you know, or just troll the chat or whatever. But I just thought like, hey, sounded like y'all were having two separate conversations, and I think I'm gonna assume that y'all came to a decent resolution. You know what I'm saying after the show, probably even during the show. So I think y'all are straight. You don't have to comment on any of that because what's behind the curtain doesn't need to, you know what I'm saying, be displayed for the folks in front of the curtain. But I would like to assume that, you know, because based on what I saw, that's what it looked like, and that's pretty much the way men are supposed to be able to handle shit. But all of that, cussing each other out, motherfucker getting punched, talking about punching motherfuckers in the face and all of that. And now I've been guilty of that shit too, but I know sometimes that's how shit can be amongst men. Shit can get kind of heated, and
Right.
sometimes you
And
gotta,
actually we
you know what I'm saying?
did, and
Sometimes you
you
gotta take
witnessed
a
it,
step back and be
Auntie,
like,
after the show. Brownsville and I was able to talk and have that conversation. He didn't stay long, or he couldn't stay long, or something happened on his end, but we had the chance to talk. That was another thing too. When individuals watched the show, it went the way it went. But even during the show, I was letting Brownsville know, like, okay, I'll make a deal with you. Don't lie on my name. I won't lie on yours. Because when Brownsville during the show, he would speak, hey, cuzzo, it seems as if it seems he's a hate watcher. He hates the show. He hates you. He hates us. It was all this hate. Then it was throwing back at me. Well, since you full circle supposed to be the man of the community, you're supposed to be this person, you're showing otherwise. I'm like, wow, this went left. It wasn't ever meant to be that way. But I know how it happened from yesterday on Big J's, what happened with that. But I was, like I said before, I wasn't backtracking. I wasn't backpedaling. I said, I'm going to stand on my square, and I meant what I said. And I'm still trying to find out in the initial part of yesterday where it's like, do you have a hate? And he said, no, he doesn't. I said, do you have a hate for men? Because I recall when that name was produced or was used, the Rim Bros. And I'm like, why does that have to be used? And however way you want to take it, if it's supposed to be gray or LGBT or anything like that, or men with men or lovers of men, it was always something against the men to say, this is what y'all are. And then it was mentioned, it was thrown back at me on the show today. Obviously, Full Circle is red pill and he's incel. I'm like, that's wild. You don't know anything about me. And as far as I think Rilla got involved in it too. He spoke on it. I think after the show, during the show, he says he's never had a problem with women. In fact, this man is married. I said, I listened to him. I said, I ain't never had a problem with that either. So to throw in these titles, and when the titles was thrown on me, I could have been on some AR. Yeah, now that's the time. I'm gonna be sensitive. I didn't let that affect me because I know it's not true. And in situations like that, when you know it's not true, it's no need to respond to it. You just roll it off. If it doesn't apply, as they say, let it fly. But what got to me was an AR kept coming in. And when he jumped in and you had that interaction, Auntie, it was like, look, hold on. You need to be quiet because this ain't even your fight. And that's why when you mention Auntie taking on different individuals, yeah, you got it. Oh, you can get it. Like I wanted to have an actual fight, but it's like, Ethan, man, wow, you too? And at times you either right or wrong. But I will give you your respect for having family, but you want to get it too. AR, you can get it too. The PH Diva thing was not intentional, attacking a woman or coming after a woman when they made her look like she can't do any wrong, but she was in the right. And as the gentleman mentioned, I said this before, she had the right to ask that question. But when you do it, why does it have to be like underhanded, a sneak diss? You mentioned I never witnessed that, Auntie, that your interaction with PhD, but that was my first. But just to let you know, long-winded or not, I do know how to handle myself. And it's not a tit for tat. It's just to get out a point. That's all.
Yeah, I think it might have been like a couple years ago or some shit. I roasted her pretty fucking bad. And she ain't never gonna forget that shit, and she ain't supposed to. Real shit, that shit's supposed to leave a fucking mark and a stain. and a fucking scar. So whatever, you know. So it really makes me no difference. But if we're gonna have a discussion about another topic, I'm not even gonna bring all of that other shit up. Like I could really just go there, you know, with somebody like PhD. But you know what I'm saying? I could bring up like you ain't got no fucking man, you ain't never had a fucking man. You can say whatever you want, single motherfucker. Like you ain't never been married, you ain't got no motherfucking kids, you ain't got none of that shit. You really ain't in no position to speak on like even the interaction that we had about the quote unquote male loneliness epidemic. Like you ain't never fucking you likely have never even cohabitated with a man or been married to one or procreated with one or any of that shit. So how the fuck would you know? You know, how would you know? You know, you're talking to men that have been there, done that, you know, and will likely do it again if they fucking choose to, or when the fuck they choose to. So, like, you really don't. But I'm not going to get personal with a generalized discussion. That's counterproductive. That's why I wasn't even gonna bring that type of shit up. That's why I really don't even like the whole "do you have a channel" thing, because I already know where that's going. Or do you have kids, or do you have a wife, or do you have a husband, and all of those fucking questions right there, because that's when a generalized discussion becomes personalized. And it's really just another deflection tactic. And me and you full circle, bro. Well, you've been here longer than I have, bro. You've been here longer than I have, but I've been here long enough to know the gaslighting tactics. And as far as AR is concerned, I know what the fuck is up. Bro, you're going to come over here, you're going to tell people to shut up, or even in PhD's case, you're going to call another human being, let alone a grown man, a bitch. And then when a motherfucker cusses you out for that shit, now all of a sudden they're emotional. Why are you getting emotional? Nah, man, we know the game. We know the game. Like not
Auntie, I'm just jumping in. Like I said, I got the delay. That's right. It was becoming personalized when the questions were coming to me, to where, hey, starting with Etherman. Well, starting with, okay, we spoke of PhD, but it started with her, then it was Etherman. So regardless if I was prepared and ready, I wasn't going to go there and play it. Etherman, I said, you know, something that I mentioned when he asked me that question, I said, well, not quite. Etherman took that and ran with it. And I don't know, one's listening, you can review it. He took it and ran with it, and that was, I guess, some thought it was ammunition to say, well, that's what you need to do. You need to go back to your woman, including AR got in on it. I believe in a way, or slightly. You need to go back to your woman, or this and the other. Going back to Etherman, Auntie, I said, listen, I never said that I had one. I said, not quite, and I stopped right there. But quickly they jumped on it and ran with it and was like, hey, this is what you need to do. Telling me this whole thing of telling one what they need to do is like, and that's something that I have. And it's not that it's a major problem like authority, because they're not authority, but you don't have authority on me. But to tell me what I need to do and what I have to do. I didn't even do that with Brownsville, what he needed to do. It was more of like, why don't you have that? Why? Like, why is that? Or why is there a hate? Or do you have a hate? These ones took it upon themselves to take what they thought. And I had to stop Etherman and say, that's not quite what I said. And you don't know. And I know you have a family. I said, that's not something I ever said, that I have someone that I married or I'm unhappy. And even in the chat, if they say, well, it sounds like he's angry, he's mad, he's unhappy. And I'm like, you don't know, but that's not true. So if you want to put that mark on me, so be it. But I can tell you, me living in my body, I can say otherwise. That is totally false. But they wanted to put me on the cross, so to speak. And I guess I asked for it, but I'll never regret it. You know, what happened today, I don't regret it. And it's regardless if I ever see these people and I don't know these people. As I mentioned to Sharon, I probably will never come back, but not because they ran me off, because it's more like I did it for a reason. I came up on a reason to speak on it, and to where you're not going to speak bad on my name. Whoever was like, I witnessed it. I was there. I watched it. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No, I'm going to come in. I didn't have to have no one with a cape come and save me. I didn't have to have MOT or Big J, Triple X come in on it. I said, I can do this on my own. And that's pretty much how I roll, Auntie.
No, respect. Hold on. Let me, L. Nixon, you got the whole floor. You know?
What up?
Salute,
y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's going on, Ed? What's going on, Full Circle?
He's got a delay.
You said who, me?
Now he's got a delay. Full Circle got a
Oh,
delay.
yeah, so, I mean, you already know how I approach this, right? Even when you speak to both sides, and you already know, Ed, I've been timed out of chat for speaking for both sides. So it's really BS. They want you to pick a side. Both sides want you to pick a side, and it's, well, we're only doing this because
What's going
that
on?
side.
What's going on, El Nixon?
What's going on,
Salute,
man?
man.
How you doing, man?
I got a delay, but salute, El Nixon. Go ahead.
It's like one side is saying, well, we only reply or we only here because they do it, and this side has said we're only there because they do it. It's bull. Come on, man. I don't even talking about this for a while, and I think it's goofy. And I don't care who mad. It's goofy. We're grown adults in co-ed spaces, so yes, it needs to be addressed. If you're in co-ed spaces, that means they're co-ed. That means both sides need to be addressed. That's what it is. So when you think one side is just messed up and the other side is not, that doesn't even go to human behavior, especially if you want to speak on the religious term. We're flawed as individuals. So yes, both sides need to get it straight because there's two parts of a conversation. There's men and women here. One side is not better than the other. So when you're pointing at one side saying, oh, the manosphere this and red pill this, then there's a string divester side on this side and men need or bullet bags on that side. So let's stop with the bullshit. A lot of people are here because they rather not go to therapy and they're going through a lot of stuff in their personal life and bad experiences. So they want representatives to take their pain out on somebody else while they cheer. Both sides. Let's not bullshit what it really is. And if y'all don't think it what it really is, y'all need therapy. We too old to be acting like this and not accepting accountability for what it really is. Everybody got their side, their side, and they get to say what they want. But the thing about it is, both men and women show up every day for the same shit every day, 6 to 8 hours every day, and then complain about it. But you still show up every day, volunteer. So there's no protection, there's no safety for places that you want to be because you show up every day. So we all with the shit. If you not, prove it wrong and get the fuck up out of here. If not, stop complaining. This shit is goofy. You here because you want to be here and you like this shit. Let's really be honest. Everybody that be in this shit every day, you like it. So just say I like the entertainment. I'd rather y'all do that because that's what it is. So we're mad at one guy saying, oh, he's this and he's that, but you see the rhetoric. You're giving the same rhetoric just on the other side. So let's just stop that. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop it.
I mean, that would be nice, but you know it's not going to stop, L.
I'm not going to stop. These people been here for years, and they're going to be here. Another 5 years will pass by, and instead of actually going out and improving, they'll just point to the other side. Let me tell you, you can point to the other side all you want, but if you take 5 years doing that, you spend more time pointing at the other side. Those 5 years, you could have at least got your side together. Men and women both, and I talk about what happens behind scenes. This shit on the panel be fake as fuck, and y'all to know better, because a lot of us know each other behind scenes, and we gotta watch all y'all, men and women, get on the panel and lie about some shit that we know ain't true in real life. Y'all calling people broke, y'all calling people fat, but y'all in fat women's inbox, and some of the women, not some, a lot of the women are calling these men broke. Some of these broke ass niggas is paying y'all light bills. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, because we know behind scenes what it is. And we talk about each other, what we don't like, but yet there's titty pics, pussy pics, and all type of stuff going on behind scenes. So a lot of this is a bunch of bullshit. I'd rather y'all be adults and be honest and say what it is, but we get on the panel every day and we front like we mad about some shit while we do the same shit that we mad about. That's why I don't get on panels no more, because a lot of this full of shit. A lot of y'all full of shit. Y'all with the shit and y'all like it. Just say y'all do.
American Negro think that shit funny. Nah, I wanted to address even what May said in the chat. Nah, shout out to May as well. You know, she said, hold on, let me bring it. Oh yeah, that channel is divestors, bitter bitches, and dudes that who really don't like. ain't no real divestors over there. Because real divestors don't want to be around niggas, man. Those ain't no real divestors. And if they were, like they would actually fit in with real divestors. But we already know what's up. Chicks like Chris Logic, you know what I'm saying, and divested Zealot and shit done already called a bunch of them phony divestors the fuck out. And they ain't welcome in a lot of them damn spaces. Because they know at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, y'all still want to fuck with niggas. And it's cool. That's why you up in their face every day. I ain't mad at you. I ain't even calling you out about it, man. Get it how you get it. But I agree with L. The third grade mentality or whatever. I like you, but I'm gonna pop you upside and fuck back you. Yeah. Because I don't know no other way to deal with it. Because I'm child, like don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining because it's insulting and it's condescending.
Man, but let's be honest, right? You've heard plenty of streams of people breaking down the history of spaces when people come along who haven't been here for a while and talk about stuff they don't know, right? And then people act like, well, I didn't see it, so we're just going to ignore it. And then you actually break down what certain terms are, and people will still, no matter how many times you do it, they'll still act like they didn't hear it. Why? Because they need for that to be the main focus and then entitle every stream because they know it brings views. Even when you clarify it. Like, so when we talk about divestment, it only took one conversation with a divestor to tell me a long time ago, and since I've learned that, I've never changed. I never act like I forgot. If you're a divestor, all that means is going outside of your race just to consider other options. Doesn't mean you hate black men. Now, when you're talking about extreme divestment, that's different. So even I can clarify that because somebody put me onto it. But even when you put a lot of people on to stuff, no, that defeats the purpose because my main message has to be going at this one thing. So you trying to correct that is going to mess things up. So I have to act like I didn't hear what you said. And tomorrow I go back to the same bullshit, even though somebody clarified with me. That's because that's what we want to do. We want the views. We want everything. We say we hate the bad behavior. We say we hate all this stuff, but yet we'll facilitate a panel for you to do it on my panel so that I can get bounties and so I can get cash apps and then still say that I don't like it. You're full of shit. You do like it because you let it happen. And that's for anybody who do it. And I really need a lot of y'all to wake up and just accept the fact that y'all going along for the entertainment. But when I look in the chat and y'all be like, yeah, like y'all don't see the play, we too old for that shit. We too old not to see the play. And it's so easy to play in people's face. Come on now. This shit is elementary. A lot of this shit is for views. Because if people really wanted to stop bad behavior, they would stop it on their channels. But all these men complaining about what women do or what women control, but then you will let them do it on your panel, the fuck are you talking about? You got an option to cut it out on your channel, but you don't. Why? Because the views are more important. So do you really care about what women do to you? Does that trump your manhood, or do you rather put the views first? That's some weak shit. You complaining about women, but every day on your panel, you get a chance to actually do what you claim you do in real life and have some order and respect on your panel, but you forego that because it doesn't give you the views. Then why the fuck should I even listen to you? You're full of shit.
Wait for full circles time, man. I know he's got a delay.
Yeah, this shit like it's manhood for sale around here. And then you wonder why the women don't respect you. Because manhood is for fucking sale. Y'all let motherfuckers tone police y'all and do everything on y'all shit. And then you mad when the women don't respect you because you don't give them a reason to. Run your shit. Run your shit. But you too worried about what if I chase off some people. If your message is your message, stand on your message. This shit crazy, man. They just want to be different.
No, I was just listening to Alex and listening to his points. I'm just jumping in. He's making some great points. Let me put this to the side. He's making some great points. And L. Nixon said something that I mentioned on Big J's. It's entertainment when MOT was on there along with myself. it's entertainment at this point. I gave up on trying to save it. I did what I did today, El Nixon Auntie. I did that for what I did it for. And I wanted to tell Auntie even behind the scenes, I said I give up. I think I might have mentioned that on Big J's. I don't think I did really quite say it like that, but it's entertainment, and I gave up on it. I was done with it. That's why I hadn't been around for like years and hadn't even been on panels for years, because I was like, this ain't going nowhere. El Nixon said it. We're adults, and I do agree, and it is for what it is, and from the pandering to everything. And what I did today was like, it's just something I did. I came out, jumped off the cliff out the window to do what I did, and not to show the world, but just to say, as El Nixon, this will never change. I know that, and I'm not trying to change anyone. It was for Brownsville, for that specific point, to where us on this panel, we're men, we're grown men. Respect to you both, El Nixon and you, Auntie. But at the same time, you're not going to downplay us as men. And you, as Auntie mentioned, you're not going to just talk to us any type of way. Last time I remember, I got balls, you know, you're grown men with families, you know, but this whole back and forth, and you have one that want to like face off with us. For what? Really? It's been taken to a whole different level to where it's like, I'm gonna show y'all in real time that this is how I'm gonna treat a man, and this is how I treat men, and I'm gonna treat them a certain way, and they're gonna take it, and yeah, women hear women roar, and it's like, oh, okay, that's a problem. Yes, and El Nixon, it's entertainment. So you'll see me around. I mentioned that before, but you won't see me as like today. You know, I'll be gone again, not hiding, but just I'll be away for a minute because I'm good. I'm good on it, man. It's not for me.
Circle. Here's the
thing,
have
changed majorly since back in the days. I'm done with it.
Here's the thing, right? We all got to admit, and it's to every content creator or whatever, right? Your message could be your message, right? Like, stand on it, no matter who it is. Like, we might not like each other's approach, but who cares? Is that person right to have that approach? And it's all right not to listen. It's all right not to hit the panel. It's all right not to go back and forth with it. But sometimes it could be triggering. That's why a lot of these conversations go back and forth. We all got to admit, sometimes it can be triggering and we want to respond. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, everybody have a right to say what they want to say, no matter if we like it or not. So what you do is, if you really don't like it, then you don't give it any attention. You don't give it smoke. They'll still continue doing what they think. They just won't have your message and your view. The reason why a lot of these channels work the way they work is because they anticipate you coming and giving your opposite view or your opposing view. So if you really hate it, don't give it no smoke. Act like it's not there. And that goes for everybody. I mean, I know it's harder than it's easier said than done, but it only works if you get triggered, So
yeah. No, I said that. I'm like, hey, it's a fire. So every fire you don't put it out the same way. Some you got to fight with water.
Right.
Some you have to deprive of oxygen, and others you just got to let them fizzle out, burn out.
Right.
It really depends on what the fuck you're dealing with. When it comes to that. So even though I disagree with Brownsville on a whole lot of shit, it's just him and Full Circle's exchange.
And El Nixon's, not you, Auntie. El Nixon, I agree. I'm jumping in with my delay. That's what I did for the longest. I didn't even let it affect me in any type of way. It didn't even trigger me until when I jumped on Big J Triple X's channel, and I would listen to the show, not every day, every once in a while, every blue moon. When it was thrown my way, like, every little part of every little thing, well, it's the same thing that's done over and over and over again. It doesn't take a rocket science to catch on to how the show is ran, even when it was thrown my way, where it's like, well, he knows about the bounties. He knows how it works. Well, has he ever supported? Does he support? Sharon came in and says, have you ever supported other shows? Have you done that? I mentioned, I said years and years ago. from O'Shea's show to other different channels. I did the whole supporting thing. And then it came into the part of like, now this is just entertainment and this is just for fun. I could be doing other things with my resources and my money. And that's the avenue I took and I decided to take. Even up until now, this is literally the first time with Aunt T in years that I even did the whole not supporting thing, but actually, hey, Aunt T, this is for you, and to say thank you. But I didn't want it to trigger me up, and it got to me until that point to where I mentioned it on the show when it was the Super Bowl show of yesterday, and now it's all coming out to say, hey, Bad Bunny, this is the man that wears dresses and makeup and do all these type of things, and the whole manly versus that, you know, that thing, like, hey, this is not something that if I had children, or I wouldn't suggest that your kids, and you do what you will, but any children follow behind, you know, why would we want to do that? And that was the issue too, where it was like, we're following behind that compared to Kendrick Lamar, but yet when I mentioned it, and you all can review the video, that you're big upping from yesterday, the big upping Bad Bunny, and the comparison, that was that man's culture. And MOT mentioned that. That's that man's culture. He stood behind that and he backed it up. Same with Kendrick Lamar, both productions. But as far as like setting the example, I disagree with that. So I believe with the triggering, L. Nixon, that's the part when I came in to be like, okay, at one point it seemed like you was on something, Brownsville, from back in the days. Something has changed. Something has transpired to where it's like, I don't get it. This whole prophet, I mentioned that Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Book of Eli, you got this preacher thing. I even threw that in there with the church thing where the women are in the front of the church. Then it came in with that. Why is there a problem with the women? I'm not tripping off of that. I was going into the men, like it was going into a different conversation, but I was trying to bring it back to where it's like, as far as who is following who should be following who, the order of things, and that whole hierarchy thing where it's like something is being missed. But it'll still go back to what you said, L. Nixon. I've been seeing that. I know that it was for entertainment. But it did trigger me when it came to the Super Bowl thing, part of it, to where it's like, now I see it and no one is going to jump in. And well, okay, some jumped in and was like, hold on, Kendrick Lamar, you can't take that away from him. But I will personally never up Bad Bunny. You know, didn't know his language, don't, let alone if anyone ever took a Spanish class or even knows the language, and you don't even have the words. And then, you know, at the bottom of the screen at the stadium, you know, to explain, you know, what he said. And now on the news or out there, they're saying, hey, this man is a devil worshiper. He does this, he does that. But that's when it was being thrown. Well, for me to say, hey, Brownsville, you don't have to retract it, but this is what you're saying that we should claim, or you're saying he's brilliant, we should be proud of, or we should have our family, or if you have, you know, with your children follow behind. And that whole thing, well, kids don't watch the games or the Super Bowl, or they don't know who he is. Children aren't stupid, and they learn at a very quick or fast, quick pace, you know, at the age of, what is it, 5, whatever age it is. Children aren't stupid, but we have to be mindful of, for those ones that have children, what you have them watch and what they see as entertainment. You know, you have to guard against that. So I don't know, it got blown up to where it's like, okay, maybe some might see the point, maybe some won't ever see the point. At this point, yes, L. Nixon is entertainment. And it was to the point where it's like, you know what, I really don't care anymore. I don't care. You got
well,
it.
you know what? Here's the thing, right? I've had conversations with people that are very polarizing, right? And you know, I've had conversations with MLT before. And just like even in Brownsville, right? A lot of guys have agreed, myself included. We agree with a lot of the things, like even Brownsville says. Now, we all don't agree with each other's approach, but we still agree with some of the things that we talk about. And if you take a lot of men and you eventually have a conversation, eventually you'll run into common ground, because you'll eventually run into the root of why people deliver their message. Sometimes there's more to it, right? And a lot of times we get so caught up on that missing context that we don't know where that message is coming from, that we can get so caught up in these conversations back and forth that we take it beyond the conversation. And now it becomes some other type of energy that we don't need. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to wish anybody any harm, right? You know, a lot of people are fathers, husbands. They got a lot of stuff going on in life. So I think sometimes it can get past the conversation and go to a place that we don't need to take it. And sometimes we can agree to disagree. But as men, if we sit and we had a conversation, eventually we'll run into a lot of common ground, you know? So we just got to remember that at the end of the conversation, that we have to sometimes learn to leave it on the panel and then, you know, come back fresh.
And this is the tough part about the exchange. I'm gonna play a little bit more of it. Y'all tell me when you want me to stop it.
With my platform, that's not what I do. But I don't have a problem with contributing to like-minded individuals, and we come up with a solution, seriously, to where regardless if you got children, family, mothers, fathers, where does this end? Where does this go? Where is this going? Not just what we have going on here. Where does this go? That goes even for you, Sharon, in the future, where you're having your conversations, and if you take in like how Anton does it,
I'm not going to stay long because I got something I got to do. And for L. Nixon, I agree with that. A part of adding on to what you said, L. Nixon, I had brought in the conversation too with the Kendrick Lamar part, and that was the issue. It's like there's always an issue. I said Kendrick Lamar in comparison to Bad Bunny, he has a wife, and then out there when that was brought out, oh, his wife ain't even black. You know, it's always something where it's like, but that wasn't a part of the conversation that they had for the Super Bowl. That was something that I had within myself. I said, this man is, he's got his back and forth with Drake. That's that thing. But during his time of Super Bowl last year, it was like he has other songs. He's talented. He's a family man, and he threw down. You got Bad Bunny, did his thing for the culture, and that even came from Sharon. He even said, hey, yeah, his culture, a part of their culture was the men dancing with the men. I'm like, okay, here we go again. I was like, so are we up in that? Are we down for that? You got your cousin here saying he's brilliant, and then we got you, Sharon, saying, well, that's a part of their culture, and that's just a part of what they do. Well, that's not what we always get the not the gauntlet, the hammer on us to where it's like, look at black men. There's not a lot, the negativity, L. Nixon, Auntie. We're in jail. We're in prison. We are criminals. It's just the negative thing on us. And regardless of what was said about Kendrick Lamar bringing the Crips and Bloods together, that was the part when I looked at it, I was like, damned if we do, damned if we don't, but you're going to up another culture. Then you have others that say, you know what, I guess we really do hate each other. And that's when I brought in the Anton thing to when he called our culture trash. And now he's where he's at. And I even mentioned that too, to where Anton was saying as if like, hey, whites adore me. You know, and it's to the point to where I even mentioned, and who was it? Brownsville was saying, well, I don't know anything about that. I said, now Anton is running around claiming what he got going on and stuff. I said, this is totally inappropriate to where you're on the panel talking about what you got going on in the bedroom. I don't think your wife would appreciate that, but yet you do claim you're a Christian. I was trying to point out to Brownsville to where we're adding this Christianity and the religious thing on panels and acting one way thing and acting one way and doing another. And yet not Brownsville, but this man has a panel, millions of views, and yet you have ones, and I'm not the one to take that away from him or these individuals, Patreon and all that, no hate or anything like that. I'm like, when individuals get to a certain plateau, do you all notice it's like they change? They'll get to a certain height, and I'm not speaking right now on Sharon's as being bad. Yeah, it is entertainment, but if you notice, they get there and it's like you're not the same person. You've changed, and now I can act the way I act, and that's why I jumped in and said, thank you, Sharon. You could have took me out at any time and took off the cloak or the cover off of me. You could have got me at any time. AR is in there saying, well, yeah, well, you said thank you to it. I said thank you out of appreciation because I didn't know that I had that protection, but I didn't take it lightly. But I was like, thank you for keeping me. And individuals had an issue with it. It wasn't just for the long-windedness. It was just more of like, I hate whatever message you have, Full Circle. I hate that. And because you coming at our Brownsville, we hate that too. But it was flipped on me. I'm filled with the hate. No, somehow, some way, Sharon saw a need to keep me there. He was there. I don't even think it was the proof of point to show others. So as he mentioned, for next time, if he do anything, I'm going to get him. No, Sharon kept me. That's why when it was thrown at me from Brownsville, he never did this, he never did that. Brownsville, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I'm capable of doing as far as on my end, as far as support, old school or not.
I would get it in as far as really supporting. Sharon he doesn't know, but somehow I believe he does believe it. But the others, it wasn't meant for the others to know. And that's why I also mentioned the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's not meant for those other panelists who are on there to know any of my moves when it comes to support. And you can't make me make any type of move. Not this man. You're not going to make me do anything. But you have it. You got it.
But you know what, though? I get, like, you know, having concern with, you know, black men's image and, you know, the slight that we get as black men, right? But as far as getting upset about it, you got to look at it like this, right? Nobody, even outside of our race, is going to take us serious if we don't, right? Nobody outside of our gender is going to take us serious if we don't either. So we can get mad at our image, right? All we want. And we get mad at the way women attack our image and leadership and all that, right? But until men who actually feel that way get together and start doing something and set a standard in that space, it's going to stay the same way. And the reason why I say that, if you look around, this is a mostly male-dominated space. This is a tool that we all have to actually do something. Regular people who I retired military. So I've led a lot of people in my 22 years. But for men who haven't done that, they have a chance to have a platform where they can actually contribute something to the black male image that they think is supposed to be portrayed. But what happens a lot of times, we'll complain about it, but then we'll open our channel and we're only worried about the views and the fuckery, and we fall short of that. But then we complain about people that talk about our image. But yet, if I look at your content, it's in contrary to what you say you believe in. So if this is a male-dominated space, what happens is we do majority of the talking, and the women just stick in the chat, and they watch us talk until we say something stupid. And then we get mad because they talk about us, but yet we are the ones talking. We are the ones that have a chance to actually say something that makes sense or do something that makes sense. So when, as a whole, we don't do it, it's kind of hard to defend that.
Can't disagree with that.
I mean, I think it's really simple. I mean, I think if you look at social media in a whole, even skits, they even doing gender war stuff. So what it is the gender war and the skits and the triggering and all that type of stuff, it seems to be more important on both sides than actually fixing stuff. And that's just the honest truth. That's just, I don't want to.
I heard everything that you said, El Nixon, and I'm with it. Yeah. And T, I want to say thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure, and it's always good to hear from you, El Nixon. It's been a long time, but I got some things I got to do. But until next time, T, salute, and wherever you go with it. But as far as your channel, you already know, I already support you, man. All right, so you all have a good evening, good night, and until next time, be good.
You be blessed, brother.
That's what's up. Play a little bit more.
I'll be back. I'm getting ready to take my stuff and head into the house, so I'm gonna drop off for a second.
All right. Play a little bit more.
I'm gonna listen on the way. I'm still gonna listen. All right, man.
Yeah. And I get it, Sin 7. Short attention spans matter. So, I guess a lot of us, we need to learn how to cater to people with very, very short attention spans. Because, you talk too long, or, your words got too many syllables, you kind of lose people. I get it. That's the idiocracy that we're living in now. So
the way he talks, even with you, Sharon, besides Brownsville contributing, where it's like, hey, you done put a dent. You done really did some things here. You done put forth some effort. You got George Macon out there, for example, got a channel full of subscribers. He does reviews, but he has his family and kids, the nerds or whatever he does with his family. Macon got sweatshirts, got this, got that. You got SBG. Brownsville got George Macon got the nerds thing going on. But he's making progress. He's made a dent. And it's not always about the subscriber. Look at my subscriber count. I get it. It's a business. Get all the donations you want. I'm looking at the real results.
besides the solutions. Real results, Sharon. I'm not dogging you in no way like that. But that's where I'm coming from, PhD Diva, to where it's like, at times I brush it off. And at times I'm like, you know what? This is more serious than we think. Because one day your children, they're going to get older and they're going to look back. And I hope that they don't place blame and say, you know what? You set me up, or you set me up for this. Why? So that's my thing, PhD Diva, to where it's like, it's not to cause drama. It's to be like, you know what? I want to see some solutions. I want to see some real, like, and let it be a business, Sharon. No, not taking that away from you, but at the same time, it's like, have we gotten any results yet?
He just want to
Baby,
talk.
you are extremely long-winded. You are just talk. But what I heard you say was, oh, well, I got a platform, but that ain't what I do on my platform. But now, Sharon, you need to do this the way I think you need to do it on your platform. And that's absolutely ridiculous. If you're interested in that type of thing, then take it over to your platform and do it, right? But trying to club people over the head to do what you think they should do and to stop, doing what you think they shouldn't do just seems kind of ridiculous.
Sharon, let me ask you a question. Are you doing this for me being long-winded? Sharon, do you do this for a business, or do you do this for results? Sharon, do you do this for a business? Going back to PhD Diva's point, do you do this for a business, or you do it for results or solutions?
Both.
Okay, going back to PhD Diva, you're saying techno. I don't do it for that. I don't do it for a business. And as far as solutions, I don't do it for that. You're saying to do that. Well, I could say the same with you. You're on the channel on a regular, and I don't want this to be a back and forth with you and me, right. PhD Diva. I get it. But at the same time, I'm wondering, in your case, because you're here on a regular basis, how come you haven't started a channel?
Because I don't want to.
Okay. So guess what? With me, I don't want to either.
Right. But I'm also not here.
So it should be stopped right there. Let's stop it right there.
Because I'm also not telling other people how they need to run their platform.
PhD Diva, I didn't tell him how to run his channel. First of all, I didn't tell him how to run his channel.
That's what this whole thing
go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, man.
You don't like that Brownsville don't call y'all by name, which is ridiculous. Wanting a man to sit there and say your name, every syllable of your name, for you to feel validated. What kind of shit is that?
Did I say that he should say every person by name? Probably you wasn't listening. I said I got off of that, and I said he doesn't have to do that. I said don't forget the men. That's what I said, PhD. But you just cut in and jumped in, and I'm not going to downgrade it and say you don't know what you're talking about. I got off of that, and I said, you know what? You don't have to mention those names. I said don't forget the men, PhD. But we're not going to do that back and forth, because if you're looking for a challenge, go ahead, Sharon. Because I already knew this was going to come. I know our PhD Diva too. I know how you get down, but go ahead, Sharon, you got it.
Hold on. Absolutely not. You cannot full circle after we've been here for 3 hours say I knew this was going to happen.
What, the part with PhD Diva and the rest of the cavalry? Come on, man.
Hold on. No, this is not possible that you are trying to attempt that. Hold on. You cannot say that you knew this was going to happen when you and Brownsville, we all gave y'all respect to have y'all full conversations to even review the bill, and we barely interrupt neither one of y'all. You cannot now say that I knew this was going to happen. You knew.
I knew that PhD Diva wasn't going to come in, is what you're saying?
Hold on. You knew for 3 hours that you was going to be able to substantiate your argument versus Brownsville. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I knew with PhD Diva that she was going to step in. It was a matter of time. I can almost predict that to say, okay, not like in a negative way. Here we go. I know when it comes to PhD Diva that it's rare for her to say, you know what? Go ahead.
Thank you, because I don't want it to be. So again, she was on the panel for 2 hours, didn't say a word. She left and came back, still didn't say a word. Until Brownsville finally threw her the ball and said, hey, go ahead, shoot the ball. And then I was going
dunked on your ass. I dunked on you.
Who did you dunk on? You didn't dunk on me. See, it's a competition. You didn't dunk on me with anything. I mean, if you think it's a competition and you getting your high from it, you didn't dunk on me. Go ahead. You all excited. I dunked on them and stuff. Like it's a sport, and totally missing the issue when it comes to men and families. Get out of here with that, man.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me just say this. We brought full circle in, and so we're not going to drop full circle. So I feel anybody that's trying to drop him, we're not dropping because we asked him to come so he can substantiate his argument with Brownsville. So we're not going to do that to full circle. We're going to allow him to.
Why? Hold on. No.
So this way y'all can have y'all conversation.
No,
so hold on. I do not want to have and hear the argument that he was not able to communicate.
No, we gotta have this
conversation and all these other things. I don't want to hear the BS because for too long they've been able to go ahead with BS all day, every day, and that's why it's a point that we review this because he's saying that it's not about what we all hearing. It's what he cannot go away from.
Listen.
So we cannot keep allowing them to run away.
Nah, it ain't.
Yes, that's that. I'm not even going to address anything else about that. He's going to stay here. He's going to deal with it. He's going to deal with it. That's that. He's going to deal with what y'all two had to go with. He got to deal with it without him running away. He can't run.
Sharon, first of all, and thank you for that, for putting your foot down. Hold on.
Thank you for saving him. Thank you for saving him.
Right, because he's not getting
hold on. Saving who? Wait, hold on. Who is that? Saving who?
He's saving you.
Saving me? For real? I've even heard you. I've even heard the women and men come after you, sir. So ain't nobody saving nobody.
Let Sharon go.
Go ahead, Sharon. You got it. Yeah, saving somebody. That kills me, Auntie. Saving. Go ahead, Sharon. Saving somebody. I dunked on you. Y'all kill me with that.
Hold on.
He's so sensitive.
I don't want to hear it. Don't chase him away. Stop.
If I'm sensitive, you're super emotional, sir.
Hold on. I do not want nobody to get chased away. I don't want to hear it. Hold on. All this whole day, y'all been trying to tell me how to run the show. Stop. When I tell you to stop, stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Conversations with MJ, $10. Sharon, go get you some water and cucumbers. Remember what I said about aneurysms. Don't get one. And I don't know who dude is, but why he has so much aggression towards Brownsville? Because Brownsville didn't say his name. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. Brownsville not wrong.
See, this is where the gaslighting comes in. Right. Shout out to you, Bolo. What up? Yeah, Uda's got the Uda's got the ad libs too. He's got the facial ad libs and shit. But she's reading the super chats, but she's also ad libbing too. You know what I'm saying? And throwing some slick shots in that motherfucker. So you're about to see shit turn up with Full Circle and PH Diva. If y'all want, I'll play my exchange with her, but it's pretty irrelevant. Like, you know, I ain't gonna bullshit. I don't really like the chick. She don't like me neither, and rightfully so. You know, you roast a motherfucker as bad as I roasted her. You ain't really supposed to like him. So, you know what I'm saying? I get it. That's why I really try not to go there. And if I do go there with somebody and I regret it, I try to let them know that I regret it. My bad about the way I handled it. Just like I kind of like clear some shit up with Sharon. Like, you know what? I might have went a little too far. But with this motherfucker, I ain't never gonna apologize to that chick, man. For real. I ain't never gonna apologize to her. So I really don't give a fuck. I mean, if we do share panel space, I'll try to keep it on the conversation or whatever. But real shit, I will match or exceed energy. And that was something that a lot of people wanted to say in the chat. Oh, you want to match or exceed energy with a woman? No, you're a popping fucking bubble on a goddamn panel. You know, in real life, I wouldn't give you the time of day. But on a fucking panel, I don't give a shit what the fuck your genitalia, gender, plumbing is, what the fuck ever. There is no special treatment for anybody. I'm not going to tolerate disrespect from no fucking dude. I ain't going to tolerate disrespect from no chick. I ain't going to tolerate no disrespect from no chick with a dick. I'm not going to tolerate disrespect from anyone.
Conversations with MJ, 20 ball. So is the frustration that Brownsville congratulates or acknowledges the women by their names and he does a collective greeting to the men? Yes. And he needs to sit there and call roll and make sure they all in attendance. If so, isn't He entitled to acknowledge and welcome people the way he chooses? You would think. Southern Charm, 13, $5. So all of this because he doesn't acknowledge the men by name? Yes. These men got families, jobs, the whole nine. But when Brownsville don't shout them out by name, their whole world just crumble. Conversations with MJ, $10. The lovers of men ideology really needs to be examined. Shaking my head. Attacking a man for not addressing all the men by name and before women is a new level that opened up in the metaverse. Voice of Venus, hey girl, hey. $2. Protect Brownsville at all costs. Conversations with MJ, $5. Until next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, that made me feel good.
Imperfect, $24.76, $2. Say my name, say my name.
When no one is around you, say, baby, I love you.
Chicago Rilla, it's a solo, baby, not a duet. The Chicago Rilla, $5. Brownsville, don't do it. But
shout out to L Nix. Hey, you absolutely. Hey, I would recommend that shit, man, because I can get with the shit, man. Like I'm with the shit, like for real. And these people don't be wanting to go there with that shit, man. They really don't, like, for real. There's and everybody don't get handled the same way. Like I know what the fuck really triggers or gets under the skin of, because different people get triggered, and you're different people with different shit. Like, bro, you attract bees with honey, but you attract maggots with shit. And let's keep it real. In a lot of these spaces, you're dealing with maggots, man. So sometimes you gotta be with the shit. You know, you gotta be with the shit. Like more than likely, there's shit in the clouds right now, and it's all good. I wish you the best of luck in all of your future endeavors, because I don't want to see anybody fucking unhappy, and it's obvious that you're likely an unhappy individual. You know, yeah, you're likely an unhappy individual that has very little of what the fuck you want, even though you try to sit on panels every fucking day and tell everybody about how you have everything that you want. You have material possessions and shit that you actually were able to purchase, but the shit that you can't purchase, that you're actually going to need someone else to be in alignment with you for you to get, companionship, understanding, knowledge, wisdom, leadership, all of the things that a woman relies on a man for, or a purpose in life, maybe, I don't know, children, healthy family life, all of those other things. I'm kind of I'm paraphrasing. There's probably more to it, or maybe even less, or some other shit. But the intangibles, the things that money cannot purchase, the shit that you can't just be given, the shit that can't be given to you because of the grades that you earned on a test in a classroom. Yeah, you likely lack a lot of that shit, and for real. At the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why I take my foot off a lot of these folks' necks. Like, you really don't see me go there, because at the end of the day, I feel bad for them. And I'm not even trolling right now. I'm keeping it 100% honest, real. Like, you're likely never gonna see a child grow to be an adolescent and an adult, and know that you had a real hand in doing that shit. Like, for real. Like, you're not gonna have that. You're not gonna have anybody come to you and be like, you know what, I respect you. I appreciate you. Any of that. That's probably something that you've never had and will never have. And that's intangible shit that, like I say, you can't purchase it, and you can't get it through a fucking school. A degree won't give you that shit. That goes to who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying? What's inside you. That it's just the intangibles, in life. And, it's a shame. And to be honest, I can't even say that it's her fault, or a lot of people that go through that. I couldn't even just put that shit on women. We were talking that shit about, Anton Daniels, for example, not too long ago, bag chasers and all of that shit. Bro, You lack the intangibles. That's why you got to try to use your fucking money and all of this other shit to cover up for the intangibles that you're lacking. The shit that actually makes a man a man. I give a fuck about how much money you got, you know? But trust me, women ain't too much different. That's why a lot of this shit ain't gender specific. You know? What makes you you? You know? It's all about that shit between your ears and that thing on the left side of your chest. Like for real. And that shit is broken. That shit is flawed and it's broken. And that StreamYard link that you hit every day to get up on that panel and read super chats and shit, man, that shit ain't no substitute for the therapy that you need to fix that shit. So, like I say, I wish you and anybody else in the clouds or listening that's like you the best of luck in your future endeavors. And I really, really hope that you don't fucking die like that, because you know failure is part of fucking life, man. So, even if you end up with a fucking relationship or that doesn't work out, or maybe if you just adopt somebody's fucking kids or some shit like that, hey, I, I hope that you at least experience that shit, because you'll probably grow from it. But without it, you're just a child in an adult's body, with a fucking degree. Big goddamn deal. Big deal. You know? And like I say, I'm not even trolling. I ain't even roasting right now. Like it doesn't even make sense. So shout out to Big J, but I don't even know what the purpose is in going back and forth with her ass. It really doesn't make any sense. Like why bother roasting somebody that's literally got to live in the misery that you're roasting them about? Like waking up in your skin and looking in the mirror and seeing the same shit that you see has to fucking hurt way worse than any roast I can ever bestow upon you. No giggle, no troll, no laugh, because shit ain't funny.
Don't go. We need this interaction. Real love. Talking to kinfolk, $2. Is this Afro nerd brother? Goddamn.
That's funny.
Either Man Williams with the wrench, $20. You gotta go.
Hey, P.S. Shiva, I got.
So we not doing bounties. Do I got one in the
no question. Yeah. I remember what happened a couple days ago. We live here from now on.
Now that's real. For the last 20 years of my life, I don't know what the fuck where I would be, but that shit was able to give me purpose. That's why they would, bro, even going through empty nest syndrome, like when they grow up and they kind of, they still need you, but they don't need you as much anymore. And you know what I'm saying? That's some shit that, you got to grow even more as a person just going through that shit. Just going through that shit. That's just one thing, So, and I'm not knocking anybody that don't have children and don't have a relationship, hasn't had bad relationships, they never cohabitated with anybody. But I'll go a step further. Some of these people ain't even got fucking friends in real life. You know what I'm saying? People they can fucking call and just say, look, man, I'm going through this shit. I'm feeling this type of way, whatever. And somebody that's just going to listen, not listen to respond, not try to give you all of the answers, but just listen because they do what a friend's supposed to do, which is just listen, just lend you an ear. A lot of these folks don't have that, and they click that StreamYard link as a substitute for it. And it's similar to those people that cut themselves, they cut themselves just because they want to feel something. I knew somebody a while ago that had that issue. They would want to feel something, even if it's pain, because they became numb to emotion and feelings. You know, they engage. That's what they call it. They engage in self-mutilation. I don't know what they call the actual disorder. I don't have a PhD, but yeah, you know, it's similar shit. You know, pain freaks. They'll engage in self-mutilation, and in a lot of cases, these people engage in this type of abuse on the internet. Like, and even if you ain't gonna give them that type of abuse and the shit that they want, they'll gaslight you into cussing their asses the fuck out because getting cussed out by a nigga is better than just sitting in the fucking bed in your house alone, realizing that you ain't got no motherfucking nigga. Not even to cuss you out, not to do nice things for you, not to cuss you out, not to not to tell you you pretty, not to tell you you ain't shit. You ain't got a man to do shit, you know, for you. And that shit hurts. You know?
Me, what did I do?
Yo,
Hey,
permanent.
Hold on. Hey, hold on,
either
Sharon.
man. He just said on full circle. He just said on full circle, either man. That was what Sharon said.
Sharon,
Yeah.
I need to
I guess
step
put
in
me
here.
one in the chamber then, since I ain't gonna respect my money over here.
I love putting him in the chambers. That chamber is fine.
Got me disrespecting my $20 Sharon.
Nah, he just said the bounty didn't apply to full circle because he wanted him to come up and have the conversation. That's
Now
what
this nigga say he's in a safe place now. What we doing over here?
They need safe places. Goddamn, they want to be able to communicate. Sometimes
This why these men need to be married so they women can say.
To be honest, I mean, that's why we got to show Sharon a little respect. This is the host of the show. This is his house, and that's the number one house rule. Is that the house rules? So if that's what he says, that's what he says.
Forget them house rules. I'm the vice president.
Hey, Sharon, let me say this to you. Sharon, let me say this to you. You know, Sharon, you know I didn't have to come up, Sharon. I didn't have to come up on your show.
Yes, you
but
did.
You know what I'm saying? I could have let that roll and let you all think the way you wanted to think. But I decided to come up, not to justify and not to give an explanation, to let you know, hey, this is what was happening. I didn't want it to go to where usually it goes, where somebody's not able to speak out and stick up for themselves. You know, I'm not coming here to be like, hey, come and save me. Here's the cape or any of that. And the part that you said, well, how did you know with PH Diva? Even though she wasn't here, I knew it was a matter of time of coming up. I'm not saying I need PH Diva to agree with me or not, and that's how it rolls over here. It's neither here nor there. It's more of like, this is what went down. I came up with some decent points, regardless of the chat. Like this is some Tyson Holyfield type of fight where it's like, whose side you gonna take and what bet you gonna put on. I was specifically saying that there's a problem that needs to be addressed. PH Diva jumped in and said, why don't you do that over there? I'm not trying to tell you, Sharon, how to do I never told you how to do that. I said to Brownsville when you give your speech, because this ain't Brownsville's channel. Sharon, this is your channel. I said in your speech, can you name and put them in the categories or name them and don't forget about them, these men that have families. But you jumping in and then you up there say, well, you need to do, this is how you trying to tell this man how to do his channel. I never told this man how to do his channel. Brownsville has a mouthpiece. This was specifically for Brownsville in his speech, PH Diva. Go ahead, Sharon.
All right, so go ahead. We got Diva and we got Hot Wheels in the coffin.
I wanna hi everybody on the panel.
What he said after me, honey. Calm down.
Okay.
Don't take that disrespect, Diva.
Oh, no, I mean, bro. I gotta give a shout out to Sharon, man. I hope you and Brownsville work that out.
Too. So yeah, back to full circle.
I can't even shout out the host. Damn, Diva.
No, but I know we at that 4 hour mark and I don't see no more donations.
No, so full circle is very simple. If you feel that calling them in by name is that important, then maybe that's something you should include in your whatever you're doing over there. You should go.
All right, so I'm gonna full screen this shit. So y'all see, that's why some people checking it out. You're checking out the thumbnail and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Brownsville versus Sharon. Brownsville said, and Sharon put this shit up on the screen. You know, none of these dudes supported you more than I do. You wildin', man, and I can't respect it. Now I have an issue with you, Sharon. Damn. Damn. For all of y'all that's in the clouds, y'all want to review that, make sure y'all get a screenshot of that shit right there. You know? Yeah. That's it. He said he can't respect it. Now, Brownsville has an issue with Sharon. Hopefully they clear that up. You know, you don't want to see family fighting.
Through the chat when people start showing up and shout the men out by name. Very simple.
Wherever I go, where PH Diva, PH Diva, where?
Well, and see, that's the other thing. You don't listen very well, right? And so one of the things is we have 2 ears and 1 mouth because we should spend twice as much time listening as we do speaking.
The kettle calling the pot black. Go ahead, PH Diva. I got you.
Time, you can't even let a person finish their statement without you talking all over them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do know that, right?
Shout out to L Dix. He said, Brownsville, if you watching, why you have to emphasize that man's name like that? Sharon.
Right? And so
with a hyphen. Damn.
So one of the things is we have 2 ears and 1 mouth because we should spend twice as much time listening as we do speaking.
The kettle calling the.
Well, yeah, you actually have 2 ears as well as 2 eyes and just 1 mouth. So you should be listening and looking 4 times as much as you speak. And I know that went over the head of a person with a PhD, but yeah, yeah. So if you limit it to just listening, then yeah, but you also have 2 eyes too. It's observation skills.
No,
go ahead, PH Diva. I got you.
Time, you can't even let a person finish their statement without you talking all over them, right? You do know that, right? And that's
no, it's just you, PH Diva. So now that you decided to enter the arena,
you do it to Brownsville as well. That's just who you are. That's who most of the men in these spaces are, right?
And who are you, PH Diva?
And that's the condescending shit. When you talk to somebody in a condescending manner like that, as if they're a small fucking child when they're actually a grown man, or woman, likely older than you, or at minimum your age too. It's just human fucking instincts that cause them to turn the fuck up on you. So all of that, you're sensitive and you're emotional. It's like, nah, you talk to somebody in a fucking condescending manner, they're likely about to cuss your ass the fuck out. Like that. That's basic cause and effect. That's how actions versus reactions work. So miss me with the bullshit. You new motherfuckers that think that you're doing some shit, you trying that shit on the people that likely taught the motherfuckers you learned that shit from how to do that shit. And they don't be getting it. They don't understand.
To even judge somebody. Who are you?
I'm making an observation.
No, I'm asking you seriously. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you, PH Diva?
I'm gonna try to settle it again. It's PH Diva in Hot Wheels in a coffin. You can address it after they finish, please. Go ahead.
But the thing is, I'll let him speak. He can't seem to let anybody else speak without him speaking over him. So if he come off that mute button, mute his ass again, please.
Now I'm mad.
Just that simple.
Give
so
Ron orders and shit. So I had to interject. I'm like, yo, y'all getting that man orders? Like, what the fuck? The fuck?
Can do all of that on your own.
Like the nerve, the unmitigated
and stop trying
gall.
to force somebody else to do it if it means that much to you. I don't see why it's such a big deal, but you're certainly entitled to have that mean a lot to you. So men, we need y'all to start going to Full Circle channel. Because he's gonna shout y'all out name by name, in the beginning of his shows. Oh, y'all think he wanted to argue with me? Oh, you don't want to argue with me.
PhD, but why don't you create your own channel instead of riding the coattail of Sharon?
It's not your turn yet. I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm done. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Because Big E about to do it.
I don't understand why. It's okay for me to listen to PhD, but I don't know why you act like it's something wrong with me listening to PhD, but that's weird.
Actually, I don't even have an issue with PhD, but I see, like you said, how did I know? Because she's predictable. She has a love.
Hold on. It wasn't your turn yet. You would get your chance.
You see what happens when you protect people, Sharon? Now he thinks he can do whatever he wants.
I see. I get it. Go ahead. Hot Wheels in the corner.
The same way he protects you, you roach.
Exactly. The same way he protects you, full circle, you roach. She's talking to you. Hey, she's talking to you, Circle. She ain't talking to me.
All right. You know what, Sharon? Yesterday he paid.
She ain't talking to me.
Girl, we're not even talking about that. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Damn, always on some stupid shit. Full circle. Back to you. Right?
Man, this Jalen chick got her ass tore all the way the fuck out the goddamn frame today. Like, she got tore the fuck up on the panel, in the chat, like, just tore all the way up. You know? Yeah. Sisterhood wasn't much of shit, but she got tore all the way the fuck up today. I thought it was pretty fucking funny. I enjoyed every fucking minute of it. You know, she came up there and tried to go with AR, and she just got tore the fuck up by Diva, and then went in the fucking chat, and Venus tore her fucking ass up along with a bunch of other chicks, man. I don't know what the fucking chicks got going on, but it's funny as hell to watch, man. Yeah, white t-shirts, water guns, a little mud, and some Jello for sale.
And so I don't have a problem. I'm gonna participate in the conversations. I'm here every day, right?
Oh yeah. And yeah, a matter of fact, I might have to put up them super chats. Somebody was blasting her ass through super chat. That shit fucked up, man. Like, she was getting fucked all the way up, bro. Colors too, bro. Yo,
participate. If you got a problem with that, that's your problem.
No, it's gonna be your
but
problem.
again, girl, nobody's talking to you. Shut up. Full circle. Mute her, please, Sharon. We don't want to hear her inebriated rambling right now.
I'm gonna have to end this show because it is too loud. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, this is the wildest wake up show.
It is, but y'all gotta calm down. Y'all gotta let the show be. Y'all cannot talk over each other. Hold on, Miss Jalen. Hold on, Miss Jalen. Hold on, please. Hold on.
Stop saying that.
Hold on, please.
And PhD, I was built for this. You just don't know. I was built for this. So whenever you're ready, but I'm not gonna have an argument with you because it's not about you.
I don't care.
Okay, all right, okay.
It's whatever you want to do.
He was built for it tough.
I'm on whatever you want.
Y'all stressing me out.
You named the show Wild Out Wednesday, so you really can't.
Right,
you can't be stressed about
it. You guys are tuned in right now to this review of Wild Out Wednesdays on Sharon Bracey's The Wildest Wake Up Show, and this is what WTF, what the fuck Wednesday.
But PhD, you're not on what I'm on because you don't know everything. So you need to stop with that.
Oh, you know everything? I'm sorry, wait. So
I know you don't know everything. You don't know everything. You another one that thinks that they know everything and you don't.
You don't either. Right?
I never claimed that I did. You need to stop. Code riot.
Not knowing everything.
God damn it.
Go
ahead, Diva. Let's try to calm it down.
Here's another man who.
No, I'm another man that you don't know how they get down. You don't.
Full circle, respect the money. Hold on.
Right. Shut your ass up. Kid became like.
See, the ad libs, dog. This is what caused them up. See, this is when the top pops off the kettle. You know? Shout out to Trooper 69. He says, salute to all the real ones that fucks with me and fuck all my haters and fake ass MFers. You know, go wash that ass though. Yeah.
$5. Shout out to Sharon for opening the panel and allowing everyone to bring the smoke, sands, buy downs. You had a lot of people wanting to address you. Dallas 2221, $2. Sharon, they don't want you to be great.
I swear, Dallas, they don't want me to be great. Goddamn shit.
Justice 5897, Black History Month, Hero, Spawn, divest and go us. Justice is wild.
He is wild.
Hey, Sharon, I thought y'all was lying about these men was jealous of these women. I was wrong. I apologize, Sharon. I didn't know they was jealous. They jealous.
He mad at my screen name. They be so upset because my screen name indicates that I have a PhD. I'm sorry.
And don't nobody care because whatever's whatever. You got all that stuff to talk about.
Always mention it.
What good is that when you got to order a fucking DoorDash every night and play with a goddamn toy that you purchased that's battery operated? I give a fuck about your goddamn screen name or your PhD. See, I mean, look, I feel bad for all of the people, especially the women that have been lied to, that were told that, hey, all you need is a fucking education and then you can have everything that you want in life. Yeah, you can get a lot of things, a lot of doors can open up for you, and yes, you can accomplish things, but can you get everything in life? No, you cannot. Okay? There are the intangibles that you're going to need to be able to get the just basic human needs. Like I say, companionship, understanding, friendship, relationships, whether that be platonic or intimate. They don't teach you that in school. It's a shame. It's a fucking shame, man.
You ain't you know what you gotta say that just to big yourself up. You have to say all of that to big yourself up. Really? That says a lot.
I didn't have to say anything. Y'all can keep my degree out your mouth, but y'all
ain't nobody give a damn about your degree. I'm a PhD.
And I know people with PhDs, they don't have to go out and say I have a PhD every fucking day. You just address them by like the word doctor. That's it. Call them doctor. Like you earned that title. But if you gotta tell people what degree you've accomplished, like that shit means something outside of whatever field you're working in, you're out of your fucking mind. Like you're out of your mind.
Know
that's some funny mess,
right?
Man.
Because that was because of my screen name, not because I never said I know everything. So you.
I know that. I know that. You know that too.
All right, so
you can keep your PhD Diva screen name. Don't nobody give two issues about that. That ain't saying nothing, man.
That's why y'all getting left behind. That's how y'all getting left behind.
And that's why you in the position where you at, alone, and with some cats.
Absolutely.
That's why you got some cats, if that. And that's why you sitting up there alone, let alone even if you got a husband. You got some nerve.
What I need with one of those.
No, ain't nobody gonna accept you. That's why. Talking about you don't want one. There's your answer, people, right there in the chat. There's your answer right there. Every time she up on here, got something to say. You can't compete with the other men, the other families, the other men that got wives and husbands, and vice versa. You up here sitting alone, riding the coattail of Sharon. That's a sad thing. That's a sad day. In the next 10 years, you're gonna be sitting right here all alone with your animals and your cats. You sorry. You's a sorry person. And got the nerve to have so much to say. And like I said before, you dead wrong. But ain't nobody ever put you in your place, let alone the women. There's women that'll challenge you, but you think you got it going on like that? You dead wrong. You ain't got nothing going on. But you got to sit on a PhD Diva name and stuff. For what?
We always go back
to slap in the face. And no, it ain't no comparison, competition, and no jealousy. Of what? In the next 10 or 15 and 20 years, by 2030, you're going to find PhD Diva right over here on Sharon's, riding the coattail, reading off super chats. Oh God.
Because we all want to be content.
No, this is crazy, man.
Anonymous content
really coming out. That's coming out.
That's why you got to
get. No, because nobody has ever said that to PhD Diva.
Hold on.
Y'all ain't gonna address who said that men with wives and husbands. You gonna just let that go by? That the wives and husbands.
Hold on. I do not understand. I really don't get why y'all have such a hatred for the show when y'all watch every day. It doesn't make no sense why y'all try to hate on the show, why y'all try to hate on the characters on the show. This ain't just to you, Full Circle. So you don't need to take it personal. I do not get it. I don't understand it. People in the chat do it. Full Circle, you ain't the only one that have this fake anger with the show. and I give everybody an opportunity to communicate. I need y'all to just stop lying. You enjoy the show, you want to be a part of it, just hit the link and have your conversation. But don't try to act like you have some issue with PhD when this is your first time communicating with her.
Yeah, but
wait, Sharon, I never said I had an issue with her, but when she comes at me, you think I'm just gonna stay and let her get her little slick remarks?
That's fine.
And ain't nobody ever approached.
Hold on, what I'm saying is this.
Hold on. He's a fan.
So what I'm saying to you is this: you trying to go at PhD, but through my channel.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound like hate.
He is
Hey.
And that is wrong. If you are really saying that you want solutions to move forward, then you should not be trying to use my channel to get people to discredit my show, discredit the people that's on the panel, discredit the people on the chat, when you know for a fact that other channels do exactly what you are fighting against. You know that for a fact. Big J know this for a fact. MOT know this for a fact. All those other channels, they are big on Republican conservatives, bash black people, bash black women. I don't do that here. But yet you are mad, are presenting your anger towards this. We are not acknowledging men. It's not true. My main conversation is about men being better, moving better.
Sharon, I don't have any anger or hate for your channel, but I'm not gonna let PhD Diva think that she's how she usually is, be slick. I've seen it done to other men. I'm not gonna allow you to be slick on me. And when she gives her speech, like how you're speaking to me, or you're speaking, it's no hate for PhD Diva, no anger. But I've seen it to where I'm speaking on things. She's trying to take it and dissect it, or wherever she can hear and say, well, it's this way and this way and this way, to where she'll be slick about it and say something, and it's an attack toward her. And I'm like, I'm not going to allow you to do that, because I hear what you're doing, saying that I'm not, well, I can throw it at her. You're listening to hear, ma'am, but you're not listening to understand. And it has to be your way. It's not going to always be her way.
I got you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just think that what you maybe not hearing you saying is one thing to say something about PhD because y'all having a back and forth, but it sounds like hate when you say, oh, 4 years from now, you're going to be over here reading, super chats. Now you involve in the channel like it's a problem with her being here 4 years from now, right? That's kind of what you insinuate. So that's what it makes like you look like you hating on the channel, bro.
Well,
nah, either man, if you're in the clouds, or if you hear this, nah, that's not what I heard. It really wasn't hate toward the channel saying she'd be over there reading super chats, because if he's still getting super chats in 4 years, that's a good thing for the channel. The fact is, PhD would still be the motherfucker over there reading the motherfuckers, because she has there's no room for growth. There's no scaling that fucking business that she's in, which is just being around a bunch of men that don't fucking want her ass. That's it. That's it. Look, I've said this over and over again to these phony ass blackmail hating divestors. You know what I'm saying? Phony it in a motherfucker. I can give you 15 links right now to a sector that is 97% nothing but black women. And probably another 2% yag men. Ain't no black men over there. Very few. You count them on one fucking hand. None of them fucking phony ass divestors would go over there. And if you hate black men so motherfucking much, get you a white man. I will give you the links right now to 15 white men's channels that will let you come up there and pop all of this shit. But you wouldn't even go over there because you don't want to be over there. You want to be around a bunch of niggas all day. So miss me with the bullshit. Okay? Miss me with the bullshit. And you don't even just want to be around them. You'll pay to be around them. Like you'll pay for it. And I would say the same shit to them damn niggas. Same shit. That's why these co-ed channels that still engage in this gender war shit works. That's why they work. These dudes, they talk shit about black women all day, but they really love y'all. They love y'all. They want y'all. You know? You talk to them soft, they'll admit it. These chicks ain't no motherfucking different, man.
The thing is,
I get it. I understand. I got you.
He
I
will
got
not
you.
be here in 4 years, right? Ain't nobody watching him now, and they won't be watching in 4 years, to the point where he won't even be on YouTube in 4 years, right? And so whether I'm here reading super chats or not, I got a life, right? This is not something, because people have been telling me, hey, why you don't start a channel? I know people will watch, right? Somebody was just telling me earlier today I need to start a channel.
I will watch.
That's just not what I'm on. I know people will watch, right? More people than him. I could probably start it today, in a month or two have more than he do. But that's just not what I'm on. And so if I'm here in 4 years reading super chats, okay, what's the big deal?
I get that, but don't you tell me what I need to do and you're not doing it. Don't tell me what I should be doing and you're not even doing it. Is my point.
Yeah, because you tell other people what they should
you
do.
can't. But shut up. Don't tell me to shut up.
Okay, hold on.
You got a lot of nerves. Don't tell me to shut up. Don't tell me what to do.
They're having
Sorry,
a back
Sharon.
and forth. Like right now, he was having his back and forth with Diva. So if anybody gonna interject, that should be Sharon. And I can understand what Eda Man just said, because hey, he paid $20 and he tried the bounty and he didn't know. So I can understand that, but I don't see any reason to tell Full Circle to shut up and all that other shit, bro.
I do.
But they got it back and forth. They both being disrespectful to each other.
Full Circle just talked. We had to listen to this dude talk. Diva tried to talk, and Full Circle want to keep on interrupting because he protected. He protected, so he keep on acting out.
Oh my God.
Actually, I didn't know I was protected, but since let you have it, I am. But thank you, Sharon, since you are the know-it-all.
Already thanked him.
But I'm just saying, man. Just
up,
talk
man.
to somebody like that,
Damn.
bro. That creates a messed up atmosphere, and that kind of diminishes what Sharon is doing as the host of the show. I think Sharon is doing a pretty damn good job of hosting the show today, so he doesn't need all that ad-libbing and extra shit to try to put fuel on the fire.
Man, you know what? You shut up too.
You see, then that's the gaslighting part. I try to be respectful, respectful of the host. Even complimenting on the way that he's hosting the show, and then let folks know that look, he clearly doesn't need help. He's handling that shit, and I get told to shut up. Like, it's the disrespect for me, and this is why conversations regarding women, nah, fuck that. Put that shit at the bottom of the motherfucking list. First off, we need to address the men. Straight up. How the fuck we gonna deal with each other? And if that's how you gonna talk, this is the type of shit to get you fucking clapped in the streets. I'm talking about totally fucked up beyond all recognition out here. Get your fucking head cracked wide open. Okay? Interjecting in other people's shit, and then telling other grown ass men that you don't know to shut up when you haven't even been disrespected. Wasn't no back and forth or no shit like that. You know? Now, women a lot of the times can get away with that type of shit because they're women. You can't just fire off and knock them the fuck out, because they said some shit you don't like. Might be able to cuss them out because you got that First Amendment and shit like that. You can't just knock them the fuck out. But right there, that shit is like an invitation to mutual combat. And a lot of times motherfuckers ain't even worried about the law and all of that other shit. Niggas just knock you the fuck out. So that's the gaslighting shit. And then when you respond to it, all of a sudden you're emotional or some shit like that, when they know damn well that was the intended reaction. The nerve. See, that's the bullshit, bro.
I'm tired of that shit.
I don't know you neither, dog.
You shut up too, man.
You fuck with me, bro.
You want to go and help Full Circle because he depressed. You want men to recognize him. You want to recognize him so bad. Go sit in the corner with him.
Nah, bro. And all of a sudden you're the intellectual one. I done heard you get down too, where people don't put you up in the dirt. They don't put you in the trash, sir. So you got so much to say. I done seen panelists done wipe they underwear with your butt. You got so much to say. The nerve.
I don't agree with all of the time, or I don't want to hear them speak or whatever. I would never come up here and say that to Diva or anybody else on Sharon's panel because it's blatant disrespect.
All right, so go ahead. What we're gonna do right now, we're gonna try to calm it down. Go ahead, Hot Wheels in the coffin. What's your thoughts?
Wait, I had a question. I just wanted you to put. full circle on the big screen so we can see all the men he's surrounded by.
Taking care of your panel. I'm gonna go, but AR, I'm gonna tell you something. The next time you wish me death on me.
And now which one is him?
Shut up. Next time you wish death on me, say my
name. Which one is him?
Okay, say my name.
One is him?
Okay?
Is it the fat black one? Is it the fat black one?
That lady, keep
is that him?
You think you untouchable?
Is that him?
Come on, y'all.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is him.
Come on,
okay, I'm sorry.
Why are you trying to figure it out, PH Diva? You got eyes. You ain't blind. Figure it out.
Okay, so you are the fat black one. It's a bunch of people in the picture. I'm asking is you.
Oh, let me ask this: are you fat? Because you never show yourself. No. You got the nerve.
I'm a size 2. I'm a size 2.
Okay, yeah.
And the lie detector test determined that's a fucking lie. Okay, that's a lie. We ain't even gonna show the slip. You know, y'all gonna have to comb the archives. But even Chaotic Truth, of all of the motherfuckers, was able to pretty much check her on that, and there wasn't nothing she could do about that. You told her ass cam up, prove that you're not fucking, 5'7", 5'8", and 228 fucking pounds, and with your belly hanging over your belt, and you built like a goddamn fucked up sack of laundry. You know what I'm saying? A sack of laundry with pillows in it, like real shit. Like, prove that shit. Matter of fact, you got so much money, you want some more of it, we'll pay you to turn on that goddamn camera right now and prove that you're not built like a sack of goddamn potatoes and old fucking worthless car parts. Can't do it. You know? You can't do it. And I ain't mad at you if that's what you look like, whatever. You know? That's your business. You got to live in your own fucking skin. But ain't no reason to lie. Why you got to lie? You ain't got to lie. You know? Because that's obvious. That's another thing they didn't teach you in that school when you got that PhD. They ain't teach you how to lie.
Yeah, proof is in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. But yet you don't ever show yourself. Yeah, whatever.
I don't. But I'm still
well, you figure it out, ma'am. You figure it out. Yeah, you got the right one today.
Man? Who know this man? Is he the fat black one?
All right, let's read a couple of super chats.
Southern Charm 13, $5. He's definitely a fan. He knows everyone over here. Right. I ain't never seen this man before. But he could tell me everything I done did and said. Juanita Claire Davis, $5. PH Diva, can you please consider being a better example for young women of whom many are being unalived because of the way they speak to men? Can you please consider not being a fucking mammy bitch? Nothing they say can make those men unalive them, you stupid old bitch. Hulu live streaming, $369, $2. PH Diva cooked that goofy. The microphone check, $5. Wait.
Here's Jalen getting it real hard with them damn super chats. See, I ain't getting none, so we're going to read Sharon's right now. Y'all feel free to support the stream through super chat, but we'd appreciate that. But, yeah.
I know that 60-year-old non-reading illiterate speech pattern Puerto Rican lady that sounds like hooked on phonetics is up there.
So I like the way you read that properly too, PhD, because it did say phonetics.
So full circle, I got a couple questions.
Diva, you ain't shit. You stopped me mid push up. Oh, you ain't shit.
Full circle, can I ask you a couple questions, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I was just listening to you guys back and forth. I guess I can assume you're married. Is that correct?
You're assuming? No, I'm not.
You're not married. So, hold on, wait, guys. So all of the things that you was knocking on her, do you feel like you are a reflection of those things?
It's called projection.
I'm actually not understanding you. A reflection of what? Being an example or practice what you preach? Explain that. I'm not understanding you.
No, so like, I'm really big on me setting an example as a man. I tell other men to get married because I'm married. I tell other people to send super chats because I send super chats. Also, so all the things like even like the channel advice, like, hey, Sharon, you should do this. I just think that the people.
And this is where I would always push back on either man. I'm not going to tell a bunch of these niggas to get married because a lot of them think that a wife is just supposed to be a fucking slave, not even a human being. You know, a slave, pretty much just a human sex doll. You know, that's it. And no, that's a person. So, hey, a lot of motherfuckers need to not be married at all. That shit's not the best thing for everybody. It's actually not the best thing for most people. So I would agree to what MOT had said on Big J's. A lot of these motherfuckers up here complaining about fucking women ain't really supposed to have one in the first damn place. Ain't even supposed to fucking have one. Because they would just fuck that up. Like they would fuck it up. You know? So I think a lot of folks put the wagon before the horse, and this is one of the reasons why you saw, I hate to bring this up, but y'all remember when Jay Prince and Flora decided to get married for clicks and views, or I don't know why she did it, but that's clearly why the fuck he did it, just for clicks, views, and just to have a talking point on a fucking panel, and then next thing you know, there's fucking DV charging, and the shit didn't even last 6 months. That's what the fuck is gonna happen when people that aren't ready for that shit do it, or they do it for the wrong reasons. So to just put all, and this was even the pushback that I had for Kevin Samuels' rhetoric and talking points. But you know, in his defense, you know, he never told anybody how to stay married. He told people just how to get married, which is really fucking easy in the grand scheme of things. It's not hard. Not hard, you know, but staying married, that actually requires work. That requires a certain type of individual along with another type, you know, a similar type of individual. People that are actually willing to, you know, make that shit work, being compatible. There's just a lot of moving parts, you know, involved with that a lot of folks aren't ready for. So to just tell people to just get married, nah. It's not very smart. You know, not very smart when it comes to that shit. And that's one of the reasons why even I brought up, you know what I'm saying, the divorce rates. The divorce rates are high, you know, for a reason. And it's not just because the women are walking out. It's not just because the dudes ain't shit. It's because you got men and women getting married to each other when nobody's really ready for that shit. Nobody's ready for it. Nobody's prepared for what the fuck they'll be going through. Nobody's even prepared to deal with. Nobody's prepared to even get prepared, you know, to deal with that shit. You know? So to just tell people to put the wagon before the horse, that's a big mistake.
Who that's giving advice should be practicing what they're preaching. And I'm trying to figure out where do your life lined up with what you're telling.
Okay, so it is practice what you preach. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the model I live off of. But I'm trying to understand, what's your motto?
My motto is, for one, I'm not going to be around here long. This is for this. As I mentioned on Big J's, I don't do this like I do this for a living or for business. Or I needed to, I'm not going to talk about pandering. I don't do this for what you might think. As far as a way separate from you two, I have a whole different life. Now I'm the same person in real life right here on the internet. And no, I don't run from anything. And actually, I don't go toe to toe for women. And I'll give Auntie that, because I have that respect for Auntie. I didn't have to go after PH Diva. I really didn't. And I wasn't. There is no hate, no anger, but I know how it was taken. In the next few years in the future. But at times when I witnessed and I see when PH Diva gets involved, regardless of whose side, I'm not asking her to be on whatever side, let alone mine. I know when she addresses an individual or even...
Is he still there, or is it just me?
He might have cut out.
Yeah, the pause.
Yeah, no, it was a pause.
I think the mic cut out or something.
Oh yeah,
just looking it up and all these things. Like he thinks he is some enlightened individual, And so if you ask him why he's single, he's probably going to say something along those lines, and it's going to be about how he's so great and nobody deserves him yet, or something along those lines.
No, I get
a
that.
coping mechanism.
I just think we have to question why people say what they say.
Yeah.
Because now it was asked the right question. None of what he said made sense to me. Like it sounds like it was just a form of attack. Maybe he felt like these things would have hurt him if somebody would have said it to him, maybe. But I just didn't understand that. So I was here for clarity. I ain't trying to yell today. I know everybody be yelling. I just wanted to understand what was his philosophy that he was coming from.
Okay. Go ahead, Diva.
Miss J, $5. The microphone check, thank you. Did you hit the like button? The microphone check, $5. By that logic, either man, this whole space needs to shut the F down because 8 hours a day, nobody is living every talking points they make or have experience.
Shit.
Microphone check, $2. Did you go to speech therapy this week, slow tongue?
Yeah, I think he's talking to Jalen with the did you go to speech therapy? God damn, Jalen. Fight back.
Oh, damn.
I think Ethan's point was you're criticizing someone for something that you also are engaged in or can't do or don't do, or someone that succeeded more than you or is a level above you, and you're trying to criticize them and downplay their accomplishments. I think that's more what either man was saying than anything, or at least that's what I got from it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with being single though. But so that's how we know. Like women who are single, we don't care. Like we chose this, right? But men don't like to be single. And so that's why they always try to hurl it as an insult to women. They're actually projecting. They hate being single. And so they, feel like we should hate it too. It's also a way to try to get women to be more desperate and, willing to accept whatever. Yeah. But she ain't going.
Well, I think that's probably a different conversation for a different day, because there are a lot of men that could give you valid arguments as far as to why that's not true, what you just stated, PhD.
What part ain't true?
Huh? I mean, if Sharon allows us to kind of change the topic.
No, I'm just saying what part of what I said isn't true.
You said that men don't like to be single. Even by societal standards, for the most part, most men would prefer to be single as opposed to women, because we're just not seen the same way by society as being single. We're eligible. So hey, I was still talking. Yeah, that's when you got to remind them. See, we know the game. Like we know the game, because even though you took a breath just to give yourself some time to respond, but you're clearly not listening to what I'm saying. That's why I'm not done talking. And you have to remind people of that shit, because cutting somebody off and all of that shit in mid-sentence, it's a way to kind of try to fuel the fire and get you to either raise your voice, cuss them out, because it's disrespect. It's disrespect, and they know what people know exactly what reaction that type of disrespect is going to get, regardless of what the fuck you're saying or what somebody's saying back to you. When you cut somebody off, naturally you're showing them that you either don't hear them, you're not trying to hear them, or you don't give a fuck what the hell they're saying. So basic human nature and a common reaction is going to be for them to start speaking louder. It's just a simple cause and effect. When you don't think someone can hear you, you speak louder. But I refuse to fall for it. Prefer to be single as opposed to women, because we're just not seen the same way by society as being single. We're eligible. So hey, I was still talking, and I asked if I could say something, and you asked me, and now I'm elaborating.
Yeah, because I was asking for a specific, what part of what I said.
You said that men don't like to be single, and a lot of men would tell you that's not true, and I will explain exactly why. By societal standards, for the most part, a single man could be considered an eligible bachelor for whatever reasons. Rarely a lonely man, but a single woman is often a lonely woman, because we're not seen the same way. Players, bachelors, those are single men. Women, You know what I'm saying? That are single, unmarried, they're considered unkept, left over. And in some cases, when they practice their sexual liberation and sexual freedom, they're considered H's, 304s, whatever the case may be. And most women actually care what society thinks of them. So yeah, they're different. So that's one argument that this one man has for you. And I'm sure other men can come up here and they can give other valid arguments.
So let me respond to your argument, because it really isn't that valid, right? So you say, kick Big J off. I'm gonna send you $20. So
no,
you say,
no, you're not. No, you're not.
I'd like to see you try.
Yes, I am, bitch. So if society sees single men as eligible bachelors, right? So there's how society views them, and then there's how the men view themselves. So yes, society doesn't have a negative judgment for single men as it does for single women past a certain age. Okay, but those men themselves are telling us that they lonely. Right? That's why
you said men in general, and
no,
then
okay,
now I think
you finish. I'll let you finish.
Men in these spaces.
I'll let you finish.
Go ahead.
Right. So we're talking about a male loneliness epidemic. This is the men themselves telling us that they lonely because they can't get women. Right? These men are out here making it a national crisis. That these men cannot get women, right? So they're saying, warning us, saying like, oh, well, if they don't get women, they're gonna become violent. And we see in several of them, they are becoming violent, right? So they need a woman so much that it's only a woman keeping them from either being a productive adult or being a degenerate, right? And so while society, and actually, I think society's perception of single men is changing because of all of that. Meanwhile, we have global movements of women saying, I don't want to be bothered, right? So we can go to Asia and look at the 4B movement. We can go even to Africa and seeing that the women are even starting to buck, right? And so being single, regardless of how society may or may not feel about it, is not something that
Horrible examples, right there. Those are horrible examples because the 4B movement and a lot of women in other countries that are deciding to buck, and even if you want to go to the movements in the United States and Western culture, a lot of that shit is really just a game of chicken. That's all it is. We're not going to give you sex. We're not going to do this unless you give us that. People aren't doing that shit because they want to be alone. They're doing it to try to get what they want out of the other gender. Because most people don't want to be alone. That kind of just is what it is. But as far as who's more comfortable with it, and to go to this point right here, HT Bald one, you're right. Men usually do pass before women do, but it doesn't mean that women are way more comfortable being alone. You just kind of have no choice because you end up alone before men do. It's not that you're more comfortable. You just really have no fucking choice because you outlive niggas. Like that's just the game. That's the game. But for the most part, I could tell you even from personal experiences or shit that I've seen with other dudes, but even personal experiences, I got a lot more play single than I did fucking cohabitating or married. I'm just saying, a lot more. Now, hey, I compare it to disposable forks and cutlery versus silverware. Hey, at some point you're gonna want a good set of silverware. Who wants to dispose of fucking, plastic goddamn spoons and forks and knives all of the time? Pretty tough to cut your meat with a plastic fucking knife. So you want some of that. You know what I'm saying? You want some good pots, pans, cutlery, all of that shit, man. So, five or six fucking women that you really have no connection with, that doesn't add up to one good woman. Just like 5 1-carat diamonds don't add up to the value of a 5-carat diamond. It's just kind of the way the game goes. So I can say that as a man, with experience, but that doesn't mean a motherfucker ain't comfortable being alone, because going through trial and error and dating, rotational dating or whatever, it's a lot more fun for us men than it is for women. That's just a fact. That's not a gender war thing. That's just kind of just is what it is. So, you know, so it's just a lot more fun, living the fucking single life.
That a lot of women give a fuck about now, because society is not running our lives, right? And the vast majority of the people in society who would look at a woman like me and try to judge them negatively, I live better than. And so why the fuck would I look down and give a fuck what the people who stand up at me think about the fact that I don't have a man to be a mother to, right? I don't have to cook and clean up after somebody. I don't have to listen to somebody try to poke their chest out and tell and lead me when he ain't even led himself to something better than I done led myself to. So yeah, so
boom. And I'm gonna go to that right there. Like, I mean,
and don't have a man to
this
be
is deep. I actually wish I had a woman up here to kind of break this down too, because a decent woman that has a decent head on her shoulders could even explain this probably even better than I could. What she just said is a load and crock of bullshit. Like, it's just a load of crock of bullshit. Why would you want a man that you have to be a mother to? Why would you have a man that you have to be a fucking mother to? Like, that's a goddamn shame. You're telling us what the hell it is that you qualify for. You qualify for niggas that want you because you have your PhD and what the fuck you can do for them. But a man that actually can provide for himself, has his fucking shit together, and knows what the fuck is going on, likely doesn't want you. You don't have access to them, so in your mind, they just don't exist. Ain't that about a bitch? You know? Ain't that about a bitch? You know? So, shout out to DJ Witch Doctor. You know what's up, bro. Perception is reality to a lot of people. And just because that's your perception doesn't make it reality for everybody. That's not a men thing. That's not a black men thing. That's just, you know what I'm saying? Just that's fucking people. They're a piece of shit, worthless ass 30, 40-year-old teenage fucking dudes all over the fucking place. The question is, what the hell do you qualify for? What do you attract? What do you attract? What are you attracted to? That's a damn shame, you know? Because the women that I've dealt with or deal with, they don't even know niggas like that. They wouldn't even fucking talk to dudes like that. I don't have no dudes like that in my circle. Like, what the fuck? You know? The fuck? I didn't even know dudes like that exist. Well, I do know dudes like that exist, but more than likely they got a chick like PH Diva, you know, a chick that they need to fucking to pull out her purse and pay for dinner, you know, and come rescue them and shit like that. But men that got their shit together, that's not a concern. But at the same time, there's a certain type of woman that they're gonna find, you know, and it's likely not gonna be you. And poke their chest out and treat you like you ain't even a fucking person, like you're some kind of fucking slave or you're a fucking child and shit like that, and tell you what the fuck to do. You know what I'm saying? That's likely a man with an inferiority complex and his own fucking insecurities. Again, you telling us what the fuck you qualify for, you know, or what you're attracted to, or what's attracted to you, you know, for real. Let's spend that block back one more time. That shit is fucked up, man.
A mother to lives, right? And the vast majority of the people in society who would look at a woman like me and try to judge them negatively, I live better than. And so why the fuck would I look down and give a fuck what the people who stand up at me think about the fact that I don't have a man to be a mother to, right? I don't have to cook and clean up after somebody. I don't have to listen to somebody try to poke their chest out and tell and lead me when he ain't even led himself to something better than I done led myself to. So yeah, so
don't provoke me to anger or else you be in danger.
So I'm trying
to boot Big J for the rest of the day. Big J, I'm not playing with you.
I'm not playing with you.
Oh, okay. How much the boot? You know what, Sharon?
I'm not
Watch
gonna
out.
play
I'll
with
get you out of here for good. And I know you don't have the
PhD.
What?
Don't worry, I'll fight this fight. Use my credit.
For real. She doing
You
a
see
whole
that?
lot
You
of
see that?
explaining.
E, why do y'all do this? This is some hoe ass shit. This is hoe ass shit. Real talk.
Fucked up in 2020.
That's why I don't like you.
So yeah, hello. I think it's the opposite, and Antique's my guy, but what we're seeing is the opposite of what you're seeing. Men want these women. Men are proposing to these women, and these women are denying the proposal, right? Cause it's not that these men don't want to be with these women. I get what you're saying. Maybe for the top 10% got this bachelor lifestyle that you kind of explaining, but the majority of men is definitely not want to be single. We even hear it in this space say, I want a woman. I just want a woman to be a robot. That's what we hear. They want these women. They just.
And again, even to either man's point, notice what they say. They say a majority of the dudes in this space. This space is small. Like this space is fucking small. If you want to compare this shit to men or black men or what the fuck ever, like this space is so fucking small, man. Most people don't spend their entire day on the internet having conversations about this shit because they out here living this shit. But notice what she just said. A dude that you got to be a mother to that can't lead himself and all of that other shit. You know what I'm saying? A dude that's single and functional, which is a lot of them out there. It's a lot of them out there. They ain't got no problem getting a woman, but they're still single for a fucking reason. Because, hey, polygamy is also frowned upon on fucking society. So you got to kind of get it right. The first time or the second time or the third time. And if you're lucky enough, maybe the fourth or fifth time. Like that is what it is. So you ain't just going to fucking pick one and just marry the motherfucker. You still got to be on the same page with somebody. Options versus choices, y'all. Options versus choices.
Can't find the woman that they want because they don't qualify.
I'm pretty sure Full Circle and MOT got your back.
Yeah, probably not. But can we also just the fact that just because a man is not in a you're talking about bachelor and stuff, they are around a bunch of women, so even they don't want to be single and alone. They just want to be with multiple different women. So that's not being single, that's being with multiple different women. So even with your own argument, it was kind of self-defeating because that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, but I mean, we're playing semantics.
It's not semantics. Why is it always semantics or something when y'all?
No. It's not that they want to be around a bunch of women. It's just in order to choose the right one, you're going to have to be around a bunch of women to pick the right one. Because if you're just around if you're dead single and you're only dealing with fucking one, if you're only dealing with one, what happens if it's the wrong one? You ain't got nothing to compare it to. That's called rotational dating. You're actually doing it the fucking right way. I've done a stream about that. I even recommended that women do the same fucking thing. How the hell are you going to know if you got the right guy if you don't have the wrong guy to compare his ass to? That's how you end up in bad fucking relationships. So, when I'm talking about single people and I'm about to explain this shit, y'all talking about fucking semantics right there. An eligible bachelor, an eligible bachelor player, whatever the fuck you want to call it. If you're not married and you're not cohabitating with a fucking woman, your ass is single. You give a fuck you call her your girlfriend or any of that shit. Y'all ain't cohabitating or you ain't planning on doing it like real legit on paper plans to do it. Your ass is single. That's how it works. You give a fuck. You got 5 chicks coming over. You know what I'm saying? Five different chicks coming over 5 days out the week. Or six days out the motherfucking week. You're still single. Because that's what it is. Now you're saying that we have different definitions of what single is. You know,
no, it's
we're
no,
talking about unmarried men.
Lonely.
We're talking about unmarried men. That was my point, Ball One. That was my point. You know, society views it differently. You know, and we understand that shit. That's just the way the world works. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But there are going to be double standards that benefit women. There are going to be double standards that benefit men. You know, and that's one of the double standards that benefit men in society. You know, but there are multiple double standards that benefit women. There's a lot of shit that women don't have to do, don't have to put up with, don't have to fucking deal with that men do have to fucking deal with. You know, for example, you know, the the parenting issue. If a woman is a single parent or whatever, and she can't pay her bills and she can't take care of her children, it's because she needs help. Where's it? Where are those children's father? You know, he should be helping, right? Cool. If a man cannot take care of his fucking children, you know, and take care of himself, he's a fucking bum. I'm not arguing that shit. I'm not saying that it's wrong. It just is. It just is. And we've accepted that shit. You know? And you know, that's just the world that we live in. I'm not gonna book a flight to the nearest star. Like I live on the same planet y'all do. So that's just the way it is. Or men that aren't cohabitating with a woman. That's a single man.
All right. So if he's with multiple women, what is that?
That's a bachelor. That's a
predator.
But a woman with multiple women, you already know by societal standards. And I personally don't care. When women do whatever you want. If you want to stay single, if you want to get married, I personally could care less. I was just speaking to Diva's point of saying that the single men are the unhappy ones. And I'm like, there are a lot of men that can give valid arguments to why that's not.
The incel movement is almost completely comprised of unhappy men because they can't get a woman.
Clear that you were listening to respond instead of listening to understand. But go ahead and
restrict the whole movement. We can look at the statistics, which is why Diva says she feels like the societal perspective is starting to change, because it is starting to change, because incel movement is that it's a bunch of men that want to be with women, can't get them because they're failures.
That's why they call them double standards, Bald One. You know? They're comparisons that aren't the same. They're double standards. You know? Like I said, if a woman cannot take care, of her man and children, she needs help. If a man cannot take care of his woman and children, he is a bum. I'm not pushing back against the shit. I agree.
And so they want to restrict women to stop them from getting to.
I agree.
Stop them from achieving a level that they can't. And so, like this perspective that.
But at the same time, if a dude got a lot of chicks, he's a player. If a chick got a lot of dudes, she's a hoe. That's the world we live in. Well. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm talking about societal standards. I mean, that's just the way it is. So, there are going to be double standards that benefit women. There are going to be double standards that benefit men. That's what it is. We actually had this conversation. I had this conversation with Brownsville. Just a little bit of it kind of touched on it, after the show was over. But he just stated that, look, the women and girls, especially young girls, have to deal with a lot, as far as their looks and their confidence and things like that. So he's not going to talk to a boy the same way he's going to talk to a girl in order to uplift them. And I agree with him 100% because girls are under a lot of pressure and have to face a lot of different issues in the world. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that boys don't have to deal with a lot of issues and pressure in the world. They're just not always the same, you know? So I'm not going to, and I think that's what Full Circle was trying to say, was that, look, we understand that women have, women and girls, they have issues that they have to deal with, but let's not ignore the issues that our boys have to deal with too, because they're going to need to have confidence in other ways that girls have to have it. So it's just as important that we uplift our boys and our men just as us uplifting our girls and our women. Like, we got to do it just like, we can't do it the same way, but we still need to do it with both, because everybody's got shit to deal with, So I understood that. That's why I said two things can be true at the same time.
Women that are single, but they really want a man or whatever bullshit you were trying to say. I can see it in my personal life, and I'm not, I'm just one person, but I just don't see it. I don't see these women that are single that are desperately looking for a man or whatnot. It's not that. And I don't see it. I don't see them committing violence because they can't get a man either. I see men lashing out because they can't get women.
All right, before you go, let me just read.
That's something, if you didn't notice, I didn't even fucking address that, because I break down body camera footage every fucking week. Well, not every week. I haven't done it in a while, but I will be doing it tomorrow night. Shout out to Just My 5, and make sure you guys tune in. We got celebrity body cam footage, all types of shit. I'll show you some women crashing the entire fuck out and committing violent acts because a man didn't do what the fuck they wanted him to do, or because he just didn't want to be with her ass no more. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I can show you examples of women that got their shit busted wide the fuck open, got attacked, stalked, stabbed, all types of shit, just because they screwing some other chick's ex. I was just watching a story on YouTube about a chick that got unalived just because she was talking to, like, she was having some dealings with another woman's ex. Now, am I saying that that's exclusive to women? Of course not. Of course not. Is it a little more prevalent, when you're talking about the like like in like lesbian relationships? Statistics say so, but I don't think it's exclusive to women. I'm just saying, don't make it seem like women don't crash the fuck out and hurt somebody when the fuck their feelings are hurt, because they do. They do, and they do a lot.
Couple of super chats. Go ahead, Diva. If you there, Diva?
Microphone check $2. Oh, I'm here. The microphone check $2. Did you get to speech therapy this?
Shout out to Unk B Streaming. Unk B Streaming, man. If you can address this comment on the screen, he's waiting for the double standard that benefits women. It's multiple double standards that benefit women, just like it's double standards that benefit men. But it's all good.
This week, slow tongue. Who was that?
I'm not sure.
Microphone check $2. You sound like you're chewing ice. You chewing on ice? Big J $20. Fuck the human mute button. PH Diva, get me back on. But it's not fuck me. It's fuck you. The microphone check $5. Men would rather be alone or with few people because, unlike women, we don't keep a room full of fake jealous friends just so we won't be alone. Well, then why are y'all telling people that you are lonely? This is the thing. You can't sit up there and say, "Oh, we want to be alone," and then blame the fact that you're alone for all of you being a failure in life, right? Or that doesn't make sense. But you still trying to force women to get married, have children, but you want to be alone. It doesn't make sense. Anyways, Justice.
And you know what, PhD, if I can respond.
897 is a super chat. No, you can't respond. Justice.
Ad-libbing ain't necessary. All right, go ahead, read your super chat as you're allowed to do, and then I'll respond. Go.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Sharon. Watch out. I'm gonna send you $20 more. Drop this bitch too. Drop this motherfucker too.
I ain't your bitch. Allow. See? Now why I gotta be a bitch? Now that I'm a bitch, now you a bitch. You see how that works? See how that works? Let's spin the block. Right?
897 is a super chat. No, you can't respond.
Justice.
Ad-libbing ain't necessary. All right, go ahead, read your super chat as you're allowed to do, and then I'll respond. Go.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Sharon. Watch out. I'm gonna send you $20 more. Drop this bitch too. Drop this motherfucker too.
I ain't your bitch.
Allowed.
Right?
Allowed. Drop
he's
his ass.
sensitive.
Pay that
He's
man.
sensitive.
Hey, open the speaker. Go ahead.
Out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Fuck out of here, you small head anteater looking bitch. The microphone check $5. Society is like these panels complaining about the same dusties they sleep with, marry and get pregnant by off screen. Lies you tell. I'm so glad I ain't done none of that. None of it. No babies, no marriage. I ain't laying with these disease spreading. No.
Hey, Full Circle, you gotta speak up for your people. You're the only one protected. Everybody else getting booted off. Hey man, you gotta fake your mic and start speaking.
Well, hold on. How are you trying to tell me what I need to do? Let's get back to Ether, man. No, I'm not sensitive. Stop saying I'm sensitive. You up there gotta put your little jokes in, and I'm not even addressing you, sir. As they said to me. No, hold on. Who are you?
Let sir.
Who are you? Let's go back, Ether Man, with you. Let's go back to shut up, man. Ether Man, go back to what you were saying, Ether Man. That's why I was quiet and I was letting Auntie and Peach Diva do their thing. Let's go back to you. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sharon.
Hold on. Go ahead, Diva.
Okay. The verbal assassin FAFO $20. It really doesn't matter what delusion the men come up on panels and say. The statistics and men in general are yelling about how lonely they are. Right. We hear it. Meanwhile, women are saying the opposite.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Hey, Sharon, can I address VA?
The official YT purge $20. The official YT purge $20. Really? Yes, really.
So let me. I know y'all gonna have a back and forth, but Full Circle, like, sir. Hold on, just 1 second, because I think he came back up because
nigga.
So Full Circle, I'm just saying from the outside looking in, it looks like it's kind of hypocritical.
Go ahead, Ether Man. How so? How so, Ether Man?
I tell you, Shadow, if you shoot me, I promise you won't be on the show for a week.
Oh shit! Never mind.
I promise you. Listen, I promise you. If you stop me from having this conversation, you might as well go do something else this week. So, like I was saying, Full Circle.
You ain't shit either.
Oh my God,
I really just want to understand him. I really want to understand him.
Why you want to basically slow person?
I know y'all don't care for it, but just for my psyche, I want to understand the thought process.
Can you sir, respectfully, or my bad, respectfully.
Can you shut up, dude? Can you shut up and let Ether Man say what he got to say? Sorry about that. You keep jumping in.
You just say you're not addressing me, and now you're addressing me.
No, I am, because you keep interrupting, and I'm really trying to stick around for Ether Man to get his point out. I got off by accident. Shut up, dude.
What if I don't shut up? What if I don't?
No, I don't. You know what? You got it. You and Ether Man. Hey, Ether Man, address the question to him. Since he knows so much and he's supposed to be me, you go ahead and address him. Go ahead, Ether Man.
Ether Man, I just had a question because you're trying to reason with someone that obviously is what he is. When you try to reason with KT, do you feel like it gets somewhere? Respectfully to KT, I rock with KT. I think he needs.
Well, I don't know him. That's the point that I'm saying. KT to go. I realized that it's a wall there, and I'm okay with that wall. What I am saying is that I want to give Full Circle that same grace. If he put that wall up, then I'm okay with not having this conversation. But I do think that he's willing to try to have the conversation. And I think it's more than just us here. The crowd want these questions answered. I did a poll on my channel, and they told me that I should do it. It was only me in the poll, but in the poll it said that I should do this question. So I want to know.
Okay, all right, my bad.
So Full Circle, what I'm trying to understand is, if you are everything that you are accusing her of, would that be hypocritical?
Well, no. Okay, can I answer? For one, everything that I'm accusing her of, and I don't need you to be specific. I'm going to try to remember what I said. I went there, which I was not trying to do with PhD and mentioned about in a couple of years. And the only thing you might not got me on is the marriage part. That's the maybe only thing. But I'll throw this back at PhD Diva. PhD Diva, out of respect, she said something. She says, it's by choice. I'm right there too. The only thing I will throw back at you, Ethan, man, I'm not on the channels. Now, going back to Auntie, maybe I shouldn't have said certain things. She can do what she wants. Be on there. I just do that in there. Coattail, not riding, but being on the coattail, reading off super chats. I will agree with her because I'm not married. And I know I could if I wanted to, if I was looking and searching. It's a choice. So it's not being hypocritical to say or comparison. But I do agree with her. I'm not going to downplay her. I threw that in here that you should. I'm not going to say, well, she shouldn't be on here 24/7, which she's not. That's over exaggerating. That she should be out there looking for a man. If she does, she does. If she doesn't, she doesn't. It's a choice. I threw in the little cat thing. You know what? I got dogs. You know, I love my dogs. I don't know if she has animals. You know. And it's neither here nor there, but it's not being hypocritical because for one, Ethan, man, I'm not on YouTube all the time. You might think I'm in the clouds and I'm watching everything. PhD Diva said this as well. She got a life. I got a life. I done been to Africa too. I've been out of this country. I've been all over. I'm not going to downplay it. But once again, what was mentioned, the men in comparison with the women, I'm not on that. I'm not even on the gender war. So if I didn't answer your question, okay.
No. Okay. But no, you gave me clarity. So you said you're single by choice, she's single by choice. You said that she like cats, you got dogs, right? What I'm saying is it's almost like it's a projection of your life that you're trying to insult her life. Do you agree with that part, full circle?
I never meant for this to be an attack on PhD Diva. It's just that when she, and not to be it's being sensitive, she says, well, why don't you do this and do this on your channel or on a channel? And I was like, it was never about that. I was just like some on the panel have channels and some of them don't, regardless of subscribers, regardless of their message. It was specifically on Brownsville and his introduction to say, hey, don't forget. I was specifically on that. I wasn't here to change Sharon's channel. I was speaking on solutions. You know, I would rather it go toward the solutions, talk on anything that you want, review different videos, do whatever you want. Wherever it was going, and I saw where PhD Diva was going with that, and not to try to interrupt her or to come in here and just take down her name or, you know, dog her name or any of that. That just went in left field. That's not even me. That's why I'm giving.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You said that your emotions got the best of you. That's why you reacted those ways. You really didn't mean to react that way. And now that you have a moment of clarity to sit back, that was just kind of an emotional outburst.
No, I came out of character for that. And that's why when Sharon jumped in, not with the cape, when he said, well, how could you? Because I know usually in a situation.
Better man than me. I wouldn't fucking apologize. Fuck it. Whatever. You know? But hey, that's full circle. You want to apologize about it. I'm going to fast forward and get back to the exchange with Sharon in Brownsville. And then I'm going to have to get up out of here. I got work to do. You know, I'm having a tough time leading myself.
You decided to protect this brother, right? Even though it was clear, and it is clear to me, that he's a red pill incel manosphere brother. That's very, very clear to me. And I'm sure the bulk of the audience would.
What up, CBZ?
Why did you extend protection to him?
Because of the optics everybody keep trying to use against me. So people like him, people like Big J, even women in these spaces, they will go after me and say that all these things that I don't do, they tend to lie. So I need evidence that I don't do that to these people, that they do get an opportunity to speak. So this way they can stop lying. So now whenever they come up and I can say, get the F out of here, they can never tell me that I ain't give them an opportunity to talk and hold and conduct themselves properly.
But that logic is flawed, Cuzzo, because he said himself he watches your show, but he doesn't support your show. He understands the rules of your show. He knows you have bounties, right? So it's not like he's ignorant to what is going on your show.
And at the same time, see, this is some deflection that I can respect that Sharon did not fall for, because Full Circle wasn't the one. He never asked to be exempt from bounties. That was Sharon's choice to make him exempt from bounties today, or at this point yesterday. That was Sharon's choice, which, agree with it or not, and believe it or not, I actually don't really like the decision. Like, I don't necessarily agree with the decision to make Full Circle exempt from bounties. I believe if Full Circle was exempt from bounties, had it been me, I would have just exempted Full Circle and Big J from the bounties, because they were reviewing the stream that both of them were involved in. If MOT came up, he would have been exempt from the bounties too. But it wasn't my show today. That's all I did was just clarify for either man. I was like, he said, hey, just Full Circle was exempt from bounties today. That's it. That's Sharon's decision. He can make it because he's the owner. House rule, the house rules. So, if he chooses to make that decision, you respect it or you get the fuck out. Like, that's just kind of the way it's supposed to work. And as men, I don't think we can be in any position to school other men the way we should be moving as men if we can't even respect how a man decides to run his house or his fucking business, even for the day.
Right? So you gave him latitude to speak. I just don't understand the extra level of protection that you would give to somebody like PH Diva, right? Probably not even her, because PH Diva supports the show.
I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily agree with the decision, and I will repeat it again, to exempt just Full Circle from the bounties, because I didn't play the clip in the beginning. But the question was, did Sharon have Big J's permission to replay his stream, to play the clips from his stream and everything else? So I would have preferred to see both of them be exempt from bounties, just for that day, just so they could possibly clear some shit up if that were the case. He chose to just exempt Full Circle Essentials. Hey, but you didn't hear me say anything on that panel about it, because I respect the host enough to let the host run his show. And if I got a problem with it, I'll come over here and pop shit. So I built a platform for myself.
Right? You give this brother who don't support you at all more protection than you would give the people who support you. I don't understand that logic.
Because that's not true. I don't give him more protection than people that support me, just because one time I said, hey, we're going to hear them out so where they can stop with the remedial rhetoric that they keep on pushing out day in and day out. Because they spreading these rumors around the whole space as much as they can to whoever will listen to them. I went to a show the other day, a woman's channel that I even know. They followed me there. I go to another channel. They are following me there. And they will keep on saying the same thing over and over again. And what it does is, with them just lying without any proof that I'm not doing that, I have to give them something that where they could see that that is not true. Instead of listening to everybody else, he can have firsthand to see that he got to be able to substantiate his own words. And that if he asks or if he want to be a baby, I could baby him. I could baby a lot of these men. But you're going to have to ask. You're going to have to play nice.
But he didn't ask. He didn't ask for protection. You just
but you translating it to you and PH Diva where he does not get
that's
protection.
a fact. Like, Brownsville just put his foot in his own mouth right there. He didn't ask, which means the decision was all Sharon's. It was all Sharon's. So respect your cuzzo enough to respect his decision, even if it was a bad one. And I know this just in my line of work, you know what I'm saying? There's people that make bad decisions when it comes to their business every fucking day. All I can do is give advice. But at the end of the day, the decision's up to the owner, what they're going to do. Same with a doctor. You can give the best damn advice in the world. The best medical advice based on your expertise on the subject, everything else. If a motherfucker don't want to take that medication or get that surgery or take that treatment, hey, that's it. Nothing you could do.
Like you a PhD Diva at all.
No, but what I'm saying is me and PhD Diva protect ourselves.
Absolutely. I get privilege, but I don't get no protection now. I don't need to be protected from them.
Well, you told me to shut up. I'm like, all right, dude, that's not my business.
Right. And the thing is, right, that is how I expect you to extend protection to people who genuinely support you and want to see your show become a success. This brother and the brothers that affiliate with him, they want the opposite. So no matter what type of grace and mercy and protection you extend to these brothers, they're always going to treat you the way that they treat you because of two things. One, they're jealous of your ideology when it comes to, being fair, when it comes to women and uplifting women and giving them a voice, because it was clear he had some type of disdain with PhD Divas. As soon as she attempted to have a discussion with him, the disdain just came out of him.
No, the disdain came out of him when she decided to speak to him in a condescending manner, and he refused to allow it. That's it. It wasn't a discussion. She was extremely condescending, and in a lot of cases just outright fucking rude. With the ad libs and other shit. So yeah, he decided to exceed that energy. Damn, dog. I gotta recap. All right, I'll recap for you, Coffee, because I fucks with you, Coffee. All right, so Full Circle Essential and MOT got into it with Brownsville on Big J's panel yesterday, and they pretty much tore his ass up. But in Brownsville's defense, I'm keeping it balanced with this. I believe that they were having 2, maybe even 3 different conversations. Nobody really understood each other, and I am going to recap that again before I get up out of here. Either way, Sharon tried to review it today. Full Circle came over there. There was a bounty put on Full Circle by Either Man Williams for $20, and Sharon chose not to honor the bounty. He gave, I guess he put the credit on Either Man's books, but he didn't want a bounty Full Circle because he felt like they needed, him and Brownsville needed to kind of hash that out and discuss things without having to worry about anybody having to worry about being dropped or anything like that. So right here, what you're listening to is Brownsville having a problem with Sharon for not honoring that bounty. And in this case, hey, Sharon, he earned my respect to an entirely different level just for standing on his own principles. He made a decision, and that's how it is. When we live, you're the owner, and sometimes you got to make decisions, and it might be the unpopular one. He knew that his chat box wasn't gonna like that. Brownsville even hit him with the public ultimatum. If he gets to stay, if you're not gonna honor that, I'm out. Hey, Sharon stood on that shit. And then Brownsville left, and then 2 hours later he comes back and they're having this back and forth. Okay.
Automatically, right? So there's some issue that he has when it comes to respecting women. Udo was pointing that out, and that was just going over his head, right? But it was clear to everybody who's seen that interaction. So to me, right, I just need to know the direction that you're trying to take your channel, because I don't want to be a hinder.
What up, CBZ?
What's good, man? How you doing, brother?
What's up, big dog?
Long time no see. I thought I'd check in, man.
No, I appreciate you coming through.
Pretty interesting convo you got going on.
Yeah, no, I'm just breaking it down. Yeah, they finally disagree. They didn't just finally disagree. They disagreed publicly. I'm just bro. I've been up here for 4 hours. Pretty much, this was the premise of the show. Y'all feel free to review it. Check out Wild Out Wednesdays at the Wildest Wake Up Show. Sharon Bracey, but yeah, they didn't just disagree. This was some other shit, right here.
You know what my biggest issue with conversations like that is?
Go ahead.
They'll focus on things that are external of the center thing that needs to be focused on. And then, in my opinion, when you got a chick like, and don't take this the wrong way, because I don't have nothing against the sister, right? But I've watched Sharon's panel for a while. But my main issue with his channel is the way that he just allows women to run roughshod over the men. And he's constantly talking about being a man and standing on principles, and this is how a man should move, and this and that. And you know what I'm saying? Men should be stoic, and you don't have no problem with checking them in, as you should. Guess what? Last time I checked, women are adults too. So when they out of line, they need to get checked as well. I don't ever see none of that shit going on. And every time I see Diva disrespect the hell out of somebody, 90 to 95% of the time, nigga, that shit is unwarranted. So, like you said, you know what I'm saying, when you getting out of pocket with a guy, you can't get upset when he throw that same type of energy back.
Especially on a YouTube panel. That's the way I see it. In the street, I'm not going back and forth. I'm not even gonna bother. Like somebody like Diva, you wouldn't get the time of day, and I'll double down on that shit. Just like I said, you can be my cousin, my sister, niece or whatever, bro. You fucking talk to me in that condescending ass manner. We're done. I'm not going back and forth. I'm not arguing with you. I would have to be drunker than a motherfucker to yell at you. You know what I'm saying? And go back and that's really as far as that shit'll go. But as soon as I realize that, man, we're good. We're good. But on a fucking YouTube channel, fuck out of here. That's what I paid for this microphone for. I'll cuss your ass the fuck out.
I feel you on that.
Just like I'm not gonna tolerate disrespect from a dude. I'm not gonna tolerate disrespect from a chick.
And that's exactly where we agree right there. Because, like, in my opinion, bro, respect, you can't put a gender on that shit. If you're an adult, look, I expect to be given the same respect that I give. Now, if I'm being disrespectful to a man or a woman and they give me disrespect, I can't get mad, right? But if I'm coming respectfully and you want to say like some little, and see, like, she'll come with like the little passive aggressive shit. She'll speak in like a very condescending manner, like, oh, you know what I'm saying, I'm highly educated, so nigga, I'm smarter than you. Or she may try to say some slick shit that she kind of feel the way you're too dumb and she think it's gonna go over your head. But like I say, when the nigga check that shit, now Sharon's got a problem, and now he wanna mute you and all this goofy ass shit. And then that shit just makes me.
Yeah, that wasn't even the issue today. I mean, it kind of almost turned into that, and that's one of the reasons why these conversations about men being better men and all of that shit is really not good for certain women, especially to participate in. When women like that to even participate in, because what it does is it allows another avenue for deflection.
Right.
And
Now,
remember, I always said,
I mean,
hey, I'm gonna take it back, today, just because of the way Sharon handled himself. I don't know if he's gonna change the shit up, so maybe it's temporary or whatever. But we done seen plenty of dudes in these spaces, pander to women and pretend as if they're protecting women when they're actually just hiding behind them.
Yeah.
Every talking point becomes about women, and we've also seen dudes that are on the other side, always going off on women, but every time you try to address them, they got to make it about some fucking woman. So conversations amongst men really shouldn't even concern women. Like, it shouldn't concern. Not only do they not need to, I mean, if it's about the betterment of men, and it's amongst men, not only do women not need to participate in that shit, but they don't even they in order for them not to participate, they shouldn't even be the topic of fucking discussion.
Right.
You know? Because
I
what
don't
that
even think.
that naturally invites, you know, it invites like a human fucking shield. You know, I said the same thing about somebody like Anton Daniels. You can't use your wife and your daughter to as a talking point in every fucking argument and then get mad when somebody uses your wife and daughter as a talking point in an argument against you. You know, and I would say the same thing about, you know, PhD or any of those other, you know, women that want to get in the middle of some shit. That's why I didn't really like the well, the back and forth between MOT and Brownsville and then Full Circle in Brownsville. I could understand where they were coming from because they really weren't really speaking too much on women, but then Brownsville kept bringing it back to women. But like I said, it seemed like they were having two different conversations because Brownsville kind of clarified that. He said, like, look, he was trying to address the first point and that did concern women. And then when MOT tried to bring up other points, you know, he really wasn't ready to get to that, and MOT kind of drilled him. So
right,
I can just understand. So they were having a debate without a moderator. That's what I'm saying. I can understand, you know, each side of that shit. Because when somebody talks to me in a condescending manner, or it seems like they dodging what I'm actually saying to them, now I feel as though I'm not being heard or I'm just being ignored, straight up ignored. So I might just turn the fuck up. So I can understand, but I can also understand where Brownsville's coming from too, because I done had to run the gauntlet on these panels before.
Right.
So I get it. You know, I get it, but that's why a moderator is necessary for them debates.
Yeah, and see, like when I came up on your panel, I had like kind of a limited scope as to what was going on, because like when I tuned into your show a little earlier, I came in right around the time where old boy, you know what I'm saying, PhD started getting into it. You know what I'm saying? So that's like when I came in, that's why I was speaking on it. I hadn't really seen anything before that, 'cause like I said, I tuned into your show pretty late. But it kind of seemed like from where I saw it, it kind of seemed like that kind of kicked everything off. And you know what I'm saying? Then, you know, old boy started, you know, getting into with other people and this and that. And, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna play it again. I played it earlier a couple of times. I'm talking to Coffee in the chat now. I played it a couple of times where he said, "Look, hey, all right, hey, if he gets to stay, then I'm out." You know, that's that public ultimatum shit, man. You don't do that, man, out of respect for not even just another man, your cousin on a fucking live stream. Like, you ain't got to do that. So that I disagree with. But you know, that's family shit. So I said what I said. I was pretty. Look, I might have been trolling a little bit in the chat, but while I was on the panel, I tried to keep it fair, balanced as far as my perspective goes, and I do hope they iron that shit out. So I hope they. I'm pretty sure they did, because in the grand scheme of shit, it's not that big of a deal. But you never know. That shit could also be a symptom of larger problems.
I did.
Like a lack of respect.
I did understand where either man and the other guy, I forgot the other dude's name that was addressing the what's his name, like Big J or something like that.
Now they was addressing Full Circle. Big J never got to
full
get
circle.
Big J was kicked within minutes. I'm sorry, yeah, within seconds.
But yeah, like it, like I said, when they were addressing dude, saying that, you know, well, you know, you said that, you know, she's not married and she's this and she's that, but you know, you're not married either. And I mean, yeah, that may be true. But like I was saying, I think the whole point that they was making, none of that would have even been said in the first place had there not been any disrespect to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And I think I kind of felt like that was the whole thing that was going over their head. Like, you know, it's I know you heard 1,000 times. It's like once I cross that line and disrespecting you, I have zero control over how far you want to take it from there in response to my disrespect. You see what I'm saying? But
that's real. Let me give a
that's something
shout
I
out
see on
to.
panels all the time.
Let me give a shout out to Miss V, Make This Go Viral podcast. Shout out to Miss V becoming a member again. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. I don't know which channel you on, but I got memberships on both of the channels. You know, so I appreciate that. And hey, Twitch coming soon too. We're gonna start streaming from Twitch as well. You know what I'm saying? So y'all make sure y'all hit the notification bells. I will make the announcements. Members are going to get that shit first, as they always do. You know. But yeah, I'm gonna play this exchange a little bit further, and then I'm gonna back up and show the MOT full circles Brownsville exchange because that shit got out of hand.
To your channel, but I can't support if you're taking your channel to a place to where you're extending grace and protection to those type of individuals.
Yeah, but you can't use this one example as to say that's what I'm doing.
Well, this is what you did today. So that's what I'm asking you going forward.
Yeah, that's all today. I wanted to make sure it get fully pushed out because I didn't even care about the situation at first.
Appreciate you.
I was like, I don't even give a damn about the, you know.
Oh, she a member at the boiler room. Appreciate that. I can't keep all these damn tabs open because my shit'll crash. So I had to you know what I'm saying, close a tab or two. But yeah. Appreciate you, Miss V, becoming a member at Auntie's The Boiler Room. And y'all make sure y'all hit that membership link at Auntie's The Boiler Room. We're trying to get that up just like we got it on the Purge channel. So we appreciate that. That's where, you know, Sunday Coffee and Chill is always going to be there, exclusive. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate that.
We wanted to push out the where he
as well as
wrong
body camera breakdowns and reactions.
So if I start allowing people to kick him off, they're going to run back and say, see, I got kicked off.
No, but but that to me, that's childish, right? Because
who's being childish about? But what I'm saying, they childish behavior hurts my channel because they keep on doing it because they the ones that report the channel. They the ones that try to push people away from the channel. They are the ones that try to push people to believe in some remedial rhetoric that I'm doing it for some nefarious acts. They keep on pushing the same thing over and over again. And then I never get a chance to address it because the first thing they going to say is some BS, right? You know, like that's why it's beautiful that PhD was here the whole time and she didn't say anything, so everybody could see that she didn't start nothing with them. So we allowed the tape to prove them their ideology, they falsehood, and how much they are not what they say they are, instead of me just saying it.
But the haters, Cuzzo, you know this. We from Brownsville, from Van Dyke Projects, right? Blake Avenue, Mother Gaston, Stone, Sutter. We know the haters are never gonna stop hating. Yeah. You're never gonna turn a hater into somebody who's gonna be your friend, right? That's never going to happen. The truth is going to reign supreme. So everybody knows you're feared. Today was a good example. Up until you just gave him protection. That's because to me, he spoke more than everybody. And
they talking about Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York.
Wanted him to speak more than everybody so it could be highlighted that you don't run an echo chamber.
What up,
show.
Stacks, by the way? Salute,
right?
fam.
So you gave him the latitude to speak. And the brother who accused me of being long-winded, he showed himself to be, you know, long-winded, which is ironic, right? But you gave him the platform to speak and get all of his thoughts out, all of his concerns out. But when we peeled back the layers of the onion, it was determined that he was just coming in bad faith, right? And we got to be able to recognize people who have those type of nefarious motives, right? To where
do you think people in the chat have these same motives as well?
Absolutely.
All right, so therefore I cannot give them extra ammunition to push out their rhetoric as well. Because people that's here every day, they try to push out that same BS too. So it's not just him, it ain't just the other people that hate watch, it's also people that comment every single day as well. They try to push out BS about me as well.
Right,
they try to
the truth
people to not support. So that's why when if no matter what, even if I'm arguing with somebody, even somebody like Lee that did something very disrespectful and lied on me, and I dropped him, they're like, oh, why you drop Lee for? So it doesn't really matter. And so, but it still gotta be a point where I gotta let people see that what they saying is lies. And so when other people see it, they can say y'all are lying on the SBG Nation.
But
and that's why I started my rant earlier the way how I did earlier, even though most people thought it was about Corey Holcomb. It was not.
The truth overcomes all of that, right? So people who tune into you day to day, they know the truth. They know this is not an echo chamber. They know, and this is why they're upset. There's a reason why he kept bringing up brothers like Shadow the Titan Wasp and Ether Man Williams, right? He brought those brothers up specifically because in his mind, he believes, hey, these brothers are Manosphere brothers. Why are they over here supporting Sharon? Right? So even throwing those names in there, he's trying and attempting to draw some type of wedge. You gotta be able to discern when somebody is coming with nefarious intent, right? And it's, that's what I'm saying. You just gotta be careful, man. And I don't, we gotta, just be consistent.
At the same time, that's the reason why I stopped going outside. Because when I don't go outside, I negate all those things. I don't get into their arguments. I don't get to hear their BS and all those things. I didn't.
And that's another thing. That's why y'all see in the thumbnail when I'm like, I just use the term new niggas because I don't think they understand how shit works there. When somebody's got nefarious intent, like Brownsville just said, or they want to do your channel dirty and shit like that, they just stay their ass in the clouds. Like I got haters in the fucking clouds right now that are gonna check out the replay or whatever the fucking case may be. They ain't gonna drop down. They ain't gonna say shit. They ain't gonna click the link on the panel. But they're gonna try to send me some frivolous fucking flags. They're gonna send DMs behind the scenes and little clips and shit like that and pop shit. That's the shit that people gonna do. But one thing they will not do is say my motherfucking name or the name of my channel or anything like that. And that's usually how it works. When people got nefarious intent and they don't fuck with you or they want to see you fucking go down, publicly, you don't fucking exist. They ain't about to come up on your panels. They're not going to engage in your fucking content. They're not going to go over to other channels and talk about you. They ain't going to mention your fucking name because at the end of the day, just saying your name on other panels is going to trend you in the algorithm. That's why social media is not like real life. The internet's not like real life. You got fucked up intent. Hey, you can infiltrate somebody's shit. And I'm not saying people can't infiltrate your shit on the internet, but hey, you can keep your friends close and your enemies closer, and you can have ulterior motives and all of that other shit. Man, fuck out of here. All of that shit, you get closer and you big up your enemies and shit like that. All you do is make them stronger on this bitch. And people that have been around here for a while understand that. So I already know that. If people had what they call nefarious intent, for your channel, they wouldn't fuck with you or mention you at all. You wouldn't exist.
That's a fact. Was he talking when he was saying nefarious intent? Was he talking about full circle, or you were just talking about like people in general that are like haters of the channel?
I think in general and full circle, both. I think it was both.
Right, because like I said,
that's just an assessment, but I think he was talking about both.
Right. Because like when I was listening to Full Circle talk, like I say, keep in mind, I came in a little late, so I know there was probably a lot that I missed out on. I didn't really hear him say like anything crazy about Sharon's channel in particular. You know what I'm saying? And like what he said about PhD, but being there in the next 10 to 15 years, reading super chats and riding his coattails. I mean, I didn't even really see that as a shot at like Sharon's channel, even when you said
I
that.
didn't think it was a shot at Sharon's channel neither. I thought that was a shot at her.
Yeah.
Just And then, ain't gonna be no growth in your life. That's the way I saw it. Like you'll still be doing the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Be reading Sharon's money. You're gonna be reading Sharon's money and adding to the fucking pot because you ain't got nothing better to do. Because you're a loser bitch. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's my assessment.
Yeah, just kind of like you, like just listening to what he was saying. I think he was just more so speaking on like the type of character that she has, like, you know what I'm saying, like that abrasive personality, the passive aggressiveness. Like, ain't no nigga putting up with that shit.
And I'll go a step further. Ain't no nigga putting up with that shit. Ain't no homegirls putting up with that shit.
No, definitely not no female.
You can't have this outlook on life, society, and men, and have a chick that actually like have a homegirl that either has a man or likes men that's even gonna want to be around you. Bitch, you have no friends.
Right.
You have no friends. Your family likely don't even fuck with you unless they need something.
People don't even understand.
I call you and check on you. Are you all right?
People with personalities like that.
No, motherfuckers hit you up talking about let me hold something. When they hit you up when they need a fucking cosigner. And more than likely, the only men that's in you. Damn, I'm not even supposed to be roasting this bitch tonight. My bad. But now I'm gonna get this out.
No, that's not even a roast.
Just like Witch Doctor noticed, you know what I'm saying? It's just what the fuck she described a man in her life to be. Somebody she would have to fucking mommy or lead because they can't lead themselves because that's the only ones that she fucking dealt with. You know, the only ones that's attracted to her. Motherfuckers are needy niggas. And it's not that all niggas are needy. It's just the only motherfuckers that want to fuck with you are needy niggas because they need something because that's all you can offer a motherfucker is some shit he needs.
Right.
But a motherfucker that don't need nothing ain't gonna want nothing to do with you. You know? And the same rules likely apply for your friends and your relatives too, which is a fucking shame, man. And that's what I'm saying. It's no... I'm not trolling. It's really not even a roast because I would giggle if I was trying to be funny. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm just being 100% real. That's why it don't even make sense to go back and forth with a chick like that because I mean the shit that you look at in the fucking mirror every fucking day, what stares back at you at the mirror is way worse than anything I could ever say about you.
That's a fact, bro.
So I mean, I could talk that shit, you know. It's like you meet a dude and his name is Mike Hunt or Seymour Butts or some shit. It's like, damn, bro, that's your name, and you try to roast him. It's like, bro, you can't roast me, nigga. I gotta live with it, type shit, you know. Or you see an ugly motherfucker, it's like, bro, you can't roast me, motherfucker. Like, bro, I gotta look like this every fucking day.
Right.
You can't roast me. What you laughing at, I live it. Try again. So, I mean, I really can't even roast that chick, man. Because she gotta live all the shit we think is funny. So it ain't, come on.
And trust and believe, like it probably have been like 1,000 other niggas that roasted her into oblivion. So that shit probably don't even faze her no more. You know what I'm saying?
I'm done. You know, I'm done with it. It's just it just don't even make sense to go back and forth. Yo, Full Circle was nice about it. You know what I'm saying? I was pretty nice about it too but she knew what to do. You call me a bitch or whatever, and yeah, I'm about to call you a bitch. You know, like that. That's when a motherfucker gonna shut the fuck up. I ain't gonna let no man or no woman talk to me like that.
But look though, and this the thing, and you might disagree when I say this, right? And this is not just exclusive to women. Anytime a motherfucker tell you about yourself, bro, that's really kind of them trying to put you on game and, you know what I'm saying, do a little bit of self-reflection because anybody that don't give two fucks about you, nigga, they not gonna say shit. They just gonna sit back and watch and keep watching you self-destruct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
when you attempt to,
even if they take the time to watch, just leave you be. It's like a bum, you know what I'm saying, sitting on the corner or standing on the median, you know, begging for $1. You know, hey, if you got some loose change, you might give it to them, but for the most part, you just drive past them.
Yeah, and I'll use myself for that, because if I actually do care about you, like I'll take some type of time out of my day to address you on something that I see wrong, something that you do. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's something you're doing, it's the way you're acting. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The way you moving is like kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? You might want to try to change that. But like, if I don't get some shit, say I'm just let you rock out. I'm not gonna say a damn thing. I'm just keep letting you fall on your face.
There you go.
So, I think that's just men in general, bro. Like, when we're to a point where we don't give a shit, we're not gonna say anything because it's just not even worth our time. We don't give a fuck.
And it's an art. It's an art and a science of not giving a fuck.
See that show that we was reviewing today. You know what I'm saying? So, it's no matter what I do personally at this moment in the career of YouTube, I'm damn if I do, if I damn if I don't. If I let people talk, they get mad at me. I stop people from talking, they get mad at me. I invite people that have disagreements and allow them to talk, they get mad at me. I stop them from talking, they get mad at me. If we are running in a space where degenerate behavior is the main thing that get pushed. And so with me trying to be the counter to that, because that's just naturally who I am, I'm naturally counter to that remedial rhetoric. This is really authentically me. And so I gotta let it be. So I gotta get them to understand that all that hate, so no matter what they say, I can always refer back to this and say, I gave full circle opportunity to fully express himself, even though he spoke the most on my channel. So him, MOT, Big J, and whoever else is cloud watching, that's cloud hating, that's scared to hit the like button, scared to get the channel to go to where it needs to go. Sometimes I say, let me get 300 likes. People say, how are you going to do that? Because in this one video, we're probably going to hit 2,000 views. So that's how we can get 300 likes.
Because you ain't got nothing to prove, man. We ain't got nothing to prove.
Yes, we do. We do have something to prove.
Nothing.
We have something to prove, because that's why they challenging me every single day.
But you ain't got nothing to prove to them.
Yes, right? I do. I
no,
do.
You don't. No,
I do. And I'll tell you why I got something to prove to them. I got to prove to them that you don't have to be a degenerate to be successful. So other young men that see this, they can see that you don't have to be a degenerate to be successful.
That's an oxymoron, I know. Here's the thing, right? You don't have nothing to prove in terms of your integrity, in terms of, you know, your honor, in terms of who you are to them, right? I mean, to your haters. You don't have nothing to prove to your haters, right? Your haters are always going to be your haters, regardless of what you do, regardless of what you say, regardless of the grace and mercy you extend. Somebody with nefarious intent is always going to have that nefarious intent. That's just that's just the truth.
If you want me to stop, then your ass gonna have to stop going over those places too. Because we wouldn't even be talking about it if you ain't take your ass over there.
But it's not about the.
Got him.
You know,
damn, I'm late with the boom. But yeah, man, got him.
You know what the funny thing is, huh?
Like, yo, you got me into this shit. You know, you went over the Big J's.
Yeah, but here's the whole point that Sharon's missing, and I caught it as soon as and Brownsville just kept saying it. That's why I'm like, nigga, how did you not understand what he's saying? Like, bro, you constantly trying to prove yourself to and win over niggas that don't fuck with you, like that don't want to see you win. You know what I'm saying? and he's really low key saying, you're really not trying to prove anything to these other people. You're trying to prove something to yourself.
All right, yes and no. Yes and no.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yeah, yes
Okay.
and no. All right, and I think this is something that Brownsville probably doesn't necessarily understand. Sharon is the channel holder.
Mhm.
You know, that I'm assuming the AdSense comes to him, whatever. So we understand this shit. He's a side of a coin, but there's got to be another side of the coin. Just like the dudes that they talking about and the guys that want to debate them and shit or whatever, or I'm gonna use the dudes, the Manosphere dudes, for example. You know, the money comes when you start being able to get into these debates with women and with dudes that pander and shit like that. You need some pushback. You know, there's no light without dark. There's no up without down. There's no left without right. You know what I'm saying? It's too we like you need two sides of the coin to be able to flip it.
Right.
You know? So when Sharon goes to these other channels and shit like that and gets the pushback, that helps to push his brand. Right or wrong, just getting in those debates and shit like that, it gets your name out there. It gets your channel out there. It makes people want to go over there and see what the fuck you're doing. So I can understand why you do it. That's why I like, you know, those debate shows used to exist. If you want to talk about the Rumbles, the Coliseum, you know, all of this shit, it fuels the fire. You know? Because the echo chamber is going to dry up and get old after a while. So eventually you're going to need somebody to come with some counter talking points. And if people are going to stop coming with counter talking points, you got to go find some motherfuckers with counter talking points.
Right. Yeah, because controversy
I don't
does
blame you
sell.
for getting out there. So it's not about proving yourself to the people that you're talking to. It's just kind of about marketing yourself and getting your brand out there. Anton Daniels going on Corey Holcomb's, for example. They both knew they wasn't about to agree on shit.
Right.
But they still did it. No?
They both made money off of that.
That's what I'm saying. They both did it. So that's something that's mutually beneficial. So, you know, just like you know, it's nice to have supporters and people that agree with you, but you know, haters and detractors and people that don't agree with you is also good too.
Yeah, because I mean, you know what I'm saying, when it comes down to it, bro.
And I don't know if Brownsville understands that aspect of shit, but I think maybe Brownsville does understand, because just like Sharon said, you was over there. I wasn't even over there. You know, you was over there getting into it with these motherfuckers. I see Brownsville going to all these panels and going back and forth with motherfuckers and shit too. You know, Brownsville ain't never been over here, but I done got into it with Brownsville on other panels and shit. So you know what I'm saying, he'll go on tour just the same.
Yeah, but that's what gets numbers. Like, nobody don't want to watch a panel where motherfuckers just sitting up, you know what I'm saying, just disagreeing all day. Motherfuckers want to see some disagreements. Motherfuckers want to see some insults. You know what I'm saying? All type of shit. Motherfuckers want to be entertained, bro. So, yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree with you on that. But like I was saying, I think. And I understand your side when you explain it that way, but in a way, I still kind of feel like Sharon was trying to. Sometimes I do feel like he be trying to prove certain things to himself. You know what I'm saying? You really ain't proving nothing to nobody else. Like, you know what I'm saying? If a motherfucker think you trash, there ain't nothing you could do or say to make them think any different.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna say. I mean, Sharon can speak for itself, so I'm not gonna, you know, defend him with that. You know,
that's just my opinion.
I'm not even gonna disagree with you. That could be I don't know what drives him neither. You know what I'm saying? That's another man. So I know, you know what I'm saying. If I were really to dig deep and spit that shit out loud, shit, people be like, God damn, that's what drives you? Like, yeah, I'm a crazy motherfucker. Like, you never know. So, you know, it's different shit's gonna drive different people. You know, especially men. Like, we're different. What the fuck? What you think? What you think motivated Michael Jordan to win championships after he won the first two? What motivated him to win number 3? And then number 4, 5, and 6. You know? Like, after a while, you got to start making shit up to motivate yourself. That's what they say. Once you reach the mountaintop, ain't nothing around but other mountains. So, like, at some point, it's whatever the fuck drives him. So if he feels the need to either prove himself to other dudes or there's something he got to prove to himself, I ain't gonna knock another man for that. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm not gonna knock another dude for that. You know.
Like but I don't go out. See, here's the thing, right? I'm not really on YouTube that much, so I support your show. I go on Bomb Cherry's channel from time and time again, right? But I don't really go and hit a whole bunch of panels, right? Because I already know that they're just trying to bait you to get into a bad faith argument, right? Because their whole complaint is that we went against the manosphere. We went against the red pill. We went against the incels, right? And we weren't afraid to call out their remedial rhetoric. We weren't afraid to say, guess what? These guys are bad actors. They're disrespecting women. They're pushing down women.
He got a phone call. So while he got his phone call in, what's your thoughts on it, Diva?
We don't really care what her thoughts are. So I'm gonna go back to this exchange right here. This is MOT and Full Circles versus Brownsville.
Some shit never have access to women. Yes, that problem has been solved. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that you can't think that people are supposed to accept disrespect and treat you as if you have some type of clean slate whenever you're addressing somebody. All right, and I've seen you places, and you know how you act. I'm not sure what you're addressing, but
what's up, pretty trucker?
Conversation limited to this because you cannot present my point of view to me and pretend that it's your point of view. That's not what your track record is. That's not what your history is within this space. And look, Sharon, look, I know y'all on some profit-driven, get the bag stuff. I'm okay with it. I just stay away from it, period, because I already got my own stuff to worry about, and my stuff's straight. So I don't have to offer different levels of protection to people that I don't know online. So given the way that you actually acquitted yourself here as some holier than thou type guy, are we going to see changed behavior from you in the future? Given the way that you attempted to actually address yourself here today.
So first and foremost, I think it's weird, right, for an old school brother to have
no. You address a full circle. You have to address my argument that I just said. We're not pulling other people into this. I just made a statement. Did you listen to it?
I listened to it all. I didn't interject and I didn't interrupt. So I don't even know what the problem is. I'm going to
okay, well, you're going to address my message. Don't pull other people into this.
I'm going to address you as well, my brother, but you got to have some patience, just like I have.
No. There is no patience when you try to stretch the argument beyond what I just said. You just did that with full circle. You're not doing that with me. Address what I said.
You're not going to tell me how to talk and how to speak, right?
Well, yes, I am. I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do because you're not going to be disingenuous with me like you've just been disingenuous with actual full circle.
Okay, so
you're going to address what I said. I just made a statement. You're going to address that. And if you can't address it, you can leave.
Here's the thing, and I will leave, right? Here's the thing.
Fine.
The problem with brothers like you, right, is you are a do as I say, not as I do type of person, right? That's what you're known for. That's what I know about you, man of
Give me a specific example.
Right?
Give me a specific example.
Because you,
sir, give me a specific example.
You want to speak?
Give me a specific example.
Fuck up on this nigga, man.
Give me a specific example. You have a disagreement. Clarify me with statements.
You can't
clarify it. Clarify it. Hell no. I don't let you just get your shit off, partner. You made a statement. You have to clarify it.
Right?
No. Discipline is not letting dumb niggas run their goddamn mouth and not address the issue at hand.
Right? Be
No,
a man
fuck
tomorrow.
that. Fuck you. Why the fuck would I let you do what you just did? The full circle. Why the fuck would I let you do that?
Lack of self-control. Lack of
I
self-control.
know, and I would hit you right in your fucking mouth if you were to do that shit in person.
Full circle is not gonna reprimand you, right?
Man, bro.
I don't need to reprimand him, but you're talking to two grown men. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You're talking to grown men. Who the fuck you think you are? I ain't got to reprimand this grown man. You got us effed up. I don't need to reprimand anybody.
Brownsville, you gotta address my statement. You gonna address my statement.
That bullshit. You hear that, MOT? You need to reprimand him.
And I'm willing to bet right now that both you,
at the end of the day, man, this is the type of dude we talking about.
This is the type of dude we talking about that's full of it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Bullshit. Bullshit. Here we go. He's talking about other people and not the statement that we made, man. This is the shit we talking about.
That's the shit we talking about. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, man, well, jump your dumb ass up off here then. If you're not gonna address my motherfucking statement, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Bye, nigga.
You're talking to some real ones. You got us fucked up.
And that's what I don't like about the younger generation. Is that they tolerate shit like this, dude? He would have said that shit instantly fucking stole him. I'm not gonna fucking handle that shit. Instantly fucking stole him.
You need to learn a little bit something. You can learn a little something. Peace and love.
Type of internet gangster, right? And what I know about internet gangsters is that
man, you can address my statement that I made.
Right?
Address my statement that I made, though. Address my statement.
Because you a big bad dude online who like to disrespect people, use profanity, but when you see them in person,
how am I disrespecting you by telling you to answer the question that I asked you?
You supposed to be an elderly man, but yet
elderly man ain't supposed to be.
You're supposed to be in your place.
Y'all brothers need to get it together.
Son, you need to be in your place. I'm gonna put you in your place. Put these in priorities. Your priorities are messed up. Your priorities are messed up. And you think with your preacher
I don't have issues with women.
Jesse Jackson.
I don't have issues with women, dude.
Preacher talk. Exactly. That's preacher talk. See, if he was over there,
I would never try to protect these women who think they deserve protection.
If he was over there, yeah, that's why. Yeah, he over here. Because he over there, you'd have his out of here. See, you think you can get away with that over here? No, sir. No.
You can't even address the argument about him.
I thought your name was Full Circle because you read 300.
Here we go.
And understand. Now I understand that you're not Full Circle because you're not progressive.
No, Full Circle is meaning I'm gonna come right back on your ass. Yeah, get it straight. I'm gonna come right back on your ass. I'm going to come right. Address MOT. Address MOT.
You are
life I'm not stagnant. You got me fucked up.
Yeah, bro, that's what I was saying, Stanley. Bro, he ain't have his crew. You know, or he had his crew, but hey, the crew was in the chat, man. The motherfucker don't hit panels, man. But he was. It's not even just the fact that he didn't have help on the panel, right? Right. It's that he didn't understand who he was going at. You know what I'm saying? Like you dealing with dudes that debate. I've had some long conversations with Full Circle and some in-depth deep conversation with MOT, and MOT has gone back and forth and had debates and shit with the best of them in the space. So like all of that calling everybody red pill, incel, manosphere shit, bro, you're gonna have to like become well versed when it comes to this shit. You know, when you talking about debate, everything ain't about just, oh well, let's have the conversation, but really just listen to me. Nah, once it gets to the point where it's debating, that shit is 1 in art, 2 a science, 3 a sport for a lot of these motherfuckers. Okay? So you're gonna have to strengthen the muscles, work on your chi. For real. Because at the end of the day, it ain't even about winning the debate. Sometimes motherfuckers just turn the fuck up on you and test your goddamn gangster with the words. Now, what the hell you gonna do? You got to be able to handle that shit properly. So, you know, that's the difference. You know, it's like I say, it's a game of tones. So they just turned the fuck up on him. And I mean, I would have to say that there are some people that'll just gaslight the fuck out of you, but these two dudes, they not like that. They would have had the conversation, but they felt like he was, he was being condescending when it came to that. But again, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said on Big J's panel, and the same thing I said on Sharon's. I think that they were having two different conversations with each other, and nobody was really understanding the other one. I think Brownsville and Full Circle have since cleared that up. Just a misunderstanding or lack of understanding. But you got to kind of know, especially when you behind enemy lines.
What's going on here? If he saw me in real life, he'd be like, oh, you got me effed up. He hasn't been around MOT to know who really I am. And he thinks he think he got that little black mask on when he comes on. He think he's doing something, talking something. You can't.
Okay, so let's go over it again. For certain. We're asking him about his behavior. He addressing the manosphere at whole. Like, I don't do content like that. You never find me complaining about women, period. Like, that ain't my content, bro. And it's like, listen, man, when we ask you questions about your behavior, you don't turn around and try to address the manosphere. Like, people know that I've been here over 10 years. And I don't care whether these dudes get it or not at this point. The only people complaining about politics are people who are not participating nor understand history. The only people who complain about women are dudes who actually should not be with a woman, period. So, dude, I am beyond that low-level conversation. But, when you hang out with bad chasers and all that kind of stuff, bro, you can't really come up here and try to get us to not address what you said and how you act other places. I asked you a very specific question about your behavior. And then you wanted to talk about everything else but what I addressed. You just did the same thing in full circle.
Right, and MLT, when he stepped away, he think he's slick. He doesn't realize I was 2 steps ahead of him. He's doing his research. Oh, and that's why this, and that's why that. He don't have any other talking points. And then he comes in, instead of addressing you, he had to hold on to that because it kind of like got him like, oh, dang it. I got to address him. No, address MOT. You're absolutely right, MOT. Go back to MOT. I was quiet. But I got to get back to Full Circle because he got me on that one. He'll never forget this day. I guarantee you he won't.
The thing is,
this day.
And he started addressing your points when I asked him a very specific question about his behavior. But this is what these dudes do, right? They want the ability to get their stuff off. Oh, I'm going to get to my point. Like, nah, bro, I asked you a very specific question. You're not going to address Full Circle through my very specific question. At the end of the day, I didn't come here to be prosecuted. I was already 7 figures when I got here. I don't throw it in people's faces, but I don't have problems with women. I'm already married. So
yes. And I don't have problems with women either as well.
No.
And he said, that's why you're stagnant. And on what? On YouTube? Please. Do you know this is just entertainment? As you said, I've been around for a minute. This is for fun. And you're stagnant. No, go back to Sharon's and y'all do your little profit thing. Because I know what that's about. That's why you threw that up in there. Like it's a competition. F your competition.
Hey, man. And at the end of the day, women don't need to be overprotected, right? I have sisters. I have nieces. I tell them straight up how to act in society. And if they don't, and if there's a problem beyond that, then we're walking in with the force of G.O.D. Even though I'm an atheist and all that stuff, I do have respect for actual Christians and actual Christianity, not fake Christians, not get the bad Christians.
And that's exactly what it is. It's fake Christians. But yet you're going to pull yourself up here and think we don't see. I've been listening to that whole little sermon thing for the longest. Individuals over there, they call it, but then they just roll with it. They know it's not real. It's fake. Fake Christianity.
I mean, bro, like I've seen this dude act like this for 2+ years, and he tried to come here and present my point of view to me like it's his point of view. It's like, dude, that ain't how you act in all these other places. But look, the reason why I don't have to address so many women online is because I know how to be around women of substance, and that is where I'm going to actually keep it. I'm not going to overprotect women who actually obviously don't need it. A lot of these women can really handle themselves well, especially when it's one-on-one with some of these Delta Novembers. But at the end of the day, he came back to not answer questions. He came back to just address the manosphere in whole, not us in specific, which is fine.
And I would agree with MOT there. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. If somebody wants to come up, Mela, you want to come up real quick, or anybody else want to come up? I'm probably gonna get out of here pretty soon. There's gonna be quick thoughts, final thoughts. But no, I mean, look, I would agree with him on that. Like, all of that, I'm going to address the manosphere as a whole. If y'all remember a few years back, I had the same issue with that on the block with Jen, bitch. Look, if you're going to address the manosphere, you might want to talk to some actual manosphere motherfuckers. You know? Like, for real. You don't really be in them spaces like that. Oh, well, you must be one of them. It's like, look, I have conversation with them. If you want to throw that label on me, I personally don't give a fuck. You know, it doesn't really make me a difference. I move as an individual. But before you just address an entire space, you might want to spend some time in that fucking space because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, and that's actually the only reason why I ended up hitting Sharon's panel earlier was because when he mentioned MOT, he said, "Oh, MOT is a failure." I'm like, MOT's channel wasn't a failure. He wasn't a failure as a YouTuber, and I don't think he's a failure at life. You know, I think he's doing pretty well at life. You know, just people move on to bigger, better shit. So just because you're at the table now, you know, eating some of the crumbs that were left for you by people that had already been here before that, don't mean the people that's already gone, been there, done that, are failures. You know, or they're just choosing not to do that shit the way you doing it. You know. But at least, you know, read the room before you call people, you know, incels or call people failures and all of that other shit. At least know who the fuck you talking about. That's the only point that I had. He's like, oh, well, we don't know you. I'm like, it's a lot of people that you don't know that were successes, you know, that were successful doing this and just moved on to bigger, better shit. You know, 2, 3, 4, 5 grand a month really wasn't even worth the fucking time. You know, and to be honest, it's really not. It's really not. So at some point, if you really going to continue to do this shit, it's because you like it. And I understand, you know what I'm saying? If you just got here, you know, a couple of years ago, chances are you're still in the honeymoon phase with this shit. You still like it. You know? But eventually, you know, most people grow out of this shit. And that's cool. So I wouldn't call the people that's just not here anymore, you know what I'm saying, failures or any of that shit. You know? Good point. And that's what I'm saying. I done had discussions about politics with MOT before, and MOT was, you know what I'm saying, told me some shit that I didn't really know. I could respect that. You know, shout out to Black Brain Trust. You know, they were having them conversations over there. These are all things that then people be like, who? They don't know. So I'm not saying that you wrong or something's wrong with you for not knowing or anything like that. It's just there ain't no reason to have all of these assumptions about things you don't know. You know, because it goes, you know what I'm saying, it shows more of another person's ignorance. Just because somebody has pushback for your talking points doesn't mean that they're part of one group or the other. And all of that, the men versus the women and shit like that. Man, I see people as individuals. You know what I'm saying? There are gonna be some men that are stand-up dudes. And there are going to be some men that are straight up full of shit. And there are going to be some men that are going to be fucking stand up dudes at times. And then other times they're just going to be full of shit. And they're going to be with the shit. And the same rules apply for women. You know? So all of that, well, the men do this, and the women do this. Miss me with the bullshit. You know? Miss me with the bullshit. You know, people are individuals. You know what I'm saying? Good people do bad things. Bad people do good things. You know what I'm saying? Good people do good things and bad things at different times and vice versa. Like that just kind of just that's the way the world works, you know. So on that note, man, I just dropped it. It's getting late. Let me get a look at my schedule before I get up out of here. See when the fuck I gotta get up in the morning. Oh, late day. Late day. But like I said, on that note, man, bro, I try. Look, I move around to a lot of different spaces, a lot of different sectors. I don't even know why the fuck I still hang out over here. You know, I still have a little affinity for this space, but it is kind of a waste of time. That's why I don't really get into the whole, you know, men versus women bullshit Like it's stupid. The only reason why I kind of jumped in there because I saw some issues with some individuals, and I just thought the only thing that was missing was a moderator, in the discussion. And I could actually understand where everybody was coming from. What up, Mella? Mella,
I got you. I got you.
what's going on?
I'm one of your moderators. I wasn't gonna leave you hanging.
No, that's all good.
Yeah. This is I'm just trying to prepare
I
myself.
played a lot. Sharon had a 7.5 hour stream today, so I wasn't gonna play all of it. And
Yeah, I
you know,
can't really attest to the live stream. What I
I know I've
can
been live for 5 hours, but I think I covered a lot.
absolutely, you always do. This this cast of characters that I've been witnessing in the last hour that I've been viewing, it puts me back down memory lane, especially when MOT mentioned that he's been in these YouTube spaces for a decade or more. It struck a chord with me about how long we've been going through this bullshit with people. I honestly, being an optimistic person, I choose to believe everything's going to be all right. Those individuals, whomever they are, they're going to resolve their issues like any of us do. It's a cycle, you know. It's a cycle, and what it all boils down to is being entertained. I also heard you mention how women ought not involve themselves in conversations that are centered around men's interests. Do you really believe that?
I didn't say that.
Okay, maybe I misheard you. Of course,
I didn't say that. What I was talking about conversations amongst men. I didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying about women's conversations or anything. But I'm just saying if a conversation is being had amongst men, like okay, so I'm gonna bring this panel back up, right? This one right here. If you can see that on the
Okay,
screen.
beautiful.
All
That's
right.
Big J's channel, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was Big J's channel. So if you notice, like
Shout out to
full
Big J.
circle, Brownsville, Man of Tomorrow, and Miss Queen Sunkiss is up there. She's dead silent while the men are having their discussion. You know,
Yeah.
because the conversation is supposed to be predicated around what men are supposed to be doing better. So I can understand why she doesn't feel any need to be involved in that conversation, at all. Yeah. And it's not even just that women don't need to be involved in it. I don't even think they need to be the topic of conversation in a lot of cases if the shit's supposed to be centered around the betterment of men. And it's amongst men.
Okay. I just thought I
So
heard some
and
semblance.
trust me, this is the pushback I had for both sides. All of these
Mhm.
fucking dudes. Um, from the dudes that pander, and tell the women they can do no wrong and it's all the fault of men, and the dudes that blame everything on women. I'm like, once you make it all about fucking women, yeah, y'all niggas done already lost. It just sounds stupid. Like it just sounds fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, I
Because at the end
appreciated
of the
that
day, what
statement.
both sides are doing is you're trying to hide behind women so that way you don't have to address your own fucking issues.
Absolutely.
You
I
know? And
appreciated
I was
that
like,
insight.
that's both of them sides. I
I
don't give a shit
appreciated that you shared.
if you're
Oh,
telling women they can do no wrong, or you're telling men that women are the fucking problem. If the conversation is supposed to be about the betterment of men, why the fuck are you talking about women all day?
right. It was real concise, and it's something people can pick up and take with them when you mentioned that women who complain about men shouldn't be with men, and men who complain about women shouldn't be with women, because there comes a time, if you're complaining about something, why the fuck are you around them? Like, what are you looking to do? What are
All
you
day,
trying to do?
all day, every day.
Yeah, like that's your gig. That's how you get down. That's what's up
All
with
day,
you.
every day. That's why I
It's like
said
what
May was in my
now
chat
now
earlier,
MOT
and,
mentioned
and,
something that's
and
about
no,
it being
I
conflict
rock with
based.
May, but that's where I would disagree with May when she said that channel is full of divestors. Those are not real divestors. Real divestors, women that can't stand, don't want anything to do with a black man, don't sit around black dudes all damn day.
I know, right?
Okay, that makes sense. And this, I would say the same thing to these dudes. Oh well, we got smoke for these black women. We can't stand them. Really? So why the fuck do you talk about them all damn day?
Right. And that's something somebody can pick up and take with them for contemplation. And now if somebody just wants to
I'm
get
like, you niggas don't
really
even go to the fucking doctor because you don't want to hear what the fuck is wrong with you. So I refuse to believe that you guys are gonna sit here around what you claim you hate all fucking day and talk about it all damn day. Miss me with that. You love
but
these
there
chicks, and you ain't wrong. You know, you ain't wrong. Oh, we can't stand single mother. No, you in love with a single mother. You just probably mad that you wasn't a baby daddy.
most likely
You know, or you mad that you are a baby daddy.
that part too.
Whatever. But you still love that chick. Keep it real. You know?
Yeah, else you wouldn't be talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we discuss what matters to us, and if you're bringing up, women or men in a negative light all the damn time, you might want to, do some introspection and realize that you're in love with the same people you're complaining about.
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciated that insight that you provided the audience.
Well, I have a balanced perspective, but I'm gonna still get pushback for it.
Well, um, being disrespected sometimes comes with dipping our toe in the water of these spaces, Auntie. I've learned that over the years. Like, if it's your time to engage in aggressive behavior from somebody, it's your time. Like, you could literally have done nothing to upset them. They were just in the mood to target you. And it happens to everybody. I mean, when it comes to your boiler room, you save that channel and it's flourishing. That's an accomplishment. You built your own platform. So, anybody that tries to diminish that is full of shit, quite frankly. I'm a results person, right? I respect results. Hey, Trinity, darling. It's been a minute. It's good to see you. Good to see you being here.
What's up, Trinity?
She's a longtime favorite of mine.
Yeah,
And we've had our strife.
No, nigga, fuck that. I came up here to start some trouble.
Okay, I'm not gonna participate in that, Trinity. You got it.
No, with you, man. Look, no, bitch. No, I heard you. I heard you
I
talking
gotta
that
go,
shit.
Trinity.
No,
Talk to
Mela. Don't
yourself,
go no.
Trinity.
Don't
Talk
go
to
no.
yourself,
Don't go nowhere,
Trinity.
Mela.
Go ahead and babble with yourself, Trinity. You know how we do. Sometimes I feel like an angel. Sometimes I feel like a devil, Trinity. I'm not gonna be
But
your devil
sometimes
today.
I feel like a nut, and sometimes
Well,
I just want to bust one, bitch.
I
You
might
want?
get fucked
That's all you
later.
want,
I'll
Trinity?
let you know.
I'm getting in between two
Okay.
women.
I'm being nice. I promise. I thought Mela wanted to play. I don't want to play. I would rather Mela stay up here than me playing. Okay, because I love and respect Mela. So let me shut the fuck up. Okay.
I'm glad you reminded
You hear
me
that,
of my
Trinity?
hard side.
But
Hey, you got another soldier.
oh yeah.
Look,
Yeah, Stanley
Stanley
Cross,
Cross.
a
Yeah,
very
shout out to Stanley
politically
Cross.
astute officer
Oh you
of the United
you
States
standing at
Navy.
attention? You standing at attention?
Man, he's a
Man, hey man, let's get to it then. You know
that's a
what I'm
good
saying, man. All
catch.
right. I always know I liked you, man.
That's
Fuck
a
it.
good catch. Check him out.
I always know I liked you, Mella. You know what I'm saying? When time shrinks, man. Anyway,
A little girl
okay,
on girl action.
I'm gonna stop messing
Little
with you,
girl
Mella, because
on
you're not
girl
really
action.
fucking.
Can I
No,
watch?
it's cool. We could talk about
You,
pickles. Oh,
no, you can't watch. You can't watch.
we can talk about
All
pickles.
right. Then I guess I'll just.
You
Remember that
gotta,
time?
you
Remember that
gotta leave
time?
it up to imagination, nigga.
Yeah, you and I, man, we've had some interesting exchanges from
Yeah,
good,
over
bad.
the years, man,
Yeah,
she
over the years.
gave me a workout out here in this bitch, man.
Over the years. I wonder where everybody. I hope everybody's all right. I really do. And I'm so pleased you revealed yourself.
I'm not all right, Mella.
Now, please
What?
don't
Can you
reveal
help me,
yourself to
Mella?
me.
I'm not all
What's
right,
up?
Mella.
I'm
Can you help me
I'm
out?
already gonna get a copyright claim because I played the new niggas track. Shout out to Steven Jackson. That
That's
track
good.
is
I'm
pretty
glad
ill.
about that. You know why? Because now I can act a fool with no guilty conscience. Mella, I'm not all right, baby. You gonna help me out?
I don't know. What can I do?
Man, look, just help me. Listen to my problem and see what the fuck you can do for me.
Oh, I'm scared. I don't know.
Oh man, no, don't be scared now.
Trinity, you
Let
been
me.
drinking?
I'm always drinking. That's not the problem.
You been
That's not
drinking
the
alcohol?
problem.
That ain't never the problem, nigga.
I never
Man,
said it was the
get
problem. I
your
just
bitch
asked
ass
if you
down,
was.
man. Let me say what the fuck I
Why
gotta
I
say to
gotta be?
Mella,
Why
you
I
punk
gotta
ass
be a
nigga.
bitch, man? I cussed PhD out for calling me a bitch today. Don't make me snap on you.
He's a bitch, so I mean that makes sense. Anyway, shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry I can't hear what's happening with you, but maybe you ought not see. This might be God's providence telling you not to put this on public air. You know what I'm saying? Think about those interruptions that just come out of
Let's talk
nowhere.
about God's
That
providence
might
then.
be
Yeah, let's talk about this, Mella.
okay, babe.
I need your help. I need your help, baby. Let's talk about God's promise. I like you. And it seems like you like me too. So that's cool.
A
Let's talk
lot of
about that.
people like me, Trinity. Am I supposed to fuck everybody?
No, but
Is
just
that
fuck
your
me. We'll
problem?
be all right. No, just
Is
fuck
that
me.
your
We'll be all
problem?
right.
You gonna fuck
No,
me? Is that your problem?
yeah.
Because it ain't gonna
Duh.
happen. Well, it's not gonna
Oh.
happen. I've
Oh,
never
that's
been
not
with a woman. I don't want to be with a woman
oh.
intimately.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
But thank
Well,
you for the compliment. That's flattering. But
all right,
flattery
well,
won't get you nowhere, you
oh.
horny chick.
I'm in a horny rage.
Yeah, flattery ain't gonna get you nowhere with me.
I'm in a
But
horny
thank you.
rage, bitch. So what
Thank
you
you.
want to do about that, huh? I mean, what's up?
Just play with yourself, Trinity. You'll get over it.
I mean, I've been doing that all day. It's not working, bitch.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm letting you know the truth. You
Get
know,
a stuffed animal or something.
got one.
Does it have batteries?
No.
See, these are suggestions that are off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
you give me, you give me suggestions, but ain't none of these suggestions working. Hey, man, look, I'm about
I
to tell
don't
you
know
what
what
I
to
think will
tell
work for
you.
me.
I
Well, I'm about to
literally,
tell you what I think will work for me, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Stop running your dick suckers.
I literally don't fuck around, Trinity. I don't. Even if I wanted to go on some sexual adventure with you,
Oh,
I am obligated by my moral code not to
your
fuck
morals,
around.
your morals. Yeah.
You
Okay.
remember what morals are, don't you, Trinity?
I don't. Remind me.
That's why you're so captivating. I'm gonna convert you
You gonna
to
convert me
understanding
into
what
morals?
I'm gonna convert you to remembering,
Remembering.
putting back
Okay,
together
coming back
what
together. Yeah.
morals are. I know you've been
Okay,
through
yeah,
this. Right?
that'll work. Yeah. Let me know what morals are, because I don't remember that. What's
I
up?
got it. I got it for you. You know.
Okay. Okay. So I'm here. I'm here listening.
Oh, okay. Well,
He's about to give us a lesson, y'all. Cause
no, I'm not them.
I was
You.
gonna ask you to elaborate on that conversation we had the other night, Trinity.
Which
Very
one?
enlightening. When Trinity believes, and Mela, maybe you can speak on this. She believes
I'm about
that
to make this a
women.
moral conversation, you bitch ass nigga. Shut that fuck up and let her teach me about morals, because my
Hey, I
community.
ain't your bitch ass
Hey,
nigga.
well, you
You
sound like a
raggedy
bitch
ass
ass nigga
hoe.
interrupting me. Shut
Okay.
up. She's trying to teach me morals. Shut
No,
up.
I'm not gonna shut up. You
Let
fucking
her teach me
raggedy,
morals, you
ratchet
bitch.
asshole. I ain't no bitch, nigga. You
Okay, well,
worthless,
why you keep
raggedy
interrupting
ass
me?
fucking hoe.
Let her,
Shut the
let
fuck
her
up.
teach me
I'm not
morals
gonna
because
shut the
I don't
fuck
know
up.
what this thing
Shut the
is.
fuck up. Is this thing on?
Yes. Can you shut up and let her teach me morals? Thank you.
Not yet. No, I'm not done.
Oh, you was a hoe.
Hold up. Maybe she can teach you morals if we can give her some context. Chill out. Okay?
No, she don't need context. All she need is God. Now shut the fuck up, nigga, and let her teach me some morals, huh?
Trinity, chill out. I got you.
No, you don't got
Okay,
me.
I
Right.
looked something up and I put in the back chat for you. Okay, I hope that
Thank
helps.
you. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me read it. I'm gonna read it.
Why you
5.
gonna? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hold
It's
on.
about
My
five
eyes.
core moral
Uh,
values.
value. Yeah,
5.
thank you.
That's on one hand, so it's not
Uh,
difficult. The
okay.
same hand you use to masturbate with, you can
Yeah.
learn these 5 codes
Okay. Thank you.
and let that
Yeah.
marinate
Thank
instead
you.
of your
Yeah, because
pussy
I don't
juice.
have a lot of people teaching me morals. I got a lot of people talking shit to me, but
That's the
not a lot of
nature
people
of
teaching me
demons.
morals.
The nature of demons is they want to corrupt you.
Yeah, they always trying
And
to make me.
I would prefer that you recuperate and enjoy a lifelong prosperity.
Me too. Me
I would
too.
prefer that for you.
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
I'm not bullshitting. I'm serious. I know how to be
Yeah, me too.
comical and stuff, but I mean that. I'm serious about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. They try to keep me down here, man. I'm trying to call to it, man. They try to keep me down here.
And it gets to a point where you think that's all humanity can
Trinity,
offer.
I think I hear Trinity drooling on her titties right now.
And Auntie is one of these crazy MFers that
Yeah.
that doesn't
I
see the
already know it,
purpose in anything other than corrupting people. But
Yeah.
every once in a while, he will slip up and be kind-hearted. Every
Yeah.
once in a while.
Every now and
Broken
again.
clock is right twice a day, isn't it?
Twice a day. That's when you do it.
Oh
Not
shit!
all the time.
I got Girl Scout cookies. Hey, actual Girl Scout cookies, not the weed. You know,
Thank you, Mela.
I just
You
realized that.
you bought Girl Scout cookies? That's
No, my brother actually came through, dropped them off the other day.
dropped them off. I thought you
Yeah.
I thought you actually
Hey, I'm not like a lot of these other motherfuckers. I got family that loves me, right? So when they pick up things like Girl Scout cookies, they look out and drop some of that shit off to the fam. You know.
but
So,
do you
yeah, he dropped off a box of Thin Mints for me.
do
Appreciate
you think that those are good. Do you think that that organizations that help are scams? You know, the 501 organizations, the
that.
Well, you got to think about
The nonprofit sector is extremely
most organizations, and like things that cause quote unquote that go on quote unquote missionary missions. They have a organization. It's all about organization. You know, for instance, let me just tell you how I would do it. Anyway, if I wanted to destabilize a community, the first thing I would do is go through with a missionary mission. So that means I come in there offering help first. So, you gotta think about that, man.
Al Capone actually had soup kitchens back in the day. And
Yeah.
at the same time, he was a monster when it came to calling out
And
hits
Nino
for.
Brown was giving out turkeys for Thanksgiving and shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, so there is a fine line to
But
walk
look,
when
when
it
I
comes
was
to
growing up,
charity.
the gangsters and the mob looked out for the neighborhood.
Ain't that something?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
the
go.
same neighborhood they
Yeah,
destabilized.
no, people in the neighborhood went to the gangsters before they went to the bank for a loan. I'm old enough to remember those days.
That is really something.
Hmm.
Man, look, yeah. So
Yeah.
sometimes you just gotta call to it. When your very help is the very motherfucker that's destabilizing. Anyway, like I said, I'm a crack baby. My mama was on crack. She was a crack whore. It's not funny. You laughing and shit. That's not funny. That's my real life. So
I'm not laughing.
no, that nigga laughing under his breath. He think it's funny. But anyway, that's my
You think Auntie
reality.
is laughing about that?
Yeah, he thinks this shit type of shit is funny. He
Auntie,
thinks
have you ever laughed at her about that before?
he thinks this type of
About her
shit is
mother being a crack whore? Never. I actually didn't know that. This is the first time I'm
monetizable.
hearing it.
He think this shit is
Okay.
monetizable. He think this shit is funny. You know what I'm saying? This shit
I
ain't
didn't
funny.
come up here and spew it. You did.
Yeah, but you laugh about that
I
shit.
just tried to change the subject, but
No, you don't try to change the subject. You try to exploit the subject. Anyway,
Do
so
you have you grown up believing all your life that she ingested toxins while pregnant with you, and this attributes to your decision making in life?
no, but I do like to lean on the I do like to lean on the victimhood. I mean, why
Yeah.
not?
shit.
Yeah. Well, you deserved a better childhood, no doubt. We all did pretty much, but this is very candid of you. I hope you don't get
You know why I'm so candid? It's because I know that if I went through it, I know a lot of people like me, talented people that just can't get right. I know that we all are adjacent in some sort of way. I don't try to make myself better than nobody. I know
oh,
that
you
the
got that
reason why
right.
I
Certain
know
people in certain generations are crack adjacent. Okay. Now, like, fortunately,
yeah, we
I
crack it
didn't.
crack
no, no,
adjacent.
I mean, think about the generation.
Yeah,
More
but
likely than not,
it's funny. No, it's funny, but it's real as fuck though.
there's
For
a
real.
crack adjacent generation out there
Yeah, I must have been
Yeah,
absent that
that we're
day.
overlooking, and wasn't
for real.
nobody acting crazy.
Yeah, it is. And I'm one of them. And y'all got to stop picking on God's babies.
Yeah, man.
So Trinity,
It's deep.
um, you
Oh,
said
God.
the other night that you believe that
No,
women
I'm not
should
about to
have
talk about that.
multiple
I'm
husbands.
not about to talk about that tonight, nigga. You're gonna stop. I already
All right.
tried to ignore that. You're gonna stop exploiting me when I say no. I said no. I'll talk
Oh
about
shit.
that. Yeah, stop
Yeah,
exploiting me.
no
I
means
said
no.
no.
Okay,
So
okay,
no
okay.
means no,
I
nigga.
hey,
I'll talk about that when I want to talk about
you
that.
said
Thank you
no.
very much, sir.
That's it. No.
Yeah, that's another thing that I learned over the years that I can say no. See what I'm saying? I can say
But
no.
he owes you a get back for referring to him as a bitch ass nigga. You do
No, I
But he
called
understand
her.
always,
that?
I,
but yeah,
I
but he's
called her
gonna
a
be a bitch
raggedy
ass
ass.
nigga
I
every
called her a
day though.
raggedy
But
ass
he's gonna be a
smacko.
bitch. Yeah, but he's gonna.
I already did that.
But yeah, but he's gonna be a bitch ass nigga every day though. That doesn't mean that he can exploit me. Yeah, yeah. I'm a thought leader, my nigga. I'm a thought leader in certain things. That doesn't mean that you can exploit me. I'm here to have communion with you. That doesn't mean that you use our relationship in as a way, as a by proxy to exploit me.
Oh,
No,
y'all got
thank
a
you.
relationship. I'm just a moderator. Do tell.
Well,
What's
over
this
the years, no, just like
relationship?
me and you, Mela, over the
No, we
years,
don't have a
there's certain
relationship.
things that, okay, over the
We've
years, we
exchanged
know each other.
presents.
Let her
We're
talk.
familiar with each other.
All right, stank ass pussy hoe. What I'm trying to
We've
say is this:
exchanged
over the
pleasantries
year,
on
all right,
panels.
y'all see how they try to do me?
Yeah, I'm fun with this shit, Bella.
Y'all see how they try to do me? Anyway, so like I said, man,
Want it to be a case study, Trinity.
Did
Congratulations.
you want to? Well, if you want to be a case study, then you work on my time. You don't work on your time. Stop trying to exploit me. I don't like that. You
Well,
know.
Trinity, who would you say I walk so-called arm in arm with on these YouTube streets?
I would say nobody. I would say with yourself.
Exactly.
Man, look, Miller, I've been watching you for years, man. You think I don't know what you about, man? I you know, I'm not one of those motherfuckers that talk shit that I don't know about. I watch people for years before I fuck with them. For real. Decades. I'm an actual general, even though I never been in the army of no sort, but I have a general mind. I know how to recognize your weaknesses. I know how to identify your strengths. I'm a general. For real. And maybe nobody will put me in no real army, but when I tell you I got a general mind, a chess
You're not
mind,
missing out on
a
nothing.
chess master's mind, that means I know how to identify real motherfuckers and put them exactly where the fuck they belong, so we can motherfucking get
I
to that
want to say
goal.
this for the record,
So
right?
we can get to that goal, and that's what I'm about. I'm about completing the mission. That's
There,
my mission is completing the mission.
okay.
Yeah.
I like when Auntie mentioned earlier that
I know that you're tiny and petite.
Okay, listen to me real quick.
I know that you're smart. I know that you are compliant. I know that you got a smart mouth. I know certain things about
I
you,
was
Mella, over
literally
the
in the
years.
middle of a sentence.
Yeah, and I'm interrupting you for a reason. Anyway, there's things that I know about you that you don't know that I know about you because I pay attention. You are a superfluous soldier, and that's saying something. Now, if I can get you on my motherfucking time, that'd be wonderful. Now I'm just trying to I'm trying to calibrate so I can figure out how to get you on my team because you run your mouth a lot. I don't know. But right now I'm running these niggas. But once I can recalibrate to get a bitch like you on my team, trust me, it's over with.
Okay. My sentiments exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and handle you intellectually.
Ooh, hostile. Ooh, handle me hostile. I like
Yeah.
it like that.
I'm gonna handle you real quick, okay?
Make Auntie Dick hard because you know he like that.
It
He like when
seems
bitches
to
act a
me
fool. It seems to you like what, Mella?
you don't know how to fill yourself up.
Wait, that's what I have you for.
No, you don't
No,
have me for that.
you
You
sure?
have
But
you
okay,
for that.
can I get you for that?
You have
What do
you
you?
for that.
Hey, Mella, what do you need to make sure that I stay filled up, little bitch? Number
You
one. Hey,
have
number one,
you for
little
that.
bitch. Number one, I'm tired of you running your dick suckers out here. Number two, why don't you shut the fuck up and show the fuck out, hoe? Why the fuck you ain't got no goddamn YouTube channel, IG
You
experience? Hey, bitch,
mean
Twitch,
why don't I
Twitter, and
compete?
hey, bitch. My thing is this: all these years you've been running your dick sucker. And you ain't got no motherfucking experience and are no motherfucking time traveling out this bitch. Hey, bitch, don't nobody want to hear shit you got to say, bitch. You got groupies out here waiting to be your groupie, ho. You trying to sit up here and jump from panel to panel, you panel whore. Hey, bitch.
You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Trinity, you tripping. You not just time traveling, you tripping.
I'm tripping over time traveling, bitch. I'm in this motherfucker. I'm ready to motherfucking march.
I
1, 2.
hope you find the pussy you looking for, Trinity.
I'm not
Good
looking
night.
for no pussy, bitch. I'm looking for some dick, and if some pussy fall on that dick, then ooh. Hey, bitch. See, that's why you hoes got me fucked up. You hoes think you the main entree. A lot of you beautiful ass, to God be the glory, big booty Keishas, y'all think that y'all gonna sit up here and come and fuck my life up. No, nigga, come fuck my nigga. That's what I want. That's what I like to see. I'm a cuck, bitch. You dumb bitch. Anyway, what I don't like is when you hoes think that you gonna sit up here and knock me off the block because you think that you got some bigger throat, you got some longer coochie, you got some bigger titties, bitch. That's what I like, bitch. Are you crazy? I love to see my nigga pleased. Are you crazy?
5 out of 10 coochies stink. Say you put 10 girls in a room. 2 of the coochies don't smell like nothing. It's the best. 3 they got a smell. I ain't gonna say it stink, but it got a smell. 5 of them stink. That's because niggas throwing up their pH. Say, when I was a virgin, my first time having sex, she was a virgin too. And her coochie stinked. Ain't no nigga throw that off. I ain't even know it stink. So I got some more coochie, and it didn't smell like that. I was young. I don't think y'all know y'all coochies be stinking. But I think y'all know y'all coochies be stinking. Stick your fingers in your pants right now. All in it. Go in another room and ask somebody, this don't stink, do it? If they be like, man, what the fuck?
Okay, so we got DL content going on around this. Anyway, let's go ahead and go for the DL content. Let me stick my coochie, my pinky, my. Okay, it smells good. Now, what the hell's going on? Anyway, we got DL niggas out here cosplaying as straight niggas out here, and they always trying to. How can you tell a DL man from a straight man? A DL man, because he's in competition with straight women. He's always trying to humiliate women because that's obviously that's the goal, because he's in competition with straight women. He's always trying to make women look like they are, non-compliant. They're not astute. They're not up to par. So, if y'all want to find DL content, it's not going to be niggas saying, "Hey, I'm DL. I like sucking dick on the low." It's going to be, "Hey, I'm in competition with women," by way of disrespecting and humiliating women for male viewership. That's how you uncover DL men. Okay. Anyway, so what's up? What's up, a slim neck nigga? Slim biscuit. What's good, nigga? You got a thin throat. And guess what, nigga? My throat is thicker than yours. Anyway, to God be the. I suck a lot of dick. To God be the glory. Yeah, put your neck next to mine, nigga. You trying a
I don't
goddamn.
do that at all.
Are you sure? Do you want to suck some dick?
Winner, chicken bones for dinner. That's you.
Your neck is not for dinner. Anyway, so like I said, at the end of the motherfucking day, bitch, whenever you want to find a motherfucker who's gay on the low, DL, they're always trying to humiliate women. That's how you find it, because they're just the same way that they suck dick is the same way that they try to punish and humiliate and disrespect women on the low. Anyway, yeah. So, why did Mela leave? That bitch went
I put
around.
the comment on the screen. She says you made a pass at her again.
I
think she was starting
think
to.
these hoes, what they don't realize is that I flirt with everybody. If I make a pass at you, I'm about to pull up in your city. Okay. If Trinity Time Travels make a pass at you, it's not about me making no statements online. I'm about to pull up on you and give you an actual option and show you exactly what your options can be. That's my pass. It's never going to be, "Oh, Trinity said something. Oh, Trinity." No. I'm going to pull up on your block. I'm going to say, "What's up? Uh, how can I help you? How can I assist you? This is what you can have. You want to walk your way up out this miserable existence?" That's how I make a pass at niggas. I don't make a pass at niggas online. The fuck I look like laying in my bed comfortably, offering you some kind of some kind of flirtatious language without no option. I'm not that type of person. If I want you, I'll come get you and help you out your situation. If I'm playing games with you, that means that I'm just gonna be talking my shit, laying in my bed. That's the difference. So I don't know what these niggas be thinking. Um, you know, I've been talking to these motherfuckers for years. Have I ever came and helped any one of these niggas in real life, in real day? No. You know why? Because I'm not interested. I like to flirt, just like everybody else like to flirt. Motherfuckers play with me all the time. I don't take it seriously. When I come give you some real workable solutions, that's when you know I like you. Duh. Anyway,
Can't make it
I
up.
call to it. I'm a call to it every time, man.
All right. I'm about to wrap up What the Fuck Wednesday. Give us some final thoughts, Ms. Time Trap.
What's my final thoughts, man? I'm about to go live on sobriety shame. Thank you so much
So,
for
so you're going
because
to shame sobriety?
Man, look, right. Look, man. Hold on. I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back.
We're trying to get out of here, Trinity. You know. So yeah, on that note, yeah, make morals great again. Yeah, you can't make it up. It was fun, man. Shout out to everybody that donated. You know what I'm saying, to the show. Shout out to Trinity Time Travels and whatever the fuck she's on. It's strong. She's on a lot of it. Um, yeah. And
Okay, so what am I on that's strong? Cause
I don't.
you implying things. I dropped my link in the chat. I'm about to go live on that channel. What am I? Yeah. So before I get off this bitch, cause you like to do a lot of what they call it, subliminals. Cause I'm not a subliminal person. I talk shit to their face. Talk shit to your face. So what am I on? If I'm on something strong and I'm on a lot of it, what am I on that's strong, nigga?
You just high on life. That's it. Good life. The good life.
Okay, yeah, because the way you trying to motherfucking make it seem, because I don't want to go there with you, but see, I don't have issues with the law. You know what I'm saying? I don't have issues with my identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, so please don't play with me, nigga. I know a lot of things about you. Don't do that to me because you don't want to fuck with me like that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I call ICE right now and you call ICE and we both make a report, there's only one motherfucker that's about to get deported. You get what I'm trying to say? Don't
Yeah, I'm
ever
gonna
in
get.
your
I'm
motherfucking
gonna
life
get
play with me like
deported
that.
to the nearest country.
Yeah, Alligator Island is the nearest country. You don't get that? You don't know that, nigga?
I'm gonna get
Alligator Island is a country. You don't know that? They actually made that. They're making it a country. You don't know that? So what I'm trying to say is, niggas need to stop playing with me when they sitting here trying to disrespect me. Yeah, don't play with me. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alligator Island is a country. Just like when I said America is a continent and motherfuckers laughed at me. That was years ago. Remember? Yeah.
I'm laughing at you.
Are you laughing at me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We gonna see. Anyway, I'm going live right now to spread my sentiments. I dropped my link in the chat, man, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that I know about people that they don't want me to know about them. And I'm not talking about conversations we had. I'm talking about actual information. See, niggas don't know how motherfucking in tune certain people is with the FBI, CIA, the Vatican, and also spiritual aspects of this motherfucking shit. All of this shit is about identity and bloodlines. Stop playing with a bitch like me. I'm a time traveler. I've been around this motherfucker for a long time. Time is on my side out this bitch. Okay? A lot of you niggas got curses on your bloodline. And you want to laugh at me. For what? You're cursed. Your whole bloodline is cursed. Nigga, you're just here to be stepped on out this bitch. I'm not the one to play with. I keep winning and winning and winning and winning and winning again and again and again. Nigga. All my cells do is win. They regenerate again to win. That's it.
Hey,
That's my
Trinity.
bloodline. I'm a
Trinity.
lucky person.
Done.
No, I'm not done.
I need you to finish. Wrap it up, please.
I need your neck to get thicker.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Anyway, yeah. Don't play with me again, bitch.
I'll let you know when it does.
Yeah, yeah. When your neck get thicker, then you can play with me. Don't play with me like that. And you already know what I'm talking about. Don't play with me like that. Don't with the subliminals and with that fuck shit. You need to stop that shit. Cause I be fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? Don't do me like that. Cause I will get active on your ass, on your neck, on your spinal cord, nigga. And it's thin. So I'll ride that bitch all night and all day, nigga. And I'm going live on Sobriety Shame to talk my shit. Bitch ass nigga. I can't believe it. See years later, we almost a decade in and you still on that subliminal fuck shit, punk ass nigga. I'm tired of thin neck niggas acting a fool on me, man. You niggas don't have the bandwidth. You niggas don't have the lung capacity to fuck with me. I dropped my link in the chat so I can talk my shit. Cause I'm sick of this shit, man. For real. Anyway, Sobriety Shame. I dropped the link in the chat. This nigga about to those were my last my last thoughts. And I'm just about to do my thing. And are you gonna come through, Auntie?
I'm
Auntie
going.
Richard?
I'm going to sleep, Trinity.
Okay, well when you wake your bitch ass up, you gonna come through, nigga?
If you're still alive, yes, I will.
All right, good. All right, that's all I gotta say. Bye.
Wow. Wow. Trinity time travels, everyone. Yeah. Shout out to Mela, Full Circles, Smitty. Shout out to L Nixon, C Beezy. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that supported through Cash App, Super Chat, Super Thanks. All of the new members that got gifted memberships. All of the old members. You know what I'm saying? 27 months, long damn time. Anybody's been a member even longer than that, man. Shout out to them. Shout out to the mods. Appreciate you. I am getting all the way the fuck up out of here, man. This was I didn't expect it to end like that. But hey, it had to end, didn't it? I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.